Good morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Jane. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I purchased a wine cooler online on the 18th of August via credit card, and it cost me £550 plus.
Ooh, blimey, you must like wine.
Yes, we enjoy drinking wine, yes.
550 quid for a wine cooling fridge. Can't you just stick it in your normal fridge?
Well, we were having a new kitchen fitted, and we thought it would be a nice additional feature.
Something a little bit luxury.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yes.
Okay.
So we took receipt of it on the 21st of August. But it sat in the hallway for about 6 weeks because we weren't ready to plug it in.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jane. Was it this year?
Yes, this year. Yes,
okay,
2020. Fine. So we plugged it in. Well, the electrician plugged it in for us on the 5th of October. So after that happened, we realised that it was faulty within the day. So as it's a two-temperature zone wine cooler, so the top half is for red wine, and it's at a warmer temperature, and the bottom half is for white wine, which is at a cooler temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the cooler temperature was fine, but the red grape, the top half, should be between 15 to 18 degrees. Well, it kind of got stuck on 14 degrees, and it wouldn't get any warmer. So I telephoned the supplier on the following day, on the 6th of October, and mentioned this, and she suggested that perhaps it has, not enough ventilation around it because it was built in, but we hadn't actually built it in yet. We just had slotted it underneath the counter.
I see.
So she said, pull it out for 24 hours and see if that helps. So we did that.
So how do you know that it was getting to 14 degrees? Does it have the temperature that's currently present inside the fridge, written on the outside or something? Yeah,
it's got like digital thermostat numbers on the strip across the wine cooler. So
very smart.
A bit like a fridge, like these digital fridges that have the temperature displayed on the front.
Well, you definitely wouldn't want to drink a bottle of red wine at 14 degrees, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, no. I don't like cold red wine.
No.
I like red wine to be room temperature, really.
Yeah. So we were hopefully wanting to set it about 18 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So we pulled it out for the 24 hours, and it didn't help. So we phoned back and asked if there's anything else we could do. So she suggested that she would have a word with the manufacturer and come back to us, but she didn't. Anyway, so I phoned them, and they suggested that we unplugged it for 24 hours.
Sorry, when you say that you phoned them, do you mean the manufacturer?
No. We phoned the supplier, and they were going to contact the manufacturer to ask what we could do.
But then you said, so we phoned them.
Oh, sorry. I phoned them. No, I phoned the supplier, and then they phoned the manufacturer, and then I phoned the supplier back.
Okay. And what did they suggest? Because surely it sounds as if it's broken, and what they should be doing is facilitating you sending it back and getting another one sent out.
Well, she said unplug it for 24 hours. This is what the manufacturer said. Unplug it for 24 hours, and that should reset the wine cooler.
Okay.
So we unplugged it for 24 hours, and then the following day I plugged it back in, set the temperature controls to what we wanted, and it still wasn't working correctly. So there's a couple of concerns I'd like your advice with here. I phoned them back, and what they were saying is because they supply to commercial customers, every sale is considered business to business, and not business to consumer.
Oh, had you bought it from some kind of wholesaler then?
Yes, but I didn't realise this until we got to this point of the faulty item. Yes, so as I'm a consumer and not a business, I'm not covered by the distance selling regulations or the Consumer Act of 2015. And the fact that I ticked the terms and conditions, their refunds or exchange policy was in 14 days.
Right. So, well, hang on a minute, because I'm going to need to have a look at how you actually purchase this. I mean, the simple fact is, if you purchase a product as a business on a business-to-business transaction, then what the company has said is absolutely correct. The normal laws and consumer protection, i.e., it's no longer known as the distance selling regulations, it's known as the consumer contracts regulations, but it's the same stuff. And also the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 does not apply. The only thing that applies is what is outlined in the terms and conditions between both businesses. However, if you are not a business, and unless you stated that you were a business, if they asked you to tick a box where you confirmed that you were a retailer and were purchasing this as a retailer or as a business, then I don't understand how they would be able to justify having sold it to you on a business-to-business terms, because you're just a regular Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's okay. Well, we need to go and have a little word. That is a big problem. Why did you buy it from this particular company and not from the company that was supplying your kitchen? Just out of interest.
Well, we wanted various luxury aspects of a wine cooler, and I just said to the kitchen company, I'll do the homework and research, and we'll buy it separately.
And had you ever heard of the company you bought it from before?
No. But a lot of the wine coolers that we did like the look of, a lot of them were out of stock. So this one, I just Googled it for many months of all the different features that we'd like.
Yeah.
And this one came up, and it was in stock. So
listen,
I didn't hesitate to buy it.
Yeah, listen, a little bit of advice, and I've done it myself, so I know what it's like. You find a product that you really want, and you start looking around on the internet, and you find a company, and their website looks okay, and they seem to be selling it for much cheaper than other companies, all that kind of stuff. We've all been there, we've all done it. But you're taking a massive risk. And there is normally a reason. If you ever find a product considerably cheaper than it would be sold by reputable, well-known companies, there's normally a reason for it. If you just think about it from a logical perspective, there are all kinds of big name retailers that you could have bought this wine cooler from, or a wine cooler of a similar kind of quality. But the fact is, it would probably be more expensive. Why is that? Is it because those companies are buying better quality stock? Is it that other companies are selling seconds? There's all kinds of things that should make you question why you might find something much cheaper on a certain website. And always just be very, very, very wary of it. Have you spoken to your credit card company yet?
No, because on their terms and conditions, it does mention about going to your credit card company or regarding, if you have problems, saying that if you mention something about untrue advice or what have you, that we will not hesitate to take legal action straight away. So I just wanted advice from yourself before I contacted the credit card
I guess
company
this comes down to, did you at any point when making this purchase tick a box or suggest to this seller that you were a business?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm not sure what the terms and conditions were when I ticked the box. But on their terms and conditions, it does say, that if I'm not a business, therefore, what it says, we are not obliged to offer refunds or accept returns, even if items are unused.
Yes, but it all depends. It's very difficult for me to say without actually looking at the website. It depends how it's been sold to you. If there's nothing obvious to suggest that this is only, in effect, a wholesaler selling to people in the trade, if it's not clear from their website and it's not made clear during the process of making the purchase, then I wouldn't be surprised that you went ahead and purchased it from them. But I think what we need to do before I can offer you that advice, what I'm going to do, Hannah, can I pass Jane back to you?
Of course, yes.
Can we just have a little look on their website and see how obvious it is that this is a company that only sells to people in the trade rather than individual consumers?
Absolutely, I'll take a look.
I think we need to find out, how obvious it is before we can really advise you, Jane, in terms of whether or not you have any rights. At the moment, it would appear you've got a £550 wine cooler that you can only cool white wine down in, which, to be honest, you might as well have just stuck to a regular fridge.
Well, yeah, that was my thoughts. I said to my husband, we should have just got a normal fridge. And
yeah.
But yes,
Okay.
Nothing jumped out at me, Jonathan, when I ticked the terms and conditions, unless it's in the very small fine print. I
Well,
wasn't
certainly
aware.
if there's anything misleading about the company, if the way they're selling is misleading, then they wouldn't be allowed to do that. But I think we need to go and have a little look first and just see how they present themselves. I'm going to pass you back to Hannah. We'll get some detail.
Thank you, Jonathan.
When you're buying stuff, don't be tempted just to do a search on the internet and find a company selling what you want much cheaper than anyone else, a company you've never heard of. The chances are you're just making a massive rod for your own back. Always purchase from well-known retailers on the internet. The internet is a big wide world, and you need to make sure that you're buying from a company that if you have any problems, you've got some kind of recourse. It's the JVS show. Ina had a resin-bonded driveway fitted at the end of 2018. It took a few weeks to complete, and it cost Davina £6,000 for the driveway, and then she paid another £600 for a wall they were building for her. Well, she paid in cash. But she's now noticed a problem with
I
it.
went out in February this year. It'd been down just over a year to sort of spring clean it, get up all the leaves, wash it down, get it ready for the summer. And I noticed quite a few hairline cracks in it. So I immediately emailed the company to say I'd got hairline cracks in it. They said they'd look into it. And then we went into COVID. I sent them a couple of emails during that period sort of to keep the fire burning. The man that came out to repair it said to me, it's only got a 12-month guarantee. This is a gesture of goodwill. He was a young boy. He came out with a little oil can with sort of, I presume, resin in it to try and fill the cracks. They're basically a hairline, and some of them have got a little bit wider. Of course, the resin has overflowed the cracks, and because it's sealed on top of the drive, it might have sealed the cracks, but they're now twice as dark as the rest of the drive.
Well, Davina's not at all happy. She says the driveway doesn't look very nice, and she just cannot get the company to come back and put it right properly. Well, I went off to have a word with them. And my word, what an interesting experience that was. Davina's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Davina.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning, Davina. Right, yes, you and I are going to end up having a very different conversation today to the conversation I thought we were going to be having on Friday afternoon. Let me just explain. So when I contacted the company, I was initially put through to a man who, I think it's safe to say, Davina, he wasn't very keen on me. He kept talking about how their company policy is 12-month guarantee. This was way past 12 months, therefore he doesn't have to do anything. When I tried to explain to him the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, it would be fair to say it didn't go down very well. And it would be fair to say this man, who told me he'd been in business for over 30 years, did not seem to have a clue about the Consumer Rights Act, which is a bit odd, really. You would imagine that someone that's been in business for that number of years would be fully versed with his obligations as per the law. He kept talking about his terms and conditions, and what he didn't seem to like was me pointing out that his terms and conditions cannot override the law. He didn't seem to like that. Anyway, the conversation didn't go very well, so I decided it was probably better for me to email him so that he could come back with a response. So I sent him over an email, He did send back a response. It was quite an angry email that he responded to me with. He was throwing questions back at me in terms of how long a driveway should last. Well, that's not down to me to determine. He's the man who runs a company that provides driveways. The question of how long would he expect one of his driveways to last reasonably is a perfectly adequate question for me to have put to him. It's not something that I need to answer on his behalf. Anyway, to be honest with you, I got to a point where I ended up saying to him, right, I'm very concerned by the response I'm getting from you. I have a duty of care to all of my listeners to identify your company, and therefore I will be doing so on Monday morning. And I thought that was the conversation you and I were going to be having, Davina. But thankfully, they saw sense. Because on Friday, I then received a phone call from a different man who had a very different kind of tone. And he suggested that he really was very anxious to have a conversation with me that was going to be reasonable, with a view to finding out what the company's obligations are and trying to get things resolved for you. Now, just as an aside, he said the man I'd spoken to the day before has now got COVID-19. And therefore, the reason that I'd had such a strange response from him was he wasn't thinking right. And he wasn't talking. He was all over the place, he said. He wasn't feeling well, and that's why you had the response you did. Now, I had a much more productive conversation with the other man. I explained the Consumer Rights Act to him. He thanked me for explaining it. He said that they also were going to do some of their own research to find out what the law actually states they have to do. In terms of your driveway, how I left things with him on Friday, I said, well, look, I think surely the most sensible way forward is for you to go and have a look at the driveway and to find out why it's cracking. You need to have an idea as to why this driveway is cracking, because Davina feels she's used the driveway in a perfectly reasonable and normal way, and it's not lasted for an acceptable amount of time. Now, he was going to make contact with you with a view to organising a visit this week. Have you heard anything?
Yes, I had an email on Friday as well, and three of them are coming out to do an inspection on Wednesday morning.
Right. Okay, fine. Well, I think that's a sensible way forward. I mean, at this stage, I don't have a problem with them wanting to come and have a look and to see what's going on with the driveway, why it might be cracking. I mean, he was saying to me, for example, it could be down to things like tree roots or a flood. All of those kinds of things, he said, could play a part in it. He did seem quite anxious to point out subtly to me on the phone that you've now got a big 4x4.
We have a small SUV, and we only picked that up in June.
Yes, he kept saying to me, I mean, we'll have to get her to move the enormous SUV off her driveway, almost as if it was a subtle little suggestion that maybe your car was so heavy it was cracking the drive.
Well, we only purchased it in June, and the drive was cracking up way before that. It is a small SUV.
Right. Okay, fine. Well,
it's a Mitsubishi. Oh, I better not say, sorry.
Well, you can actually, because I'm interested to know how, because the picture that was painted was that you were parking this massive vehicle on the driveway that might be very, very heavy. What is it?
It's an Eclipse Cross.
A Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross. Let's have a little look.
Which is a small SUV.
Oh, yes, okay.
And our other car is a Fiat 500.
Okay. But do you park that on the drive as well?
Yeah, they both go on the drives at different times and in different places.
Right. But is this a double drive or a single?
Yes, double drive.
So it's built for two cars to go on?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't see any problem with that. I mean, the simple fact is, and the reason why I wanted to just raise this with you, because when they come out, if there is any murmuring whatsoever of the vehicle that you have, be confident in the fact that as long as you are parking a perfectly normal vehicle on that driveway, the driveway should have been built to withstand the parking of a normal car, okay?
Yes, thank you.
If you were parking an articulated lorry on it, well, maybe that would change things. But I don't see any reason why having the kind of SUV you've got and a small runaround car, I don't see any reason why that would cause the cracking. So I would hope they have another explanation as to what's going on. So that's Wednesday they're coming, yeah?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. Let's leave it there for today and let's catch up on either Wednesday later in the programme or probably more likely on Thursday just to find out what they've said and what they're going to do, okay?
Yes, that'll be wonderful, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Yes, that'll be wonderful, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And I hope the gentleman at the company recovers from his COVID-19 that apparently he now has. And I hope that the company will do what they are obliged to do, and that is to make sure this driveway is put in a reasonable state and lasts for a reasonable amount of time. There is no 12-month cut-off. The Consumer Rights Act gives you considerably longer in terms of how long you can expect something to last. And I don't think very many of us would be happy at spending £6,000 on a driveway that after one winter starts to crack.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Tony. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I do. Thanks for taking my call. We purchased a dishwasher just over 2 years ago in September 2018. From a very well-known, reputable online retailer. Unfortunately, very recently it developed a problem, excuse me, and we reported the fault to the retailer on the 20th of October. They did, I'm a regular listener to the show and hear this one a lot. They tried to put us straight onto the manufacturer because they told us it was out of warranty, it was no longer covered.
But you knew that was nonsense.
We knew it was nonsense. I mean, there were two things. I appealed to them on the basis it was only about 4 weeks out of warranty. And I also went through the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, which I know from your show.
Yeah.
They then told me that that didn't count because it was white goods and that when we set up an account with themselves in 2016, we agreed to their terms and conditions, like you do, you tick the box. So we asked them to send us a copy of that. They sent that through, and the interesting thing is, it actually says on their email that it doesn't affect their statutory rights, or my statutory rights.
I was going to say, I mean, the point is, regardless of whatever they put in their own terms and conditions, it cannot negate the law. That's why, for example, I'm always saying this to companies, actually, when they start querying statutory rights and the Consumer Rights Act. If you go and buy something from a retailer, you will very often notice on the receipt it will have a full outline of what the company's guarantee is, or, pointing in the direction of the terms and conditions. But very often it will say on the receipt, this does not affect your statutory rights. That in effect means all of what we've just written down here, or all of what we're pointing you in the direction of, does not negate the law. So whatever's in their terms and conditions, it can't negate the Consumer Rights Act.
I did actually try to explain that to the lady on the phone, who unfortunately wasn't having any of it. But what she did say is that she would talk to the manufacturers, who they had a very good relationship with, to see if they would be prepared to do anything. They came back to us on it a day later to say that the manufacturers would send an engineer and it would be at the engineer's discretion, which I wasn't happy with that. I said, no, I need to have some idea what it's going to cost before I agree to that. I don't want to get into a fight. And if it was going to be a small amount of money, I would have just paid it because, unfortunately, my wife suffers. She has an injury in her hand, which makes it very difficult for her to wash up. I'm not there that often. I work long hours all over the country. So I thought, if it was a little bit of money, we'd just pay it and move on. Unfortunately, they quoted us about £200 to repair the machine. Incidentally, we paid £799 for the machine.
Oh, my word.
Yeah, well,
so it's a very expensive one.
Yes, we thought we were buying something that was going to last. It's quite important to us to have it. But unfortunately, they wouldn't move on it at all. They told us it would be between £160 and £200, they suspected, for the repair. We've since been back to the retailer and again tried to go through everything I've said already and requested that we speak to a manager, which they're refusing to do. They said there's no point a manager speaking to us because he's going to tell us exactly what they've already told us. We have booked an engineer for about 2 weeks' time. We're hoping to get something sorted, but it's about a 2-week lead time to get an engineer. So I didn't want to argue, and then finally we had to wait another 2 weeks.
No. So has anyone actually been out to have a look at the dishwasher yet?
No, we have an engineer booked for, I think it's the 6th of November.
Yeah,
he's
okay.
booked for.
But he's coming out at the behest of the manufacturer, and they're going to charge you 150 to 200 quid.
That's correct, yeah.
Right, okay.
We can cancel that up to 24 hours before.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I think let's just take this back to basics. What's wrong with the dishwasher?
It doesn't heat, so the water just runs cold, which obviously doesn't do a very good job cleaning.
And how do you know it's not heating up?
I don't. My wife knows. I don't really use it.
Okay.
She tells me it won't get warm, and she's been through all the manual. We've used it for 2 years. She knows how to use it. Mm-hmm. And we did explain as well when we spoke to the manufacturers the problems we were having, and they said they suspected it was the heat exchanger that had gone faulty, and that's how they were able to come up with this estimated cost.
Right, okay. Well, the reason I ask you what's actually wrong with it, because the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 that would have applied when you purchased this dishwasher states that any product you buy must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality. Now, the amount of money you spend on something comes into that. I'll get back to that in a second. It also states that the product must last for a reasonable amount of time. Again, the amount of money you spend is quite important in terms of determining how long is reasonable. Now, this dishwasher at £799 is a very expensive one. It's certainly more than I spent on my dishwasher. That dishwasher should last you for, as the law would dictate, a reasonable amount of time. Now, I would suggest that a dishwasher costing $799 should last for an absolute minimum of 5 years. I would be hoping that it would last much nearer 10 or even 15 years, because that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
The only thing that the retailer could potentially use to get out of repairing this for you would be if they could show that you had misused the dishwasher. So, for example, if you hadn't cleaned the filter out and all the pump had got blocked with food or something like that, then they would be able to argue that this product does not have a manufacturing defect. So, is there any chance that the way you've used this dishwasher may have led to the problems it now has?
I don't think so, because my wife is meticulous about all the white goods, and she puts the correct cleaning products through. She adds salt to it. I don't believe the machine will run even if it gets low on salt. So I can't see how we possibly could have done anything wrong. We've done the maintenance that you have to do, the user maintenance, and other than that, you only put items in it and press buttons.
Right. Okay, fine. Well, on the basis that you've bought a very expensive machine that's only lasted for 2 years or just over 2 years, I don't see any reason why you should be responsible for paying to have the heating element or the heat exchanger replaced on it. The simple fact is that product has been sold to you by the retailer with a component in it that has failed in an unreasonably short amount of time. The retailer is therefore responsible for resolving that issue. So I think what we need to do, and what I can happily do, is pass you back to Hannah. We'll get a bit more detail. Hannah, I think the argument we need to put to the company is, how do they want to do this then? Do they want to, at the moment, hold back, wait until the engineer comes out to determine the problem? If indeed it is the heat exchanger, will the retailer agree that they're going to pay the cost of the manufacturer's engineer plus any repair that's necessary?
Yep.
Do they accept that? Although, at the same time, if the engineer comes out and says, oh, well, no, I've found the problem with your dishwasher, there's a piece of toast clogged up in it, at that point, the bill will be given to Tony. I think that would be a perfectly reasonable way of proceeding.
Okay, I'll get in contact with them now.
There's definitely no toast lodged in your dishwasher, Tony, is there?
I'm sure there won't be, but we will double checked.
Good. Well, I would definitely make sure. But I mean, it sounds to me from what you're telling me as if something to do with the heater has failed, and it shouldn't have failed. You know, a product of this expense should have lasted considerably longer than just over 2 years. So
Absolutely.
we need to go and have a little word. Okay, hang on there, Tony. I'm going to pass you back to Hannah. We'll get some detail. Interesting case that a lot of you, I'm sure, will be familiar with. It regards Mike. Mike was telling me at the end of December of last year, he transferred £30 via a donation website called Just Giving to a charity that's very close to his heart.
As it happens, because I'm involved with the charity, the treasurer is my brother. And a few months later, it came up in conversation that there had been no donations received via this website for quite a little while. And I said, but there was one in December, wasn't there? And he said, no, nothing. So he's followed up with this website, trying to find out what's happened to my money. They have said there is an amount which they are unable to pay to the charity because they say the bank account of the charity has changed, which is strange because it hasn't changed for 10 years. And indeed, another donation that I made and others made through the same website in the summer of 2019 all appear to have gone through, so far as I'm aware.
Well, what has the website had to say about the fact that in good faith Mike paid an amount of £30 that he fully expected to go to a charity, but instead it would appear just sat in a Just Giving account for many months? Well, we've been back to have a word with them. I'm pleased to say that Mike's back on the JVS now. Hello, Mike.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. Now, you will recall when my colleague Tara went to speak to Just Giving, their initial response was as follows. They said, we process thousands of donations every day in a safe and secure manner, and instances like this are exceptionally rare. We continue to investigate why the charity's building society would not accept this particular donation. In the meantime, a full refund has been processed and is being issued back to the donor. Mike's donation was kept in a secure holding account at all times, as are all donations made through Just Giving. We're sorry for the inconvenience caused and are working with the charity to make sure it doesn't happen again. Well, there were still lots of questions, weren't there, following that response? And as a result of those questions, I mean, for example, the main issue for me, Mike, I don't know about for you, but the main issue for me is, why did Just Giving, if there was a problem making the payment to the charity, why did they not come back to you and say, look, I know you made this payment of £30. For whatever reason, we're having difficulty paying it into the charity's bank account or building society account. Therefore, you would like to have the money back, I'm sure, and maybe make a donation via another means instead. Why would they just keep the money in their account and not come back to you to let you know there was that problem? Is that your greatest issue as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I asked my colleague Tara to invite someone from Just Giving to appear on the programme today, to be able to address that issue and to address others. We put the invitation to Just Giving. Can you imagine my disappointment this morning to receive the following response from Just Giving? Rather than putting anybody up to come on and explain what had gone on and to give a reassurance to everyone else listening to the programme that using the Just Giving website is perfectly safe and easy to do, and if there's any problem with a payment going through to a charity, that Just Giving will come back to the donor, make them aware of it, refund their money immediately. Instead, they have sent this response. Throughout the last 10 months, we have been working with the charity to find a solution and make sure the donation could be made as Mike intended. We apologise again for the inconvenience caused. That's their response, Mike.
Well, it just sort of sums up the frustration we've had and why I called you in the first place. By the way, you quoted from their first communication with Tara, which said that a payment was being processed to me. As at 10 minutes ago, I'd not received anything.
So they haven't paid you the money that you paid. I mean, it's approaching a year ago you made that payment.
That's right. I've had nothing at all.
What I find unacceptable, and please fear not, I will be going straight back to Just Giving this afternoon as soon as I come off air. And if they're not already listening to this programme, I will be making my opinions very well known to them. We all understand sometimes there can be problems. There can be problems making payments. That's not the issue. As far as I'm concerned, the issue is that so many of us, over the course of a year, will go on to Just Giving and we will make donations to charities or to colleagues who are doing, sponsored walks or whatever it may be. We will make payments in good faith, expecting that money to go to a charity or a good cause. If there's a problem, why did Just Giving not come back to you many months ago and make you aware of the problem and make you aware of it, refund you your money and suggest to you that if you wanted to make a donation to that particular charity, that you should find another way of doing so because their website at that particular point was having a problem doing so on your behalf? That, for me, is the central issue in all of this. Because otherwise, I'm listening to their response, Mike. I made a payment through Just Giving about a month ago. I made a payment to a hospital. It was because a friend of mine who sadly died, he'd had some treatment in that eye hospital, and his funeral, rather than asking for flowers or anything like that, they asked for donations through Just Giving to go to that particular hospital. I'm now thinking, well, did they get my money? Or is my money sitting in a Just Giving account? And actually that hospital didn't receive it. And they're not offering any kind of explanation or reassurance to people listening to this programme. I find it quite remarkable.
Jonathan, I agree with you completely. It's a matter of transparency, isn't it? If you could see what's happening to the money and you are able to see that it's sitting there, then although really the duty is on them to go back to the donor, at least the donor could do something about it if they could see. But it's a lack of faith, isn't it?
Well, it is an absolute lack of faith, but also I think the fact they haven't put anybody up on the programme, or at the very least responded to that central issue and offered an explanation as to why they hadn't come back to you. It's all well and good apologising and saying sorry about the issue. It's not about apologising for the issue. It's about explaining how the issue came about and reassuring other people that they can use the Just Giving website without this kind of problem. Because if you didn't know the charity, if it wasn't did you say your brother or your brother-in-law who runs the charity?
My brother is the treasurer. There's a group that run it, but he's on the...
So if your brother wasn't the treasurer, then you possibly would never have known that they hadn't received your £30 donation.
That's exactly right, and that's why I think that the transparency is a problem. I do agree with what you said earlier, that mistakes happen. I run a business myself, and I make mistakes. It happens. To me, what's important is not the mistake, it's what you do about it.
Exactly.
And they've done absolutely nothing at all, have they?
No, I couldn't believe the statement that they sent me this morning. I could not believe it. We went back with a comprehensive list of questions to put to them and asking for, if they weren't prepared to put somebody up on the programme, to address all of those issues. And instead, they send back a 2-line piece of PR waffle, to be honest, talking about they're sorry. It's just not acceptable.
Yes.
Okay.
There's nothing I can say, Jonathan.
No.
You're absolutely right.
Well, I will be going back to them this afternoon. We've never had, to be fair to Just Giving, we've never had a need to go and speak to them in the past. And maybe they are unfamiliar, therefore, with me and with the way my programme works. They're about to become more familiar. Let's put it like that, Mike. let's leave it there for today, and we will talk to you very soon. I will be straight back onto them this afternoon. And Just Giving, if you are listening to this programme, I suggest you pretty quickly either respond to all of the questions we put to you at the end of last week, or preferably put somebody up from Just Giving on my programme to explain to all of my listeners why anyone should have any faith in using your web. Pamela's husband Gordon ordered a new tablet for his birthday. This was back in April. Well, sadly, Gordon went into hospital a few days later and tragically died of coronavirus not long after. This meant the tablet was left unopened in its packaging. Pamela has since been trying to return the tablet to the company and get a refund, but things haven't gone according to plan.
I managed to get in touch with someone who collected it. It was acknowledged on the 5th of August, and I had an email then to say that the tablet would be inspected, made sure everything was okay, and a refund should be returned any time after 4 weeks. And now we're in October, and nothing has happened. I've had dozens of phone calls to the people concerned and have not had any decent reply.
Well, we promised Pamela that we would go and have a word with the company and try and resolve things for her. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Pamela.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Pamela. Right, Hannah has been speaking to this retailer. Hannah, what have they had to say for themselves?
I have. So after the show last week, I got straight in touch with the company, and to be fair to them, they were very quick to respond. They said they were going to get in touch with Pamela straight away that day, and I believe they have been in touch with Pamela, but she's still yet to receive the money back. Isn't that right, Pamela?
That's correct, yes.
What did they say when they called you, Pamela?
Well, they called me about 7 o'clock on Friday night, just to say that they hadn't heard from their, they call it a payment system, people yet, and she was hoping that they might notify them during the weekend, but she wasn't on until 8 today. But on Friday, she said that they couldn't find a PIN, obviously, to say the cheque had been returned back to the people we bought it from.
Right, well, hang on a second, because I think we're skipping over a bit
we
then.
are.
So hang on a minute. What's this to do with a cheque and a PIN, Hannah?
So, when Pamela was first contacted by the company, I believe they gave her a very long PIN number, which was a reference for the refund that they believe they did send to Pamela. But obviously this was purchased on her late husband's credit card.
Yeah.
So that was the PIN they believed they sent it to, and then Pamela explained to them that this may well have been a problem because the bank on her end, because Pamela's been investigating this, seemed to think that there hasn't been a cheque sent to that account.
I see. So the retailer was of the opinion that they put the money back on Gordon's credit card.
I believe so,
But
yes.
the bank said no, that money never went through, and of course Pamela's then stuck in the middle.
Yes. So then they went back to investigate whether that cheque had bounced back to them and whether they'd had it returned to them and not realised that that had happened.
Well, hang on a second. A cheque or a refund to a credit card?
So they believed that the payment had landed in Gordon's credit card account.
Yeah.
But then they were going to go and check to see whether that had bounced back to them.
Right.
And
okay.
whether they had any sort of reference for the money to try and track where it had gone.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to be trying their best to help Pamela in this case, but at the moment it seems from Friday evening it wasn't possible for them to track this down. They were struggling to find it.
So do they think then that they did indeed refund for that tablet?
I think they believe so, don't they, Pamela?
Yes,
Yeah.
they sent it back. So they said. The bank sent it back.
Well, this is a bit of a pickle then, because the problem is if the bank that Gordon's credit card was with, if they don't believe that money ever went to that card, back onto that card, but if the retailer says, well, we definitely put the money back and the money has left our bank account,
Yes.
then we're in a bit of a pickle, aren't we, really?
Yeah, we are.
Well, I think so.
Right, well, I tell you what I'd like us to do. let's go back to we're going to do a two-pronged attack, Pamela. I told you last week when you came to me, we're going to get this sorted, and we are going to get it sorted. We're not going to rest until it's sorted, all right?
Well done, Jonathan.
So here's the two-prong attack. Firstly, Hannah, can we go back to the retailer again this afternoon to say, right, how have you got on in terms of finding out where the money's gone?
Yeah.
Do you still believe that the money did go to the bank, or do you recognise that the payment didn't actually ever go through? If you recognise it didn't go through, when are you going to get a cheque written out to Pamela or make a transfer to Pamela's bank account for the full amount?
Yeah.
If they come back and say, oh, well, as far as our system is showing, we did definitely make the payment to the credit card, then I think we're going to need to get the bank involved.
Yeah, I agree.
And ask them to try and trace what might have happened to that money. And let's get the two of them talking. One way or the other, Pamela, we're going to find out what's happened to that money. Because, as I mentioned earlier, you're kind of stuck in the middle, aren't you? And
I am.
It's impossible for you to do anymore. How much was the tablet?
£349.
Yeah, so it's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and you would expect with these long PIN numbers that they should be able to trace these payments fairly effectively, but it seems to be causing them a bit of a problem, this one.
Right, OK, look, we have more work to do, Pamela. Can you leave it with us? I promise you we will get to the bottom of it. It's just obviously not going to be straightforward.
No. All right, Jonathan, but thank you very much for what you're doing.
Don't you worry about it. That's the important thing. Let us do all the worrying, OK?
All right, thank you.
Sarah's friend found 10 video cassettes of her children that, because we don't use video cassettes anymore, she could no longer watch. So Sarah agreed to take them to a local shop to get the footage transferred onto DVD. Well, that was back in January of this year. And a month or so later, Sarah went for a bit of a stroll.
I happened to walk past the premises of where I'd taken them, and it was completely empty. The unit was just, there was nothing there. There was a note on the window to say any inquiries to contact head office, which is what I did straight away. I did keep pushing it, and they did, they started, blaming the lockdown, which I totally understand, but I was trying to sort this out before then. They have in May sent me a full refund. More importantly is I even offered, if they would let me know where the lab was, where these tapes are meant to be. I even offered to go there and pick them up directly. And we're not really bothered now if they've not been transferred. We just want the tapes back.
Well, it's a bit of a nightmare, really, isn't it? And poor Sarah. She was trying to do a good deed for her friends, and she's ended up, now feeling a bit responsible for all of this. Sarah's back on the JVS. Hello, Sarah.
Hi, JVS. How are you?
Well, it was supposed to be such a nice thing to do, wasn't it? You taking it to the local shop, and now you're kind of in the middle of all of this, and I would imagine feel as if it's kind of a bit down to you to get things sorted, even though it wasn't your fault at all.
No, I know. No, but I think it is sorted now.
Well, I hope so, yeah, because we went off to have a word with the company on your behalf. They came back and assured us that they haven't lost the video cassettes. They know where they are, and they were going to locate them, and they were going to be getting them sent back to you. Now, the only slight worry I have, and maybe you're about to allay all of that, is that my colleague Tara, who'd been speaking to the company, was expecting to have a response from the company, a formal response. They have not provided us with a formal response. We've only got the informal assurance of, don't worry, we know where they are. Have you heard anything from them?
I have. I just had a text sort of Friday lunchtime just from the company just saying that something will be delivered that afternoon. And sure enough, the tapes did arrive sort of about 3 o'clock on Friday.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
With the DVDs. And I took them over to my friend Alison this morning, and just looking at them, we only managed to look at a few, but they do seem to have been transferred onto the DVDs. There was no note with them or their letter. They literally just arrived in a cardboard box. And I've had no more contact than that, but, I guess that's the main thing. We've got them back.
Oh, well, thank goodness for that.
Yes,
it's always my fear whenever anything like this happens that, we then try and contact the company and they then either don't respond or they haven't got a clue what they've done with them. And that was my real fear. So you can imagine when they came back and seemed quite confident that they did indeed know where the cassettes were, that was reassuring. I'm delighted they have sent them back. Yes, it would have been nice.
Alison, so thank you to you and your team, Jonathan, for sorting this out for us. It's just great. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure. It would have been nice if they had indeed sent a kind of apology and
yes, or a note, or just sorry for the delay, but then there was nothing in there at all, but just the tapes, which was, I guess, the most important thing. So
now, so have they given you your money back for this?
Yes, they refunded that back in May, to be honest.
Right. So in effect, they've now done the job for free.
I presume so. I've not heard anything otherwise.
No. Well, I don't see.
I'll take it as
I think if they suddenly started saying, "Oh, now we want the money back," I think that would be, considering your friend has been left without the DVDs and indeed her video cassettes since the beginning of the year. I think that would be very, very smelly.
I'll call you back, Jonathan.
Yeah, you do that, please. Well, I think we're going to call that a result. Yes, it would have been nice if they'd provided us with a formal response, but actually, do you know what? I'm far more interested in them actually getting the footage back to your friend. They've done that, so we will thank them and I will give them the horn. Of Tony came to me, he was telling me he purchased a freestanding cooker in 2013. He was told at the time it was the Rolls-Royce of cookers. It really was terribly posh, cost about £1,000. But he says ever since, he's had problems with it tripping the electrics on his house.
The real crunch came at Christmas. We had all the family round and the cooker cut out, blew the main fuse, and we could not get it working again. So we had to ferry the food to my daughters to overcome the issue. Then they sent a technician out, and they decided there was a problem in the end, and they would replace it. We went with a new model after being assured the main problems had been fixed. Now, the cooker was replaced in 2017, but within a week, the new cooker tripped the mains, which did not go down very well. So I contacted the manufacturer. They sent out a technician, and he said, there's a mod on this cooker, and this will overcome the problem. But some of the same problems started reoccurring. The touch panels on the hob were temperamental and worked when they felt like it. The mains oven would cut out at random. So we started using the top oven this year, and the top oven now started to trip the fuse. It went again last night. My wife said she's just no confident in the cooker, and it's just temperamental, and she wants it out of the house.
Well, I promised Tony I would try and get things sorted out. Tony's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tony.
Hi there, good morning.
Hello, Tony. Now, as you will recall, because so much time has passed since you first made the purchase, and as it was the manufacturer of the cooker that ended up replacing it, it is the manufacturer that I have been dealing with. It would ordinarily be the responsibility of the retailer to resolve an issue like this, but obviously the manufacturer seemed to have taken on the mantle and they were picking it up and running with it. Now, I spoke to that manufacturer who came back initially with this response. They are AEG. And they said AEG strives to offer exemplary customer service, aiming to respond to queries as soon as possible during busy periods. We are undertaking an internal investigation as to why that did not happen in this instance. We've already been in dialogue with Tony to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. The comments and feedback provided by Tony will be reviewed to ensure that AEG continues to offer the high standard of care that our customers expect. Well, that's a lot of kind of PR words that all sounds very positive, but really none of it much matters unless they've resolved the issue for you. When I spoke to you, you said, yes, it's great. They've said that they are going to replace the cooker with a brand new one. You said that they've, since you had your one, the one that you've got now, they've now gone back to the good old-fashioned knobs rather than having a touch screen on their cookers, and they had said that they were going to offer you the top of the range one. You were very happy with it, which was lovely. Although, you then came back to me with something that was a little bit worrying. You then received a phone call from someone, apparently from AEG, suggesting they were going to come out and repair your cooker. Well, that wasn't our understanding, was it, Tony?
No, it wasn't indeed.
So I went back to AEG and said, oh, what's going on? Why suddenly is he having a phone call from someone saying they're going to repair it? To be fair to them, they were pretty red-faced by that and said, oh, gosh, sorry, can you leave this with us? We'll try and find out why that confusion has occurred. They came back to me last week, end of last week. They said, we have now spoken to Tony and we have agreed with him for a new appliance to be sent as part of a goodwill gesture. Tony has accepted this. We've also confirmed the model that he wants. We have raised the exchange order and he should get a call on Friday with the booking. Did you hear from them on Friday?
I did, yes. I mean, I think the interesting thing was when I spoke to you on Tuesday, they hadn't come back to me, if you remember, and you said, let me know if they don't come back to you, which I did.
Yeah.
I got a phone call on the Wednesday. They apologised for the lack of contact, but the original lady who was looking after it was off ill. So someone else it had percolated down to, and she had picked the cudgel up. We went through all the details, and she promised she would locate a cooker and get back to me. She did explain they were short of cookers and spares because AEG was shut down for 3 months due to COVID, which I fully accept.
Yeah.
Thursday she called me back and said they'd located one and speak to the distributors who would arrange a date to deliver and remove the old one. And true to her word, the logistics company phoned me back and made arrangements to collect the old cooker, deliver and install one next Friday, the 30th of October. So
great.
I am over the moon, so to speak.
Well, it certainly sounds like a great solution, and we will just keep fingers crossed that it all goes smoothly.
Yes.
I'm going to, just as because it's a Monday, and because I can see something called the sun in the sky, I'm going to give them just a little bit of positivity. They won't get any more until you tell me your new cooker is installed and you're 100% happy, and we'll all be round. We'll all be round to yours for Christmas, Tony. Is that all right?
I think everybody's steering clear this Christmas.
Well, that's true. All six of us will be round for Christmas. Right, listen, can you please keep me posted and let me know as soon as the new one turns up?
No, I would just like to thank all the people involved, because I could have never have got as far as you've gone. I mean, obviously, they're terrified when you ring up, so it really does seem to get things moving very well indeed.
Well, I don't know about being terrified. I just want to thank AEG for agreeing to get things resolved, and hopefully as soon as it's all, you've got your new cooker and you're happy, everyone will move on and everyone will be more satisfied with the situation. Listen, let's leave it there, Tony. We'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you very much, then. Bye-bye.
Have a good week. You may recall this. Robert was due to go to Orlando in July 2019 with his young family. But because of a sudden illness, he was unable to fly. So the flights were rescheduled to October of that year as a goodwill gesture. But he was still unfit to travel. So the flights were moved again to May of this year. But what Robert really wanted was a full refund, so he managed to organise that himself, courtesy of insurance cover on his property.
In April, I found out that I did actually have global travel insurance. So I then cancelled the flights because the insurer said to me, you have to go to the airline, get a receipt that you haven't travelled, you haven't used these flights, and then we will refund you the flight money. So that's what I'd done. I went to the airline and got a receipt from them. Actually took a couple of months, and the insurer then refunded me about £3,000, less than money that the airline was obligated to refund me, which was air passenger duty and some other government surcharges. And I went to the airline for a refund of those taxes and the surcharges, which is £231 per person times 4 people that were travelling, £924. And the airline's website, when I made that refund request, said the refund should take 21 days. And that was on the 5th of June.
So why has this airline not refunded the money? Well, that was exactly what I went to put to the airline on Robert's behalf. Now, Robert's not back on the programme, but I, of course, am obliged to update this case regardless, because I went off to have a word with the airline, and you may recall if you've been following the case, the airline came back and said the refund for this booking was issued on the 22nd of August 2020. So I explained that to Robert and said, look, the airline is absolutely adamant that they've already refunded you the money. Robert said, well, they haven't. Now, I've been doing this for a very long time. And as I explained to Robert, I said to him, could you please do me a favour and just go and check? Can you just double check? Because I've had a situation too many times where I end up with egg all over my face when I go to a company and start banging my fist and then they send proof that indeed they were right. They had refunded the money. So even though Robert was insistent this money had not gone through, he did indeed agree to go off and check his account. And you can imagine what happened next. He indeed came back and said, oops, yes, actually, that money had gone back into the account. I hadn't noticed it. So I'm very pleased that he did indeed check that the money had gone back in before I went and gave this airline a hard time. Robert didn't want to come back on the programme today, but I want to thank the airline very much indeed for responding and indeed for refunding Robert the money that they were had a rather luxury bookcase built. It's kind of fitted furniture in his room. It was all built and fitted in August of 2018. He chose a particular company to do it because they'd given him what he thought was excellent advice in terms of making really good quality, long-lasting furniture. They recommended the bookcase should be built from hardwood and, very importantly, given a coat of tough diamond finish paint to make it extra durable. Well, he went for it. But he says he's had an issue with the finish of the paintwork that's been rumbling on, to be honest, ever since it was first installed.
There were a few accidental scratches and a couple of little gaps here and there they needed to fill, and they repainted those by hand. But when the paint dried, it was the same lovely dark blue colour, but not the same shade. They popped back 5 or maybe 6 times and repainted a bigger and bigger patch by hand, and each time they did it, they took the shelves off, and then when they put the shelves back on, they left more scratches and marks on the paint. And it was starting to look really awful by now. And then they sent a man all the way from London who was a specialist painter, and he repainted it. But when he repainted it, and we had a look at the finish, it was awful. There were lots of brush marks visible and even more scratches. And he said he was embarrassed by the quality of the work, and they promised me they'd send him round again. But then I suppose COVID hit, didn't it?
Well, Richard came to me because he said, look, here I am. I've still got the bookcase that doesn't have a good quality paint finish on it. I'm really annoyed and I just want the company to get it resolved. So I've been speaking to the company on Richard's behalf. I think we're getting somewhere. Richard's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Richard. So I know both you and I have been communicating with this company. You copied me in on an email. I copied you in on an email as well. What's happened since we spoke last week in terms of getting the decorator to come out and properly repaint the bookcase?
Well, sort of something and nothing, I suppose. So the good news is I got a response back to say that they had identified somebody who could come and use a technique which I think one of your listeners had suggested that I put to them called
air spraying.
Something, or airless spraying or something like that. Anyway,
Yeah.
they thought that was a good idea, and they found a specialist, they use that term again, who can come and do it for you, which is great. So at first read, I was really, really pleased to hear that. That's definitely a step forwards. Since then, I've sort of had a couple of doubts have crept in. I'll tell you why. There was a bit of a caveat to it. They said that this chap wouldn't be able to come round this side of Christmas to do the work. And if I was just patient, then they'd get it done next year, which sounds okay on the face of it. But if I think back to December last year, Jonathan, that's when they told me they would be sending this specialist painter back to finish the work in the new year. And here I am a year later, well, with nothing to show for it. So I'm sort of pleased and worried at the same time.
So we're a little worried that it's been kicked into the long grass.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. After this conversation, let me go back, let me speak to them and just say, look, why are you expecting the customer to wait until next year? Why can't we get it done this year? Let's make it quite clear that really the sooner they can do it, the better. Let's leave it there for today. I'll talk to you very soon, Richard. I'll go and email them, okay?
Thank you, bye. Thank you.
Hello there, Jonathan.
Did you see the sunrise this morning, Jerry?
I did not. Sorry, I never.
It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, listen, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, in April this year, I ordered a plush teddy bear sleeping bag for my grandson from an online retailer. I hadn't heard anything about delivery for the next couple of weeks, so I emailed them with no response. I tried a few more times over the days, nothing. But in between that, this might sound funny, but you'll get the story at the end. In between that, I received a small package through the letterbox. And it was just a piece of material. And I thought, well, that's a bit strange. Maybe it's a mistake or a free gift or something. Never thought no more of it. I still didn't receive the parcel, so I contacted the company I paid through, which they investigated, and they told me that the company I ordered the sleeping bag from had given them tracking information and the parcel had been delivered. I then went to my local post office and I never mentioned I didn't see that it was relevant at the time about the piece of material. So I spoke to the post office and she said, yes, something has been delivered to your address. And I said, well, I haven't received it. And it was the same tracking number as the teddy bear sleeping bag. And he said to me, it's a scam, it's going about now, but they can't do anything about it, where you order something, but you don't get what you ordered, and they send you a piece of rubbish material or something, but then they have the tracking number and everything, so it's classed as delivered.
What? So hang on a minute. So the company that you purchased this teddy bear sleeping bag from, you are concerned that what they've done is they've taken. How much did you pay for the sleeping bag?
It was £30.98.
£30.98. So you pay £30.98. They then send you a little tiny bit of fabric.
Yeah.
But they send it. Did you have to sign for the fabric?
No, it was put through the letterbox, so there isn't any signature or anything.
Right, but had they sent it via a kind of a trackable source?
Yes, but the tracking number would be the number with the teddy bear sleeping bag.
Right, but so have you checked to see if I don't know, have you still got the envelope that the piece of fabric came in?
I haven't. That's the problem. I haven't, no. I just didn't think at the time.
Well, why would you?
About it.
Why would you? I mean, it'd be a very weird thing to happen, wouldn't it? If all of a sudden.
I thought it was a free gift or something or other, you know. But there was no way of contacting the company who sent this piece of material. It was just nothing in it, just this piece of material.
But what I don't understand is, if you didn't have to sign for the piece of material, then surely there's still no proof that you actually received even the piece of material.
Well, according to the post office, I gave them the tracking number of the teddy bear sleeping bag that was on my piece of paper, and they said that it was the tracking number that was on this parcel that was put through my letterbox.
But how do you know? Because if you haven't got the envelope, you don't know what the tracking number on that was.
Well, I don't know.
Or does it just kind of does it just tally in date-wise when they say they delivered it as to when you received that bit of fabric?
Yes, and when I contacted the people that I paid through, they investigated it and they said that the company had given them tracking information, and as far as they're concerned, it was delivered.
Where is the... Okay, I think what you need to say, and what I'm more than happy to say on your behalf to that company, is prove it.
Yeah.
You know, if the company have given... Anyone can give tracking information. That doesn't mean that you've received it.
That's right.
Does it? Because unless they turn around and say, OK, well, here's a signature. It's a signature and it's signed, you know, Jerry, whatever your surname is, then it doesn't really prove anything, does it? The fact that you received some bit of fabric. It's very strange. Just hang on one second. Chris in Bedford wants to comment. I gather, Chris, you've had the same issue.
Yeah, absolutely. I ordered a couple of things. It was a couple of microphone stands, actually. And 6 weeks later, they still hadn't turned up. I was expecting a large package of 5 or 6 kilograms. But in the meantime, an absolutely random piece of tacky jewellery had turned up. I'd kept the package because I had no idea what it was. I asked the company for a tracking number, and sure enough, the tracking number they gave me was the one that was on this piece of jewellery. I asked them for a refund, got nowhere with that, but I was able to contact my credit card company. They gave me a refund and did whatever they do. But unfortunately, this was, I won't say obviously, but the company that I was looking at, I hadn't done my sort of due diligence. They were .co.uk, but that was as good as it got. You know, it was all very random stuff, and they seem to sell everything. So I think very much a company that takes your money, perhaps hopes that you don't, you know, follow it up or that you forget about it or whatever it might be. But, you know, they held on to my money for a little while at least.
Had you had to sign for the tacky bit of jewellery that arrived?
I may well have done, and this was end of last year. I had a friend staying in the spare room for a while, and I just assumed that she could, because her name wasn't recognised at my address, I assumed this was maybe something that she had put in my name to make sure it got delivered to the right place. But of course, when I asked her, she said, no idea what that is. So, yeah, I imagine I had to sign for it. But there was nothing on it. You know, I get parcels every day, at least every other day. So I'll sign for whatever arrives without a thought of what this might be or what order this might be coincide with. So the idea that we could maybe reject the parcel because it's not what we're expecting, I think, you know, in an ideal world, yes. But
yeah, but you're absolutely right. And it's something people should be aware of. Somebody rings your doorbell. You know, it's a guy standing there holding one of those little packages or whatever. Says, "Well, can you sign for it?" You'd sign, wouldn't you? And then you'd shut the door and you'd go and open it and you'd think, "What the dickens is this? I didn't order this." But by that point, you've just signed for it. The company then have a signature for the fact that they've sent. Well, they allege they've sent you something very expensive that you paid for, and that you've received it and signed for it. But you see, the bizarre thing with Jerry is that, Jerry, you say you did not sign for the bit of fabric. So the company do not have any proof that you actually received. Well, they're suggesting you've received the sleeping bag, but how do they prove it?
That's right.
They can't.
No, and, you know, the post office said, yes, we can see that this has been put through your letterbox.
Well, that's interesting. Paul in Boreham Wood says, due to coronavirus, Royal Mail don't get you to sign for things anymore.
That's right.
Don't know. But this was a tiny, tiny little package, so they probably would have put it through the door anyway, you know.
Yeah, but still, it can't be tracked and traced, can it, if you haven't signed for it, or unless there is some kind of evidence from whichever courier company or the Royal Mail or whoever you decide to use, unless they can prove that they definitely put it through your letterbox. I mean, I don't know whether they have to take... Is there a chance that they might have taken a photo of them putting it through your letterbox? And that's the evidence? I don't know.
The company, because I think it was just from the post, you know, the normal postman.
This is very
recently, the postman have been signing for items when we're not in, just because of the, you know, I've signed that for you and left it. And if we're out, you know, we're quite friendly with the postman, so they've signed for something on our behalf.
Yeah.
But due to COVID, you know, so they're taking advantage of that as well.
Yes, but you can see how this actually can then end up costing somebody a lot of money, because if you order something that costs 80 quid and the company send you out something that actually costs 80p, you sign for it and then they say, well, we sent out the 80 quid item and we've got a signature for it. How do you prove that it wasn't the 80 quid item that you received?
Yeah. I didn't actually sign for mine, so...
No.
You know.
Well, this is very, very intriguing. Chris, thank you very much indeed for your call. If anyone else has had a similar situation, 08081 008800 is the number for your call. Hang on a second. Mark in Stoke Hammond. Hello, Mark.
Hi, JVS.
Hi. Have you had experience of this?
I actually run my own online retailing business, so I've dealings with most major courier companies. The situation at the moment is that none of them are actually allowing their drivers to actually get things signed for because of COVID. So what they're doing is just taking pictures of items and leaving them outside or taking the name. Also, in areas where you're not actually allowed to visit neighbours and things like that, they're not even allowed to leave it with a next-door neighbour because you'd be breaking the regulations then by going to get it. As a result of that, since COVID, there's actually been a significant rise in the number of people who were saying that they've not had items that have been left outside. And what's happening as a retailer is they're then going back to them and saying, we've not had the goods, and they're ended up getting their money back through PayPal or chargeback because of the fact that things aren't being signed for.
I see. And how do you kind of know about this? What's your experience?
I run a business from home where I sell online on all the major selling sites.
So have some of your customers said the same thing? Hang on a second. Have some of your customers said the same thing then, that they haven't received what they've paid for from you?
Yeah, out of about 250 items that I send out a month, in the last month I think I've had about 20 situations where a claim has been made either through PayPal or through the online platform that I sell on, where they've said that they've not been delivered, and when I've gone to my courier company, they've provided me with photographs with it outside the house.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Mark. Graham in Milton Keynes says, JVS, I've had the same experience. I ordered a laser cutter and ended up with a tacky ring. The vendor sent the tracking number and it matched the ring. I still have the packet and I'm still trying to get my £45 back. No one signed for my item. It was just pushed through the door. I mean, the good news for you, Jerry, as people are pointing out, how can you fit a sleeping bag through a letterbox?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a pretty good question, isn't it, really? I'll tell you what we'll do. This is very intriguing, and thank you so much for coming to the programme, because it's something for everyone to be aware of. And can I just say, and I'm always banging on about this, but it would appear now even more important than usual, the internet is a big wide world. The internet has the ability to allow you to buy something from dodgy people. So therefore, don't assume that just because a company has a nice website, don't assume that because a company has a .co.uk address, that you are buying it from a good, reputable firm. Make sure you only buy stuff on the internet from good, well-known, reputable companies. Do your homework. Look up what other customers are saying about them. Make sure that you do as much as you possibly can to protect yourself from having this kind of experience. Jerry, let's go and have a word with the company you purchased this sleeping bag from. Let's see what we can find out, and we'll speak to you very soon.
Thank you.
All right, hang on there, please. Very, very interesting. If you have the same issue, it's certainly a worrying thing, isn't it? Because absolutely, as many of you are pointing out, if the courier companies, if the delivery drivers are no longer requiring a signature because of the virus, how do you prove that what you've received is actually not what you ordered if the tracking number is put down on the system as being the same? 08081 008800, that's the number for your call.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio. Every Saturday morning from 6. Nana Akua.
I'm not a single woman, as you know. Because of that, my children go to their dad 1 week on, 1 week off, 1 week off. So it means that there is always a weekend where I get a very long weekend, and it's this weekend. I love it.
The sound of beds, hearts and bugs.
And I feel really bad, actually, when the dads come and get them. And I say, okay, bye-bye, sweetie, bye-bye. Bye, children, love you, love you. And as soon as the door is shut, I just dance around my house going, yippee, yippee, yeah, yippee, yeah. I can't help myself, I know.
Nana Akua.
Just then I felt a pang of guilt. I shouldn't be so overjoyed, but I am.
BBC Three Counties Radio. Making a difference. Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Lots of calls coming in regarding Jerry's consumer case of the sleeping bag she ordered for her grandchild, £30.98. Didn't ever arrive, but what did arrive was a strange little strip of fabric. Well, the company now says that strange little strip of fabric was in fact the sleeping bag, and Jerry's finding it very difficult to prove it wasn't. Alan in Stevenage. Hello, Alan.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi. What have you experienced, Alan?
Yeah, I bought some bunk beds on the auction site, and I was liaising with a company, and they actually were going to come deliver the beds and erect them for me. And they said it's very important that you've got your receipt, or else the guys won't come and do it. So a few days later, a letter arrived that I had to sign for, and it was just a receipt for the sale, which I thought was a little bit weird. Anyway, they kept putting the delivery off, and in the end, it turned out that they had said that the letter I'd signed for was the bed.
So this is happening left, right, and centre. Did you ever get your money back, Alan?
I did, because I paid through PayPal, so I was able to claim back through PayPal.
Well, you were lucky, because I think Jerry's been trying to do the same without much luck. Thank you, Alan. Jeffrey in Boreham Wood. Hello, Jeffrey.
Hi, good morning. It's a very similar situation too.
Yes. Yeah, I'm listening to you, Jeffrey. What's happened to you?
I ordered some garden recline chairs, and all I received was a little ring in the post.
A little ring?
Yeah, little 10p worth of ring.
And did the company say that ring actually was your garden furniture?
Well, I kept emailing them, but I had no reply. So I got in touch with PayPal. They tried to get hold of the company. They had no luck, but I did get a refund from PayPal.
Well, you're very lucky, Jeffrey. Thank you very much indeed. It would appear this is happening left, right and centre. Now, in September, Kyle decided to do a bit of decorating. To make life easier, he purchased a paint roller, a luxury paint roller. It cost just under £39, and the way it works is you fill the roller itself, the body of the roller, with paint, and it does the rest. It's supposed to make things much, much easier. However, when he went to use it, well, things didn't go according to plan.
It's got two caps on it. The one where you put the paint in, and on the opposite side, it's just like a cap that brings it all together. And that popped off, and I thought, okay, not a problem. Popped it back on, thought nothing of it. And about a few minutes later, I noticed it was leaking paint out of the side. So I gave it a wipe, and it didn't seem to be coming through. So I carried on, and then it's also the foam started peeling away from the roller, and it had proper leaks. It was dripping out everywhere. It was dripping on the skirting boards, and the one bit of carpet I didn't have covered, it started dripping on the carpet. So I've run across and sort of tried emptying it all out, and when I've looked at it further, the whole foam has come away from the roller. It's got holes in the foam, and it's just falling apart, basically.
Yes, it certainly hadn't made Carl's life any easier. It made it a lot more difficult. Well, Kyle was really unhappy about it. He wanted the company to refund him for the roller. He wasn't asking for any more than that. I mean, he wasn't asking for all the carpets to be cleaned or anything else like that. He just wanted the money back for the roller. But the company wasn't obliging, which is why Kyle came to me. Well, I've been off to have a word with that company. Kyle's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Kyle.
Hi, JVS. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, Kyle. Now, just a quickie, and I'm not going to identify the company because I think they have finally sorted things out. But just out of interest, how did you come across this company? Because I had never heard of them before.
So I had heard of them before, but I'd never ordered anything from them. But it was just going through the web search for these sort of rollers, and they popped up.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just reiterating to everyone listening to the programme, because I know so many of us now are buying stuff online rather than going into shops for obvious reasons. And we need to make the right decisions when we're buying over the internet, because the internet opens you up to retailers from all over the world. Now, I'm not quite sure where this company is based, and to start with, I was getting extremely concerned because I was emailing them and they just weren't responding. And I thought, oh, God. And as I'd never heard of them before, I thought, who on earth are we dealing with here? Are they actually going to resolve the issue? So in the end, I had to get a bit stroppy. And I sent an email saying, you haven't responded to my emails. Please be advised that I will be identifying your company on the programme because I have a duty of care to warn everyone else. Well, miraculously, I then received a response from them. They came back and said, apologies for the delay in getting back to you. We're sorry to hear this. We've been working with a new remote customer service team who didn't manage this customer's case as well as they should have. We've since been in contact with the customer and have refunded him in full. Well, please tell me, Kyle, that's true?
So, yeah, I had an email from them on Friday. It was very short. It just said, sorry for the delay. We've issued a refund. And I've looked this morning and the money's appeared in my account.
Fantastic. Good. Well, they've managed to protect themselves against being identified on the programme because, as I say, I was getting to the point where I really felt I was going to have no alternative but to identify the company. The fact that they've now refunded you and have sorted the problem out means I won't do that. But, again, I just reiterate, we all know there are lots of good locally based companies out there that, for example, will sell decorating equipment. Do your homework, buy from good local British companies that have a good reputation. Do your homework, look at the reviews that they're getting from people who've ordered stuff, make sure that lots of people seem happy. Don't rely on reviews on a company's own website. Look at independent websites. Look at reviews on Google and on Yale and all those kinds of places where people can independently leave their feedback on a company. And then hopefully you will make sure that when you buy something, you don't end up with a nightmare situation of having to battle with them to get your money back or to get things sorted out. Kyle, have you at least managed to finish your decorating with a conventional roller?
We have for now, yes. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Yes, well, there we go. You live and learn. I'm pleased that you've at least got your money back. I will give this company the horn and thank them very much indeed. If you have any other problem. Richard, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes. I live in an 18th century stone cottage, semi-detached, tiled roof with slate. There's a strip of land that runs along the side of us, which is more to my neighbour's side, but still would affect us, which has not been kept by its landlord for several years, by the look of it. There's a large sycamore tree, which is a double-trunked sycamore tree, which is no more than 3 metres from the corner of my neighbour's house. There's also a line of ash and sycamore saplings, which are now up to about 30 feet. I've spoken with the landlord several times. Had a chap come out last winter and had a look. And he said, yep, that tree where it is on a sloping bank. As far as he's concerned, it's not going to be particularly stable. And the actual branches off it are now hitting the roof in windy days. At the moment, they're quite small branches, but they'll only get bigger. So I was expecting all this to get sorted out, which it didn't. So
sorry to interrupt you. So the chap who came out last winter at the behest of the owner of the land where these trees are, what was he, a tree surgeon or a surveyor or what?
I don't think he's actually a tree surgeon as such, although he was in the department of his organisation which dealt with that.
Oh, what? So he's from a council?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fine. So the owner of the land organised for someone from the council to come out and to look, and this man from the council agreed that the trees were not in the right place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which he now denies.
Okay.
Yeah. So
is that, sorry to interrupt you. So the land that's next to your property, is that privately owned or owned by the council?
It's owned by the council.
Oh, okay, fine. So it's the council's responsibility, these trees?
Yes.
Okay. So what are they now saying? Because I would imagine if nothing was done last year after they recognised that there was a problem, then the trees are even bigger this year.
They're bigger, they're growing at a rapid rate. The sycamore is now probably 50, 60 feet high, and the other saplings are 30 feet high, and so that takes out most of the sunlight from my garden, as well as next door, as well as having the risk of falling onto the house, branches knocking slates off the roof, or root ingress, or sucking too much water out of the ground and causing subsidence.
And is there any evidence of that? I mean, have you got any cracks on the inside of the property, or
no? We've not got any of that showing, fortunately.
So there's no evidence at the moment that the trees are actually damaging your property.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is that would give us a much stronger bit of ammunition to go and speak to the council if the trees were actually causing problems to the property now.
Yeah.
There's not. It is a common misconception that you have a right to light automatically regarding trees. It's not always that straightforward. It depends how long the tree's been there. It depends how long your house has been there. There's all kinds of issues regarding right to light legislation, and very often kind of relying on making an argument to a council or a property owner that a tree is blocking out light. It's often not very successful, which is very frustrating because the simple fact is the council that owns the land and the council that owns the trees is responsible for those trees, and yet it sounds as if they're not really taking their responsibility very seriously.
Yeah, I mean, with the branches that are touching the roof, they say, oh yes, you can get those cut down up to the line of your fence, that's fine. But we'd need a tree surgeon to do that because of the height of the tree. I'm 59. My neighbours are in their 70s. We're certainly not going to be going up ladders with a chainsaw. So,
do you have, just out of interest, do you have with your home insurance legal protection?
Most probably, yes. I'd have to double check, but I think we have.
Okay, right. Well, that might be useful. And again, while I'm on my mission today of giving people advice, always take out legal cover with your home insurance. It normally costs about an extra 25 quid. It is well worth the money. When you buy that legal cover with your home insurance policy, but on the basis of you taking out a good quality insurance policy with a good quality company, the legal cover provides legal assistance, advice and legal representation for a variety of civil disputes. Not only to do with your property, but also nothing to do with your property. You know, if you're, for example, end up in a dispute with a retailer over something, it may well be that you can use your legal cover through your home insurance policy to help you fight a company in court. So it's well worth the money. And always, I know it's when we're looking at, you know, a couple of £100 or whatever it may be for an insurance policy, it's very easy to say, oh, well, I'll save myself 25 quid by not having that. I don't really need it. Seriously, it's well worth the money. And it may well be regarding your case that if you've got that cover will come in very handy if the council refuse to do anything about it. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. Let's hope that we can talk some sense into them. Hannah, can I please pass Richard back?
Of course.
Can we get some detail? Go and have a word with this company, or this council rather, and just say to them, your trees, they're far too close to Richard's property. Can you please come and cut them back?
Yeah, sure, I'll get on to that now.
Because otherwise, this problem is just going to get worse and worse. And they're going to end up with an even bigger bill on their hands as soon as those trees do actually start causing structural damage to Richard's house and roof damage to the properties.
Absolutely.
OK, leave it with us, Richard. I'm going to pass you back to Hannah. We'll get some... Now, in February of this year, Courtney's mum booked a package holiday for them all to go to New York. Courtney was going to go with her parents. A £550 deposit was paid, but Foreign Office advice was, of course, not to travel there. That advice still remains at the moment. So the travel company got in touch with them.
On the 22nd of July, my mum got an email stating that her holiday could no longer go ahead, so she could either get a full refund or have a voucher for the deposit amount. After filling out the form, she then got an email a bit of time after to say that she was being charged an amendment fee plus a cancellation fee, so actually she was only getting £100 and something back.
So, why has the company said Courtney's mum will not be getting the full £550, and why have the company not actually paid Courtney's mum any money at all? That was the question, or those were the questions we were going to put to this holiday company on Courtney's behalf. She's back on the JVSNO. Hello, Courtney.
Hello.
Hello. So, as you are well aware, The company concerned is Virgin Holidays. And I don't know if have you seen Virgin Holidays have been in the news in the last few days over this kind of very issue?
Yes, actually, we have seen it pop up a couple of times now, which is quite ironic.
Yes, quite. Well, we spoke to Virgin Holidays regarding your case. They came back and said, "We always strive to make any associated booking and amendment fees as clear as possible. We apologise to Courtney's mum that this didn't happen on this occasion. As such, we will honour the information that was provided in store by refunding the full deposit and the amendment fees totalling £550. Now, they gave us that information, they gave us that update at the end of last week. I don't know, has your mum had a chance to check the card that she paid on?
Yes, she did over the weekend, actually, because she doesn't have online banking. And I think I mentioned before they said a possible payment instalments situation. And she has had 400 back from the company now. So I'm assuming that they have gone with the paying in instalments option.
It's concerning, really, isn't it? For a big company like Virgin Holidays, that, I mean, we all understand for the holiday companies, this has been an absolute nightmare, this virus. It really has had a devastating impact. But the fact that they're paying a total amount of £550 in these instalments makes you wonder how much money they're having to pay back. So you've had 400, you're still owed another 150 quid.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I mean, we obviously are going to stay across this. We're not going to go anywhere until this is resolved and until you've received the full amount of money. And I would hope that Virgin Holidays are aware of that. I mean, I noticed they're in the news again today, and there's talk of either them paying people back that are owed the money for their holidays, or they're going to face court action. So this is definitely not just something that you are facing yourself and your family. It's obviously something that other people are facing as well. And let's just hope. I mean, you would just hope with a company like Virgin Holidays it won't come to that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we've not been getting any actual communication with them at all since that instalment email was several months ago now. So it's kind of, we just have to keep checking the account, really, to see if the money's coming in.
Well, look, I mean, the simple fact is they owe you another 150 quid. They told us that they would be providing you with the full deposit refund and amendment fees totalling 550. I think we give them until the end of this week to make the further payment of £150. If you still haven't received the full amount, I think we'll go and chase them again, because it's just not acceptable. What about have you made any plans to have a trip to America next year, or are you holding off making any holiday plans for the time being?
Yeah, I think we're just going to kind of wing it and just play it by ear and wait for now, so...
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people are doing that, and I would certainly advise anybody thinking of holidays for next year, I'm not saying don't go ahead and book, but just make sure if you do book any holidays or any trips for next year, make sure you protect yourself in the usual way. Always book package trips. If you book individual component parts, you're taking a huge risk. Book package holidays with package companies, and always pay by credit card. That's probably the safest way you can book a trip at the moment. Because if things are cancelled again next year, at least that way, hopefully, you will get your money back. Listen, Courtney, let's catch up at the end of the week. Fingers crossed you'll have the extra 150 quid back and we can call this a result. Good afternoon, Motion. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. Actually, I bought this mattress. I think it got delivered on Thursday. It was 25th of May, 2017. I bought it online from a retailer website, and it was quite expensive one. I'm not sure for me it was. So
how much was it?
Oh yeah, It was around £400, £400 or something. £409 or something.
Okay, and
so, yeah.
how big is it?
It's a king size mattress.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, £400 for a king size mattress. I absolutely accept what you're saying. We all have different budgets. So obviously, depending on your budget, things will be more expensive to all of us. In the grand scheme of mattresses, £400 for a king size mattress is not a lot of money. You can spend a lot more. I absolutely accept you can get cheaper mattresses than £400, but for £400 you're never going to have a mattress that's going to be very long lasting. It should last you for quite a few years, but you're not going to have a mattress that maybe is going to last for 10 years. That's what I would say. So what's the other thing I would just, as an aside, point out, very, very risky to buy a mattress that you haven't tried. You said you bought it from an online retailer. How did you know that you were going to be comfortable on this mattress?
I never thought about that because the manufacturer was a quite renowned company as well. So it said like something like which best mattress award.
Yeah, but listen, mattresses are they're a very personal thing. There are all different types of mattress. There are different materials that can be used in mattress. I mean, some people love, for example, memory foam mattresses. I hate them. I get hot in a memory foam mattress. I don't find it comfortable. I don't like memory foam at all. But other people love it. I like a mattress that is made out of natural materials. I also like a very sprung mattress. Other people don't like a sprung mattress. They like something that's very kind of hard. So it's a very personal thing, and you spend a third of your life in bed. So it's really important that when you buy a mattress, you try it for a good long period of time in the shop before you actually agree to buy it, and you make sure that you really are happy with it. I certainly would not recommend buying mattresses that you've never tried. It's a bit of a risk. Anyway, so you've had this mattress since May of 2017?
Mm-hmm, yes.
And how has it been for the last 3 years?
It was quite all right. When we were having just average sleeps. I mean, most of the time, it was quite all right. It was not bad. But quite recently, me and my missus were having like back pains, and we tried to monitor the mattress, like if there's anything on it. But what we found is was a dip in it. Like there's a big patch of dip in it. Mm-hmm. And in that dip, I can actually feel the springs. It's a pocket spring mattress, but it's like the individual small pocket springs should be in it. It's not a normal spring mattress, but it's a pocket spring. But yeah, I actually feel the springs in that dip, in that big dip. So,
right. And is this a mattress that you have to turn, or is it a non-turn mattress?
Yeah, it is a turn mattress, yes.
And have you turned it in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions?
Yes. It's actually the turn mattress, and as well as the head side should be going on to the toe side as well. You get what I mean?
Yeah. So you flip it over and rotate it.
Rotate, yes, that's it. Yeah. Rotate.
And how often do you rotate it and turn it over?
I think about 2-3 weeks.
Every 2 or 3 weeks?
Yes.
And are you feeling the dip? Are you feeling the springs, whichever side of the mattress it's on and whichever way up it is, or is it worse on one particular side?
So it is one side, but it's on if you flip it onto the other side as well, it's the same spot. You feel it there as well.
Right, but sorry, is it's just in one particular area on the mattress, is it, or is it all over?
No, it's just one area, but if I even flip it around to the other side, you can feel it on the other side as well, the same spot that there are springs, yes, and the dip as well.
Okay. And is it on the side that you sleep on or the side your wife sleeps on?
It's my side.
Right. Can I be very rude and ask a question? How heavy are you, Motion?
I'm about, I think, 63 kgs.
63 kilos?
Yes.
Right. Well, there's nothing of you. So the reason I ask that question, and my apologies for asking that question, but if you were very heavy, then obviously that is going to have a greater impact on a mattress than someone who's not very heavy. And you couldn't expect, for example, if you weighed 25 stone, obviously a mattress is not going to last as long as if you weighed 12 stone, because you're putting a huge amount of weight, you're putting, double the amount of weight on that mattress every single night for hours and hours. So you wouldn't expect it to last so long. So have you spoken to the company to complain about the fact that this mattress is sinking on your side?
Well, so first I tried to contact the retailer, and their reply was, after 1 year, we can't help you with it.
Well, that's not true.
I tried to mention them, the Consumer Rights Act, but the advisor, they said, no, we offer only 1 year guarantee, and that's the only time of period we can help you with the.
Right. Well, that's nonsense. Okay, they may well offer you a 1 year guarantee, but that does not mean they no longer have a responsibility to you after that 1 year period. So that sounds like nonsense. So they're not prepared to do anything to help you.
No. But I also contacted the manufacturer.
Yes. I mean, the manufacturer don't have any kind of liability to you, but what did they say?
Because bought it on the website.
Oh, Motion, you're breaking up a little bit. Could you move a bit so I can hear you clearer, please?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. So what did the manufacturer say to you?
Well, they had a 5-year guarantee on it, when I bought it. And when I contacted them, they asked for the picture which I provided. And then after looking at it, they said, okay, we see something, but there were certain terms and conditions under the guarantee thing, which I was not aware of. So which they told me, it said to me, after 3 years of use, if there is something wrong going with the mattress, they can provide me the replacement, but I have to pay the 60% of whatever the price, and also the £50 for the delivery. So I was a bit disappointed on that as well.
Okay, so they have offered you a new mattress, but you would have to pay 40% of the cost.
I think 60% of the cost after 3 years.
You have to pay 60% and they pay 40%.
Yeah, and plus the delivery of £50, yes.
I mean, I think, to be honest with you, that might be your best bet, because we should all replace our mattresses every 8 to 10 years. Even if you spend a lot of money on a mattress, if you spend £2,000 on a mattress, you really are recommended to change the mattress at least every 10 years. So a mattress that costs £400 that you have 2 people sleeping on every night, I would suggest you would reasonably expect minimum of 5 years. So you certainly should have got more than 3 years from it. It would be nice if it lasted 5 to 8 years. But I would not necessarily anticipate the last couple of years being as comfortable as it was to start with, to be honest, because by the very nature that the mattress was £400, the quality of the materials that will have gone into producing that mattress will be somewhat limited. So we have to be a bit realistic. If they're offering to replace the mattress for you, taking into account the use that you have had from the mattress, but also the use that you haven't yet been able to enjoy from the mattress, then I don't think that's necessarily a problem. But I tell you what, would you like us to go and have a word with the company concerned and just see what we can do and see if we can get them to improve on that offer?
Or if do you think you can go to the retailer and ask them, like...
We will absolutely be going to the retailer, because the retailer is the company that you have the contract with. But I need you to be realistic, Motion. You've had over 3 years use from the mattress. So you have to take that into account. Okay, this is not a mattress that has failed within the first year or even the first 2 years. You've had over 3 years use out of it. So it's only fair and right and proper that use you've had is taken into account. You also have to recognise that £400 in the world of mattresses is not going to buy you the Rolls-Royce of mattresses. There's going to be a limit to the quality you can expect from a mattress costing that amount of money. That said, let's go and have a word with the retailer. Let's see what they have to say. Let's also talk to them about the manufacturer's 5-year warranty, and let's see if we can try and improve on that offer. I'm not going to make you any guarantees, Motion, but we'll do our very best, okay?
Sure. The reason I'm not much interested in the replacement, because I'm already not happy with this mattress, you know. So I don't want to have another product from them.
I see. So you don't want to take the manufacturer up on that offer. I see, and that's fair and right and proper. I'm giving a lot of advice today to people. I hope that the advice is well received, because I mean it with the best of intentions. My advice to people when you're buying a bed is, firstly, spend as much money as you can afford to. Now, I know that all depends on what our budgets are, but as I just reiterate that useful fact, you spend a third of your life in bed. That's a huge amount of time. This is not something you want to scrimp on. So I would always recommend, if you can possibly stretch yourself to buy the best quality bed you can, always do so. Always make sure that you try the bed first. Make sure that you're buying it from a good, reputable retailer. Make sure that you spend minimum of 20 minutes in the shop on that bed before you buy it, and try lying in all positions that you're likely to sleep in, because it's amazing how many people rush the decision of making a bed, of buying a bed rather. They rush the decision. They either go on the internet and think, oh, that looks all right, I recognise the name of that company, or they go into a shop and they feel a bit awkward, so they lie on a bed for about 5 minutes and they say, well, it feels all right, I'll buy that. And then they regret their decision. It's a really important decision. Don't rush it. Take your time. Don't be shy. Spend as much time in the shop. Any good bed company will want you to spend as much time as you can choosing the bed. They will not want you to feel rushed, because they will recognise that it's a big purchase you're making, and it's a very important purchase you're making. Sleep is incredibly important. It's important for our health. It's important for our mental well-being. Anybody who's ever had a bad night's sleep will know what an effect it can have on the following day. It can affect your back. You say you, Motion, and your wife are both suffering with back pain now. It's an important thing. So the next bed you buy, promise me you'll try it properly, and you will absolutely spend as much money as you can afford to in order to get the best quality bed you can, okay?
Sure. Is there a certain retailer you recommend yourself, like, give a really good
I
service?
cannot recommend retailers on this programme, as much as I would like to, because there are certain retailers that I would avoid with a barge pole, but I'm not in a position to be able to do that. All I would say is, make sure that you go to reputable companies that have a good reputation, that have lots of happy customers on the internet saying that they've got a wonderful after-sale service. And as I say, the most important thing you can possibly do is to try the mattress. Try it properly. If you're married, if you're in a relationship, both of you go along on a Saturday afternoon. Lie on a variety of mattresses. When you've narrowed it down to one that you really think is nice, spend 20 minutes lying on it. Even have a little kip on it if you want in the shop. Make sure that it really is comfortable, because if you get that mattress and after 2 or 3 nights you think, oh my God, we've made a terrible mistake here, you really have probably made a very big, expensive mistake. Many retailers will not take mattresses back after you've opened them and you've slept on them for hygiene reasons. So don't make a big mistake. Listen, Motion, we will go and have a word with the company on your behalf. We'll see what we can do for you. I'm going to pass you back to Hannah, and we'll go and have a word with them. Speak to you very soon, okay? Pamela's husband Gordon ordered a new tablet for his birthday back in April. Sadly, Gordon went into hospital a few days later and tragically died of coronavirus not long after. This meant the tablet he'd purchased was left unopened in its packaging. Pamela's ever since been trying to return the tablet and get a refund, but things haven't gone according to plan.
I managed to get in touch with someone who collected it. It was acknowledged on the 5th of August, and I had an email then to say that the tablet would be inspected, made sure everything was okay, and a refund should be returned any time after 4 weeks. And now we're in October, and nothing has happened. I've had dozens of phone calls to the people concerned and have not had any decent reply.
Well, Pamela came to me and was very frustrated about all of this. And of course, Pamela, to be honest with you, she's got enough on her plate, having just lost her husband, without having to deal with all of this kind of hassle as well. And I said to Pamela, just leave it to us. We will do our very best to try and get things sorted out. Let's find out how things are going, because Pamela's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Pamela.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Pamela. Now, Hannah has been speaking to the company, and I know when we spoke to Pamela yesterday, they had indeed been in touch with her. What we're trying to work out, there doesn't seem to be any dispute from them in terms of the fact that they are happy to refund the money for the tablet.
That's exactly right, yeah.
But we're just trying to work out what's happened to the refund. Have they already processed it? Has it gone back to Gordon's credit card, which obviously is now no more? Or has the money kind of been lost in the ether, or what's gone on with that refund? What's the latest? What's happening now?
Well, they seem to be quite confused as to where it was, and they're trying to locate it. Yesterday when we spoke to Pamela, that still hadn't happened. I went back to the company yesterday afternoon to have another chat with them, and they said they've been dealing directly with Pamela's bank and have located the money. It's been ring-fenced, and they are just now waiting on the bank to decide whether they can redirect it to Pamela or whether they're going to give it back to them, and then they will process the refund accordingly to Pamela directly.
Okay. Well, the good news is, Pamela, they know where the money's gone.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. So it's being ring-fenced, and they're trying to work out what the best thing to do is in terms of whether they can get that money just paid straight over to Pamela, or whether they need to claim the money back and then pay Pamela in a different way.
Exactly, yeah. They were just waiting on a decision from the bank as to whether they could give it directly to Pamela or whether it was going to have to come back to them and then process a new refund. But they're hoping that by tomorrow they should have an answer from the bank and be able to action whatever they need to action.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Pamela, it sounds as if it's good news. We're not quite there, but we're certainly getting there.
A lot nearer.
Yeah, exactly. We are a lot nearer. So, as I said to you yesterday, I don't want you worrying at all about this. Let us do all the worrying. We will get this sorted. I promise you we'll get it sorted for you. You just sit back and relax and let us do everything, and we'll hopefully speak to you either tomorrow or on Thursday, and we'll either be able to say, yeah, the money's back with you, or we'll be able to tell you how the money's going to be back with you, okay?
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Okay. Pamela, listen, you take care. We'll talk to you very soon. First, though, to Andy. Andy was telling me he lives in a small cul-de-sac. There are about 50 homes, and there's a car park that provides parking for the residents of those 50 homes. Well, it's on council-owned land, and there are no parking restrictions in the car park. Andy says it's always been absolutely fine, until a certain someone moved in.
It all started about 4 years ago when a particular family moved into our cul-de-sac. Now, it didn't notice until about 3 years ago that we couldn't park in these parking spaces anymore. We found there was a lot of cars belonging to one person, all untaxed, sawn, uninsured, on our property. It turned out at one point, just a couple of weeks ago, there was 17 cars owned by the same person. Not selling them, not doing them up, just collecting them. The best part of it is he no longer lives here. She kicked him out.
Well, it's just very frustrating, isn't it? The simple fact is the car park's there for everyone to use, and if you get somebody who then takes advantage of that and takes all of the spaces with a whole collection of cars, it means Andy and his neighbours quite often arrive home and there's nowhere for them to park their cars. It's not really fair, as it goes against the spirit of all of this, but then there's always somebody who's prepared to take advantage. Andy's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Andy. Hello, Andy.
Hello.
Oh, you're there. Oh, you had me
Hello,
worried for a
Jonathan.
second.
Good afternoon.
Now, Andy, I went off to have a word with the council concerned. It's Milton Keynes Council, as you're aware. They came back, they said, we are aware that some residents are using multiple spaces in the local parking area. These aren't abandoned cars. We have powers to remove cars that are abandoned, and residents should report concerns about those on our website. However, we're not in a position to remove cars if they are parked legally. We appreciate that the first come first served approach isn't working for all residents, and we can look into alternatives such as permits, but they come with a cost to enforce. We wouldn't introduce anything without asking local residents for their views. Well, that's fine, that's fair enough, and that's exactly what you set about doing. You set about getting a petition up that you could provide to the council to make it clear that not only you, but pretty much all the other owners who live in that neighbourhood would also like some kind of parking restrictions on that car park. Last time you and I spoke, out of 50 homes, I think you said you'd got 48 signatures, which is fantastic. You have sent all of that information over to Milton Keynes Council, and I gather there's been an interesting development. What's the latest, Andy?
Yes, very good afternoon, Jonathan.
Oh, Andy, your signal's not great. I really need to be able to hear what you're going to say. Could you move, please? Oh. Andy, can you hear me? Is the curse of the mobile phone going to ruin things? I'll tell you what, I'll come back to Andy in just a second. We'll see if we can get Andy in a slightly better position so we can hear from him. Andy.
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me, Jonathan?
That's much, much better, yeah. Right.
I had 4 phone calls sitting there waiting for you. And all of a sudden.
There we go. Well, mobile phones, honestly, they're the bane of my life. Anyway, now look, as we were saying, the council, you sent over this petition to say that you and the other residents wanted some restrictions on the car park, and there's been an interesting development from them. What's the latest, Andy?
Yes, from their point of view, they've sent me through a new tenancy agreement, and on the tenancy agreement, they've put stuff in and taken stuff out.
Yes.
To the parking conditions. Can you hear me all right, Jonathan?
Well, only just. You're in a bad signal area today, aren't you? It's very frustrating.
Oh, dear. Shall we do this tomorrow?
No. I need to know the information today.
Right. Okay. Well, look, this new tenancy agreement, it is the same as the old one in the parking areas. It definitely states on there you must not put an untaxed vehicle on their land. Right. You can't park on the green spaces. You can't park on the curb park or anything like that. And it's all there in black and white, and yet it's being totally ignored.
But hang on a second, this new stuff in the new tenancy agreement, is this new regarding the car park because it's the precursor for tighter restrictions?
No, Jonathan, it is exactly the same as the old one because it gives you supplementary sheets saying what they've added to it and what they've taken away. And There's nothing on that on parking.
And regarding the email you sent over to them with the details of the petition that you got together, have you had any kind of acknowledgement from Milton Keynes Council regarding that?
Only the fact that they've received it, and that is all. They give me 2 acknowledgements. One from the general acknowledgement saying they've sent it, they've got it. Department.
Okay. I tell you what, Andy, we'll call it a day. We've done our best. But what I'm going to do is I will go off and have a word with Milton Keynes Council this afternoon. I'll tell them you and I have had the conversation. I'll ask them what the latest is following the petition. I'll find out what this new tenancy agreement is all about and why it doesn't seem to, why they're not using that opportunity to resolve the issues with the car parking as well. And we'll talk soon, hopefully in a better signal area next time. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Jonathan.
It's all right, Andy. It's not your fault. It would appear we can put a man on the moon, but we still can't get a mobile phone signal after all these years that works reliably. Thank you, Andy, very much indeed. Hopefully on a better line is Jane. Jane was having a new kitchen fitted and decided to purchase a luxury wine cooler to go in this kitchen. Well, she received the wine cooler in August, but didn't have it fitted until the kitchen was ready in October. And as soon as Jane tried it, well, she noticed a bit of a fundamental problem with it.
And we realised that it was faulty within the day. So as it's a two-temperature zone wine cooler, so the top half is for red wine, and it's at a warmer temperature, and the bottom half is for white wine, which is at a cooler temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the cooler temperature was fine, but the red grape, the top half, should be between 15 to 18 degrees. Well, it kind of got stuck on 14 degrees, and it wouldn't get any warmer.
Yes, so it would appear the wine cooler is not working properly. Certainly not working properly if the red wine has to be at 14 degrees, because there's no way you'd want red wine that cold. So Jane went back to the company that she purchased the wine cooler from. But when she did, she got a response from them she was not expecting at all. They said that they only supply people in the business. They do not supply consumers directly, and therefore they are not bound by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. And therefore, there wasn't very much they could do to help. Well, is that true? I promised Jane I'd go off and have a word with the company. Jane's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jane.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Jane. Right, now, I have spoken to the company, and I've also had a little look on their website. Now, I have to be honest, when you look on their website, the company is describing itself as a catering equipment company. And when you look at the kind of stuff that they're selling, it's all kind of professional stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice that?
Well, yeah, I suppose so, if I think about it, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like kind of regular customer equipment. When you look at, because I'd never heard of this company before, and I gather you hadn't either.
No.
When you go on their website and you click on the About Us section, it says here, we are one of the leading suppliers of commercial catering equipment in the UK. Mm-hmm. They go on to talk about how they supply independent restaurateurs and caterers through to major chains. So it would appear they do kind of outline on their website that they are a company that supplies people in the industry rather than customers. Now, what I did was I then clicked on the refrigeration section, and I had a look at wine coolers, and I just selected one wine cooler and I added it to the cart.
Yeah.
And I went to the checkout, and I'm doing it while I'm speaking to you now, just to make sure that what I'm telling you is absolutely correct. So when you go through to the cart, it then gives you the amount that you owe, and then it asks you at the bottom to click on I have read and agreed to the terms and conditions.
Yes.
Which you have to click on before you click confirm order.
Yes.
Now, if you look at the terms and conditions that you are agreeing to, it says here, who are we? And then it says the name of the company. We are a supplier of catering equipment and services to commercial customers. Mm-hmm. Every sale is considered a business-to-business contract. Mm-hmm. If you are making a personal purchase for yourself, please note that you will not be covered by the consumer distance selling regulations. Therefore, we are not obliged to offer refunds or accept returns, even if items are unused.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you read the terms and conditions that you were accepting? No, I sensed you probably hadn't. Now, I've been off to have a word with the company, but it was kind of one of those awkward things where I went off to put your case to them, but by that point I'd already had a look on their website and kind of felt that they had made it quite clear on there that they are a company that services commercial customers rather than individuals. They've come back regarding your particular complaint. They say, we have reviewed this case internally and have noticed some discrepancies in the account you have been provided with. The item was received by the customer in August 2020, with the first contact addressing an issue in October 2020.
Yes.
The customer and her partner advised that they were not satisfied with the temperature in the top zone of the dual zone fridge, not that the item does not work. Well, I mean, to be honest, we're
You're picking holes.
Yes, it's semantics really, isn't it? After the first 14 days, customers are covered by a parts-only warranty. However, we always do our utmost to support and advise customers when they initially highlight an issue to us. Our suppliers advised that the customer should turn the unit off and let the item get to an ambient temperature prior to setting again, which was estimated as taking 24 hours. If this did not work for the customer, then they would have been advised to contact a catering engineer to provide a report. This way we can source the parts under their parts warranty should there be an internal fault. To address your comment about the website not being very clear that items are for business and commercial use, the title of the product purchased by Jane is a premium professional wine cooler. Do you remember ordering a professional wine cooler?
But many retailers do fancy wording on their items, don't they?
Yeah, but I think the word professional is the crucial. This is for people in the profession rather than for your average customer.
How does that differ? How does that differ to a household as opposed to a professional?
Well, because we are, as individuals, we are kind of regular Joes. We're amateurs, aren't we? If you are someone that's in the catering business, then you would be considered a professional caterer. So you would therefore require a professional wine cooler rather than, an everyday wine cooler. I guess that's the argument that they're making. They do go on to say in their response, as previously stated, if Jane would like to submit the engineer's report, we are happy to resolve this and to provide the parts under the warranty that she agreed to at the point of sale.
Yeah.
So
this is what I looked at. They did mention this, and this is something that I wanted to mention to you yesterday, but we kind of went off about talking if it was obvious or not it was a business transaction as opposed to a consumer transaction. It's one of those where you don't look at the terms and conditions, you just assume that you're going to, receive a working product and that you won't have any problems with it, at least initially.
Yes. I guess the problem is, from my perspective, the internet is a big wide world. As we've already explored this morning on the programme, the internet provides us with access to many household names, retailers that provide a very good service. The internet can also take you to some, remote market stall in Timbuktu, where, to be honest, even if you're in that particular country, you probably still wouldn't buy anything off that market stall anyway. So why on earth would you sit in the comfort of your home in Beds, Herts or Bucks and order from some company on a market stall in Timbuktu? And the internet also provides a place where commercial companies who provide equipment and products to fellow commercial companies can make purchases. Now, I think what you have accidentally done is you've ended up on a commercial company's website that does explain, if you look for it, that they are a commercial company supplying commercial customers, and you've accidentally made a commercial purchase that does not provide you with the same rights that you would have if you'd purchased this product as a customer, as a consumer, from a reputable retailer. And I think that's the problem that you have. I don't really think there's very much more you can do about it.
No, it's just unlucky, really, by the sounds of it. We paid what we thought. We paid a reasonable price to get a reasonable product. And I suppose the terms and conditions are something that you look back on, more so when you have a problem, but you don't realise or don't believe or think that you'd have a problem initially. But there's another catering company out there that do offer 2-year warranty, including parts and labour, and they're commercial as well.
Yes, but the point is a business, a commercial retailer is entitled to offer whatever after-sales service it wants. It just has to outline it in the terms and conditions. And if you then agree to those terms and conditions, then you're bound by them. As long as a company doesn't pretend to be anything other than a commercial retailer, they are within their rights to only offer commercial terms for customers afterwards. It's very unfortunate, Jane. We have done a lot on the programme today about buying stuff on the internet, and it's really important to do this because so many people are making internet purchases. I'm afraid you need to look into the company you're buying from and make sure that you are happy with that company and the terms that you're buying the product on the basis of.
I have learned something. I didn't realise a business-to-business transaction was different to a business-to-consumer transaction.
It very much is, and I would urge just the final word on this today. And Jane, I'm sorry that we can't assist you any further. Just be very, very aware of the companies you're buying stuff from. Thank you very much indeed, Jane. All the best to you.
We purchased a packet of ham from a supermarket. When we opened the ham, we found lots of very small fragments of metal and 2 large pieces of very sharp metal. So we returned it to the supermarket, and they sent it to their executive office for testing.
Hang on one second. You say when you opened the ham, you found these bits of metal
in between the slices.
Oh my God! So you didn't actually try and eat the ham? You noticed it before you started to eat it?
Well, unless there were any small fragments earlier on, I don't know. I'd already eaten 2 pieces.
Oh no!
So from the top, and then the following day, my husband pulled the next 2 pieces apart, and that's where we saw all of the metal. So some of the bits were so small. I mean, they could have been.
Oh no!
In different parts of the ham. I don't know. So I'm not aware that I ate any of it. But I have to say, I'm glad. The large pieces were extremely sharp and could have done a lot of damage, even if you just put them inside your mouth.
I've just been sent the photos by my team. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, just so everyone listening to the programme will have an idea of what we're talking about here. Let me just tweet what you have sent us. Right. If you're listening to the programme, if you go on to the official JVS on Twitter, have a little look and you can see the slices of ham and the metal. I mean, that is that chunk of metal looks dreadful. So where was that chunk of metal then, mashed into the middle of the ham?
Well, it must have been, but obviously as he pulled it apart, you could then see that the ham was all disturbed in the middle.
Oh dear. I mean, you can see some of the little tiny shards of metal in the ham as well. Oh my word. As I say, if you're listening to the programme, you want to have a look, go to the official JVS on Twitter and you can see the photos that Elena sent us. So when you went back to the supermarket that you bought the ham from and complained to them, what did they do?
Okay, so they sent it to their executive office for testing. And so this was April, and the executive office contacted us mid-June asking for a photo of the barcode, which we sent them. and then we never heard from them again. So in August, we chased them up, and they responded by saying that it has been successfully rejected every time on the metal detector. Okay.
What?
Well, that's what it said. So I wrote to them and I asked them what this actually meant, but I was still none the wiser when they replied. And I suspect it's a very polite way of saying that we must have put the metal in the ham. Okay.
Well, hang on. They think you put the metal in there.
Well, they didn't say that outright, but I think the way that they worded it, it was, it didn't. They seem to be saying it didn't get into the ham during the process.
I'm very interested. I wonder if anyone is able to have a look at the photo. What does the metal look like? It's a kind of, it's red. You can see the metal on the inside.
Mm.
I just wonder if it was, is there any chance that it might have been a hook that was used either to hang the chunks of ham up before they were sliced, or even, the pig before it was killed? I wonder what could have been, what that metal actually is. It's very unusual.
Absolutely.
So they've suggested to you that they don't necessarily think that metal was in that ham at the point that you purchased it, or they're certainly not taking responsibility.
Absolutely, yes. I've taken that as a polite way of saying that we must have put the metal in ourselves, which we didn't do. That was upsetting for us, really. But it has been upsetting. However, we also realise and have had to accept that we had no way of proving this. Okay, so we just had to accept it, I suppose.
Well,
on one level.
How much was the ham?
About £2.
So do they honestly believe that over a £2 pack of ham, you would go to all the effort of putting your own metal with metal shavings into the middle of some sliced ham and then take it back to this particular supermarket? I mean...
I know. But, our problem is that we can't prove it. We have no way of proving it. However, we were not happy with the way that the executive team handled our complaint. We found them dismissive, uncaring in their response, and that we had to chase them up after several months of waiting. And furthermore, they failed to fully explain to us the process for the testing. They didn't, it was really, really poor customer service. So what I did, I asked them to send me a copy of their complaints procedure and to return the metal bits to me, as I wanted to involve environmental health. And they told me in writing that they do not have a complaints procedure, which I find absolutely extraordinary. And they said they don't have one and they would return the metal to me. And to this date, that's not happened.
Well, I think this is very, very unusual. All companies have a complaints procedure.
Yes, but they've put that in writing to me, and that's the executive team. So I went onto the supermarket's website to find out what you're supposed to do if you want to complain. And I found a number, but it was for customer service, who said that if I've got a complaint, I need to contact the executive team. And I told her that it was the executive team I wanted to complain about. So she said, well, I don't know what you do there then. So, but further research on their website, I found a telephone number and an address for Customer Resolution Service. And I called the number and an answering machine kicked in, and it said, if you are a customer of X supermarket, we cannot help you. We are nothing to do with this retailer, and goodbye. And it cut me off.
Well, this is ridiculous. The simple fact is, we all understand that sometimes mistakes can be made and that things can occur. I would suggest that it's fairly inexcusable, actually, if somehow metal and sharp metal shards, you can see on the photos that some of the shards are razor sharp.
Oh, they really are sharp and really hard, really
really hard metal.
It's completely and utterly unacceptable that that would ever be found in a packet of ham. But what the supermarket should have done is they should have come back to you. They should have said, we have now spoken to the production. I don't know if this was supermarket own brand ham or whether it was an independent company's ham, but they should have gone to speak to whoever it was that had sliced the ham. They should have got an explanation as to what that could have been. Or if they genuinely did not believe that this metal had come at all from the production line, and I find that difficult to believe because to me it looks like it might have been a hook originally.
Okay.
They should have been giving you a reasonable explanation, and it sounds as if they haven't given you a reasonable explanation.
That's right, they haven't, and I think that's what we're really upset about, and just their response altogether. Really, it was really poor customer service.
It's interesting, Shane has tweeted, lots of people looking at the photos on my Twitter. If you go to the official JVS, you can have a little look and let me know what you think. Shane says, hi, it's aluminium, and it's used to secure the top of the bag that the ham comes in before it's then sliced.
Oh, really?
So, I mean, it does to me, it looks like it was a hook. And obviously what's happened is the hook has come off, it's gone into the machine, and rather than just slicing the ham, the machine has then sliced the ham and also the metal hook, and then allowed, it looks like, the hook and the shards of it to end up in your pack of ham. It's outrageous.
Right, okay. I mean, it was not the supermarket's own brand.
That's fine. They should have gone to speak to whoever it was that they had got the ham from.
Yes, and it doesn't appear that they've done that. I mean, they've given us so little information, but from my understanding is that they haven't gone anywhere. They just tested the metal and they don't recognise it.
Some other people are suggesting that it looks like it's a bit of metal that's come off the slicing machine itself. I don't know. I guess it would be very useful if anyone listening to the programme has ever worked in meat production, or if you've ever worked in the kind of business where you would need to slice ham. Any butchers listening? What does that metal look like to you? Okay, well, look, I tell you what, this is pretty appalling. Hannah, have you seen the photos?
Absolutely horrified by the photos. They look awful.
Thank goodness you didn't eat it.
Well,
it could have been a lot worse, couldn't it?
Well, what worries...
Even if it just got into my mouth, that would have been disastrous because of the sharpness.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but worse if you swallowed the sharpness.
Well...
I mean, God knows what that would do to your innards as it worked its way through you, but it certainly wouldn't be pretty, would it?
Absolutely not, no.
And I guess we just have to hope that there were no other bits of metal that got into any other packs of the ham. Because I really think if somebody was to eat that, it would be extremely dangerous. And I presume the response from the supermarket, it kind of talks about the metal detector. I mean, you would imagine that with this kind of meat production plant, that anything that's produced goes through a metal detector, which would then ring an alarm. So if something metal had fallen off a bit of the equipment, it would raise an alarm, and they would then be able to source the problem before it ends up on the supermarket shelf.
Well, yeah, you would assume that there would be some sort of checking process, wouldn't you?
Okay, well, look, we need to go and have a little word. I'm going to pass you back to Hannah, Elaine. We'll get some detail.
Okay.
And we'll go and get some explanation from the supermarket, okay?
That's brilliant. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hang on there, please. Absolutely horrific. Check it out. Check out the photos. You'll be horrified. If you go to the official JVS on Twitter and let me know your thoughts. What does that look like, that metal? Does it look like it's come off a slicing machine, or does it look like it was the hook used to hold the ham up? What do you reckon's caused that? So, from chunks of metal in sliced ham to face masks left in brand new clothes. That's exactly the problem Mayrim had. She came to me, she was saying that she had a delivery of clothes that she'd ordered online. She tried the clothes on, but when she got to the jogging bottom, she was horrified with what she found in the pocket.
I take out a pair of joggers, which was in the package, got them on, trying them on, having a look in the mirror, put my hands in the pocket, and lo and behold, remove something which happens to be a used, crumpled up, disposable face mask. needless to say, I was very, very shocked. I felt panicked and just really violated. I think that's probably the best word to use. The fact that we're in the middle of a pandemic and we're having increased amount of local lockdowns, etc. To think that the one place you should be safe is at home, and to really have not very much explanation from the customer service team after speaking to them. I asked who is responsible for, checking these items when they come back into your warehouses. They just told me, we'll just dispose of them and we'll give you your money back, and that should be the end of it.
Well, Mayrim says despite getting a refund, she doesn't feel the response from this company is acceptable. She really wants them to learn from what has happened to her, and she wants an assurance, most importantly, she wants an assurance that this is not going to happen to anyone else. Mayrim's back on the JVS. Hello, Mayrim.
Hello, morning.
Hello, right, so I've been off to have a word with the company. The company is ASOS. Do you say ASOS or ASOS?
Oh, I say ASOS.
ASOS, yes, I say ASOS too. Well, they've come back and they say, all goods that are returned to ASOS go through a thorough inspection and, if necessary, cleaning and repair process before they're put back on our site for sale to our customers. In this instance, it's clear that our process has failed to live up to our usual standards. We'd like to apologise to Mayrim for this, the upset that this has caused, and we've issued a full refund for the order.
Yeah. Yeah, so obviously the items were refunded. The item in question was refunded straight away. As per the rest of the order, I've still to return that to them. We won't be opening any of it for sure.
Cool. Now, a case that I know a lot of you have been following with great interest is that of Jackie. Jackie came to me. She was telling me that just as the lockdown started, the hinge on her daughter's laptop broke. Well, the laptop was about a year old at the time, and Jackie, to be honest, she panicked a bit. She thought, oh no, with the lockdown, my daughter's going to need to have the laptop working. So she thought, I won't send it back to the retailer that I bought it from. I'll take it to a local repair shop. Well, she did. And they said, yeah, that's fine, we can fix that. 25 quid it will cost. So she said, OK, thank goodness for that. She left the laptop with them. But then they called her up to say, actually, it was going to cost £40 because they'd need to order another part for it. Well, when she went in to collect the laptop, with it supposedly having been fixed, she was rather horrified by what she saw.
No one was really touching anything, so I said, can you just open the machine and just show me the hinge and then pop it in this bag and I'll take it away. And as he opened the machine, the whole screen was just completely smashed. I just kept saying, oh my God, you smashed my machine. He just kept saying, well, it must have been bought in like that. And I said, well, of course it wasn't bought in like that. It would say on the repair ticket that I bought in a smashed up machine and I just want a hinge fixed. But he wouldn't have any of this. And he kept saying, this wasn't our fault. You bought it in like this. You owe me £60. And he said, oh no, don't be silly. You owe me £60. And he flicked the switch behind the counter and the shutters were coming down. And I just started to panic and I was all a bit nervous and I didn't know what to do. So I just kind of opened the door and, rolled under the shutters and got out of the shop.
Well, despite all of that, Jackie did give them another chance to fix the laptop, but she came to me because she was saying every time they respond to her, they either want more money or they still haven't fixed the laptop, and she's losing faith. I'm not surprised. Well, Jackie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Jackie. So, I have had dealings with this company in the past. So when I saw which company you'd taken the laptop to, I'll be honest with you, my heart did sink. But I thought, everyone deserves another chance. So I thought I'm going to keep an open mind and go back and have a word with them. So I spoke to the man who told me he was the manager and also the director of the company. It's a company called Mobile Mall Limited. They've rebranded their shop in Dunstable as Phone World. They're based in West Street in Dunstable. Anyway, I spoke to the manager. He told me that you were lying. He said that when you brought the laptop in, the screen was already broken. but you said you weren't bothered about that as you just wanted the hinge to be fixed. Well, I said to him, well, the customer does not agree with that. And he said, well, I can tell you that laptop, when it came in, the screen was broken. I said, well, why would you not have noted that down on the original paperwork that you then gave the customer? It just doesn't seem a very sensible thing to do. I mean, if somebody brings in a laptop that's already damaged, surely to cover yourself, you should be making sure that that's all recorded in the paperwork that both you and the customer then have a copy of. Anyway, he seemed to suggest that they hadn't done that, certainly on the paperwork that they gave to you anyway, but he was insistent that that screen had a smash in it when you first brought the laptop in. Now, you completely refute that. You say the screen did not have a smash in it. It was only the hinge that was broken, yeah?
Absolutely. If you'd have looked at the laptop, if you'd have opened the laptop slightly and looked at it, you wouldn't have known that there was anything wrong with that machine. It looked like a pristine laptop. The only thing is, with it, it has a 360-degree hinge, so the screen should be able to open all the way back. And when we would open the screen to sort of just under 90 degrees, so it wasn't really usable because you couldn't really open it quite enough to use it, the little metal hinge on it that's about, it's a shiny silver metal hinge, it's about 1 inch wide, and as you opened it up, you could feel resistance in the hinge on one side, and the whole screen would have gone, well, the whole top part of the laptop would have gone slightly out of line. So we didn't open it. You know, we felt the resistance, we left it there, but I believe that something is broken in that little hinge. So when they said to me it's an extra £15 on parts, I thought that actually seems fair enough, because I wouldn't be surprised if that little hinge needs replacing.
Now, obviously, the other part of your complaint was your allegation that one of the members of staff tried to lock you in the shop.
Yes.
I put that to the manager. He suggested that there was a man who had worked for them who was aggressive, so he sacked him just after the lockdown. Although there's a question mark over who that man actually was, because you've been back into the shop since and had an experience of a conversation with that same man. So we're scratching our heads a little bit as to whether or not the man that tried to lock you in the shop does still work for the company or not.
And can I also just say, during that incident in March, when I went to pick up this laptop, found it was broken, and obviously had a bad experience, the man actually said to me, I'm doing you a favour by being here. I've come in, I don't even work here, I've just come in to give you your laptop back. You need to pay me. How would I know what condition your laptop was in? So he kind of denied all responsibility for any of it. And that's kind of why I think he just pulled this £60 figure out of the air, because I just got the impression he was just making all this up.
Well,
and he definitely was working in the shop again in September, when I kept toing and froing, saying, well, how is this fix going? And I saw him in that shop that one other time when he was unpleasant again, and you know, and he was saying that they weren't going to fix it, and they changed the price to £90.
Well,
so
the manager insisted that he'd sacked that man because he was aggressive. But anyway, the man who is the manager of the shop then decided to go away on holiday, and I believe is still on holiday, because I was told he was out of the country until at least the end of October.
Right.
He'd not left any telephone number, he hadn't left any kind of forwarding email address or any way of me making contact with him while he's on holiday, and he hadn't left anyone else in charge of the complaint, which was hugely frustrating. And when I phoned back and spoke to another man at this shop, he didn't seem to really know anything about it. To cut a long story short, though, I did finally manage to have a conversation with him once he'd familiarised himself with the case and spoken to the man. It would appear he was able to speak to him on holiday, but I can't. And he said, yeah, the laptop's in the shop. The part that we need is ordered. We've ordered it from the Far East. The price for the customer will be £50. It's actually going to cost more than that to fix it, but we will pay the rest. And it's going to take 3 months before we fix it. I said, 3 months? He said, yeah, but the customer's already agreed to this, and it's going to take 3 months. I said, why is it going to take 3 months to fix it? You've had the laptop since, when was it, March time?
They had it in March, but then in April they phoned me and agreed to fix the screen for £40. No, they agreed to fix the screen, and I would still pay £40 for the hinge.
Fine, but what I'm saying, Jackie, is they've had this laptop now since March.
Yes.
So if it needed any repairs, if it needed 3 months worth of repairs, they've had plenty of time to fix it. So I'll be honest with you, I wasn't very impressed. I explained to him that we were going to have to identify the company on the programme because it would be very wrong for any other company that specialises in mobile phone or computer repairs to wrongly be implicated or associated with this complaint. So they are Mobile Mall Limited, trading as Phone World in West Street in Dunstable. Now, again, to cut a long story short, there was still this question mark over where the laptop actually was because you did a Microsoft search on the laptop and it seems to suggest that it might be on a market stall in Mumbai.
Yes.
You then went into the store in Dunstable with your husband and the laptop was not there. He told you it was in their other branch somewhere else in the country. Well, quite why it would be in another branch, we don't know. But he said that he was going to send some photographic evidence of the laptop and he would send that evidence to me. I have never received that evidence. But I understand since we last spoke, and I know you've spoken to Trading Standards, you've reported it to Trading Standards as well. I've continued to try and get hold of someone at Mobile Mall, trading as Phone World in West Street in Dunstable, and I've been unable to do so. The phone just rings and rings and rings. But I understand there's been a development from your end, Jackie. What's happened?
Well, after I spoke to you last week, I had a phone call. I had a very quiet, sheepish phone call from the shop that just said, please come in and collect your laptop. And I said, can you tell me what condition it's in? He said, it's in the same condition. I said, so you haven't fixed it? He said, no, can you just come and get it? So this weekend, we went in and we picked up the laptop. It's in the same broken state as it was in March. I had wondered if the reason they weren't showing it to me or, providing any evidence of where it was, that they may have taken it apart and started to try and fix it. I don't think anything has been done to it. It's exactly the same as when I went to pick it up.
You've sent some photos. Can I tweet a photo of the laptop now?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people have been following this story and I'm sure will be interested to see. If you go... Right, I've just tweeted that now. So if you want to have a look at how Jackie's laptop is now, she's got it back from Mobile Mall, trading as Phone World in West Street in Dunstable. You can go on to the official JVS and have a little look. I mean, it still looks completely broken. You can see the screen is cracked across, well, it's across the whole screen, isn't it, really? And the hinge is still broken.
The thing is, though, where the metal hinge, the only thing that felt any resistance was the silver shiny metal hinge. It's about 1 inch wide. But now the whole screen seems to have popped out and been smashed. So I just think they've been very heavy-handed, and this is the result. It was quite tricky to take pictures because every time I just kept getting reflection of it. But you can see where the whole screen has popped out on the right-hand side and where the smash starts in the top left-hand side and runs across the screen.
So you've got your laptop back.
Yes.
You haven't had to pay them any money, but the laptop is in a worse condition than it was when you first took it in to Mobile Mall Limited, trading as Phone World in West Street in Dunstable back in March.
I'm assuming they've just washed their hands of it now because I have it back. They haven't really made any comment. One thing they did when I went to pick it up, I had to give them the repair ticket, which you guys have a copy of. I sent to you.
Yes.
That says hinge repair, £25. They refused to give that back to me. And I just kind of let that go because I thought this is an argument I'm not going to have. But obviously I've got copies of it, so I'll give those to Trading Standards as well.
I would suggest that probably the best way to proceed from here, I mean, I presume you're going to get the laptop repaired, are you?
Yes, I'm taking it somewhere this weekend to actually have it assessed because I was told, obviously, the chap that's going to look at it, he hasn't seen it yet. And he said, if it's just the glass that is broken, that could be a reasonable fee. He said if the LCD inside, because it's a touchscreen, is smashed as well, he said it might cost too much to be worth repairing.
Yeah.
Now, the shop had told me it simply couldn't be fixed. I kept hearing that none of this can be fixed. It needs an entire new casing on the whole laptop. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know if any of it's true at the moment. So I'm going to have someone assess it and have a look and see what damage they think has been done.
Yeah, okay. Well, I would suggest that probably the best way of proceeding will be to have it repaired and then to sue the director of Mobile Mall Limited, trading as Phone World in West Street in Dunstable, for the cost of the repair. Although, of course, you must understand that's always going to be a risk whenever you start taking people to court.
Yes.
It's always a risk. But I would certainly, at this stage, be outlining my intentions in writing to him and giving him an opportunity to come to a reasonable resolution now.
Okay.
I'm more than happy if you want to draft a letter and send that over to me. I'm more than happy to check it before you send it, and then send it recorded delivery. You must. I will continue to try and make contact with that man. I mean, I'm hoping that he will be back from his holiday at the end of this week, in which case I can have a word with him next week. Maybe he'd even like to join us on the programme and explain to everyone why you have been left in this position and why he then went on holiday. But I will continue to try and make contact with him, and I will continue to cover this case until things are resolved.
That's lovely, thank
the
you.
laptop at the moment is in a right old state, isn't it?
Yes, it's not usable at all.
No, it's not. If you want to check out the photo that Jackie has sent me of her laptop, now she's got it back. If you go to the official JVS on Twitter, have a little look. Jackie, you and I will keep in touch, and I'll talk to you very soon. If you've had to work from home during coronavirus, did you know that you can claim tax relief for a whole year? Whilst you've always been able to claim tax relief on expenses caused by working from home, working out what you can claim might sound like a bit of a headache. There is, however, a flat rate of £6 a week you can claim. And now, to make life easier, HMRC have decided you can claim for a whole year. Isha Mahindra is a senior money analyst at moneysavingexpert.com and can explain more. Hello, Isha. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, you're welcome.
So this is for anyone that's been working from home during the pandemic, yeah?
Absolutely. So if you've been told by your employer that you've had to work from home and you've therefore had additional expenses, so this could be things like heating or electricity, then you can claim a tax relief for those additional expenses that you've had to pay out for. And like you said, it is something that's been happening for past years anyway, but because more and more people over this year have had to work from home, it now applies to a whole load of more people that never thought they could claim it, but now they can.
And for what kinds of things can you claim it? You talked about electricity bills and heating, things like that. What else can you claim for?
Yeah, well, actually, the fundamental thing is that you can claim up to £6 a week tax relief without having to show any receipts. So if you've got additional expenses, so like heating, electricity, maybe you've had to pay additional phone calls because you had to be working from home, things like that. But you don't actually have to have any receipts if you're only claiming up to £6 a week. But if you wanted to claim for additional costs, then you would have to show receipts and actually show that this amount of cost was proportioned because of your work, and it becomes a lot more tricky that way. If you stick to the rule of £6 a week tax relief, then there's no receipts to show, so it's a lot easier.
And how do you do it? I mean, does this mean you have to start going through all the kind of rigmarole of filling out a self-assessment?
No. So in the past, before this tax year started, you had to fill in a P87 form. So if you were claiming for this in the past, you probably would be familiar with that form. But because of this year has been obviously very different and a lot more people are having to claim it, the government have made a much simpler tool online. So it's called a microservice tool, which you can find on gov.co.uk. It's a very, very straightforward form. It takes probably about 5 minutes to fill out. And all you have to do is put in your employee details, how much you want to claim, so up to that £6 a week, like I said. And it will then actually cover you for the entire year that you've been working from home, really. And actually what they've done is, even if you've only been working from home for 1 day since the 6th of April 2020, you'll actually get the tax relief for the entire year. So HMRC have made this very simple, and the reason they've done this is because they know that a lot of people would have been required to work from home, and then maybe their employer said, oh no, now you have to come back, and then it changed again where you have to work from home again. So people have been on and off working from home. So instead of having to claim multiple times throughout the year, government have now said you can just put in a claim once and it will cover you for the entire year, even if you've only been working from home for one day.
Okay, so you need to go to the HMRC website, the official HMRC website, and there's a link on there, is there?
That's right. So it's gov.uk, and it's the microservice part that you need. It's very simple, like I said. But yes, it's gov.co.uk that you need to go to.
Aisha, thank you very much indeed for your time. Very useful advice. Aisha Mahindra is Senior Money Analyst at MoneySavingExpert.com. Now, hello, Prue.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Prue. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
No problem. Approximately a month ago, I purchased a brand new mattress for my bed. Prior to the purchase, I went into the showroom to have a look at different mattresses and go over my needs with the salespeople. Got all the information that I needed, tried a few mattresses out, went away and thought, right, I'll go back after a while and purchase the mattress, which I duly did. The mattress was delivered this Saturday just gone, and the minute I sat on it, it was totally different to the mattress in the showroom.
Okay, just a couple of quick questions. So firstly, how much did you spend on the mattress?
£499 plus £20 for to take away the old mattress.
Okay, and how big is it?
King size.
King size, okay. And in terms of the structure of the mattress, tell me about it. Is it a pocket sprung mattress? Is it memory foam? Is it natural fibres? What's it made out of?
It's an actual pocket spring. The one that's each spring is individually covered with a fabric, and I think that's pocket spring.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the cushioning on the top and bottom of the mattress, what's that? Is that memory foam or is that natural materials?
As far as I'm aware, Jonathan, it was natural materials.
Okay. Right, because obviously there are all different types of structure of mattress.
Yes.
So the mattress, and is it a turn mattress or a non-turn?
Well, the gentleman did tell me it was a turn mattress, and I said to him I don't like the idea of that because I wouldn't be strong enough to turn the mattress every month. And then he turned around and said to me that it didn't have to be turned totally. I could get away with just swiveling the mattress around. And that's where we left it.
Well, that's not very good advice. Because a turn mattress is designed. I mean, the clue is in the name. It is designed to be turned over in order to make it last.
Yes, and wear evenly, I suppose. But I did actually ask the gentleman for those mattresses that you don't have to turn over, and he said to me that they're very, very expensive, and because of that, I didn't take it any further.
No. I mean that's not the case. There are non-turn mattresses in all kind of price brackets. So I find that a very, very odd response. In terms of the actual mattress that you lay on in the shop,
yes,
it was very nice and comfy, was it?
It was. It was a firm orthopaedic mattress, but it was lovely. It was exactly what I wanted. I was really chuffed because I thought that I would have to buy something that was hard and then put memory foam topper on top, but it was absolutely lovely.
Right. Okay, so what's the problem with the mattress that's arrived?
It's very, very hard, and it feels like I'm sitting on something that's full of straw. I understand it's new, but it doesn't give. It's very uncomfortable, and it's totally different to the one that I sat on in the showroom.
It is very normal for a mattress when it first arrives, a pocket sprung mattress, particularly a pocket sprung mattress that has natural materials on the top and bottom of it. It is very normal when it first arrives for it to feel quite hard, and your mattress needs to, they call it getting to know you. Your mattress needs to get to know you and the contours of your body.
Right.
And they normally reckon on that taking, certainly in my experience, at least a month.
Right.
Before you start to properly feel the comfort of the mattress. Right. The mattress in the shop had probably had lots of people lying on it.
Yes. Yes, the gentleman was very honest and said that the mattress in the showroom was 2 years plus.
Right, so it's had 2 years of customers lying on it. Now, obviously when you're lying on it in a shop, it's not as if you're having an 8-hour sleep on it. So there's a limited amount of time that people will lie on it. But even so, you will have had a lot of customers lying on that mattress. And if you imagine, every time someone lies on it, it just further softens it a little bit.
Course.
So, so I'm not necessarily surprised that it has arrived feeling firmer than the one did in the shop.
Right.
My hope would be, I mean, is it the same mattress? Have you checked to make sure that it's the same described mattress?
Well, yes, it's got the same name on my mattress as it has on the showroom sample. Of course, mine's probably a little bit more up to date because they have since changed their all the labelling. It's more up to date, etc., etc. The ticking's different. The problem I had was that the gentleman didn't. Maybe I'm a little bit naive, but the gentleman didn't explain to me that it would be a month to bed in, and also I don't know. I just didn't think that to make a decision on a mattress sample that was 2 years old would be quite fair to the person buying the mattress, Jonathan.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, I guess the point is when the mattress first arrives, it's just come out of the factory. No one has slept on it. No one's lay on it at all. So at that particular time, the springs are still in their virgin state, as is the topping and the bottom of it. That will, as you sleep on it, that should start to relax a little bit. And if it's a natural filling mattress, then you may even start to notice some, they call them body impressions, that will be left on the top. And it's a bit difficult to say without knowing exactly what your mattress is made of. But for example, the mattress that I bought earlier this year has it's lovely actually because it's got a winter side and a summer side.
Oh, lovely,
So you can turn it over depending on the seasons. And on one level, it's got all kinds of different things like horsehair and cotton, and then on the other side, it's got lamb's wool and things like that to make it warmer. But obviously, as they are natural materials and you lie on it, you start to squish it down a bit, and it starts to adapt to the shape of your body. So, I mean, I guess my feeling is if it is the mattress that you ordered, and if it just feels firmer than you were expecting it to feel,
a lot firmer, Jonathan.
Right.
So,
well, I mean, I
don't mind giving it a go and waiting for the month. That's no problem. It's just that it was very, very different, Jonathan.
Just out of interest, what has the company said when you've complained about it at the moment?
Went on the defensive because I also had an issue with the width of the mattress because I couldn't get my fingers down the side to pull over my fitted sheet. And the gentleman went straight into defence mode and said it was the size that I'd given him, and if it was a true king size, etc. So I said to him also the problem with that it feels a lot firmer. It doesn't feel at all like the mattress in the showroom. And that's when he explained to me that it was 2 years plus sample and other people had lain on it. He did say that with the measurement that he was going to come, he's got my details, he would give me a call this week to come and measure the mattress, and if it measured 5 foot by 6 foot 6, then he's fulfilled his promise. So as I said, he got along on the defensive, and I just left it at that because I didn't really want an argument.
Yes, I mean what you could do. The trouble with mattresses is that from a consumer returning perspective, there's a hygiene issue.
Right.
So generally, with a mattress, it is considered that once the plastic has been taken off it, once you have lay on the mattress, unless it's actually faulty, then you've got what you ordered, and for hygiene reasons, the shop is perfectly within their rights to say we can't take that back because we can't sell it to anybody else.
Right.
But having said that, if you really feel that you've been completely misled in the shop, then I think it is definitely worth pointing that out to the company at this stage. So I think what I would be inclined to do, and I think this will help you enormously, is I would write them a letter at this stage, and I would explain that you tried the mattress in the store, and it felt very comfortable. The mattress that they have delivered is very firm, extremely firm, and when you contacted them, you then need to reiterate the fact that I was told at that point that the demonstration mattress you had in the shop was 2 years old and has had 2 years' worth of people lying on it. Can you please explain why you have a mattress in the store that misrepresents how the mattress will feel when it first arrives in a customer's house? I think what I would then be inclined to do is to say, as a reasonable person, I am prepared, if you feel it is beneficial, to sleep on the mattress for the remainder of the month. However, please be advised, if in a month's time the mattress is still just as firm and is still not comfortable, at that point I will return the goods to you.
Right.
I think that's probably the fairest way of doing it, because it doesn't sound as if the mattress itself is faulty.
I wouldn't say it was faulty. I'll agree with you. It's just the difference in the comfort value from the mattress in the showroom to what was actually delivered. And I also would. I don't know whether it would be okay to ask the gentleman if he could contact the manufacturing company, because I don't know whether they might have changed their manufacturing process in the 2 years. With the change of materials, etc.
Look, I tell you what, would you like me to go and have a little route around? Because I
don't mind going back to him, Jonathan. I really don't. So
no, but what I'm more than happy to do, if you would like. I mean, I think it would be a good idea to outline your concerns now in writing. Strike while the iron's hot and all that.
Okay.
But also, I think it's perfectly right and proper that you are reasonable. And you recognise that this is a brand new mattress. It's only just come out of the factory, and it may well take a few weeks before it starts to settle down and soften up a bit to your body. And I think it's only right and proper that you give the company that opportunity for that to happen.
By all means, yes.
However, if in a month's time it's still it's like sleeping on a brick, and it doesn't feel at all like the mattress in the shop, well, then I think I can absolutely understand that you would feel as if you'd been misled.
Right. Yeah.
So,
as I said, I was surprised that you make a decision on a sample that is 2 years. Plus, so
but I mean that was the same when I bought my mattress earlier this year, and I went to the shop where they had this particular mattress that I was interested in on display, and I lay on it. That mattress had been in the store for about a year,
right?
And so therefore it was properly. I'm going to use the word bedded in, but you know what I mean.
I do.
And you could feel the comfort of it, but when the mattress turned up at my house. It was much firmer than it was in the shop. Right. But actually, a few months down the line, the mattress is now, it's really softened up and it's lovely. And every night I go to bed and I kind of sink down into it and it's all lovely and cosy and squishy and everything else you want from a mattress, and I get a great night's sleep. But it's certainly softened in the last few months since I've had it.
Right.
So I wouldn't panic.
Right.
But if you would like me to, I can go and do some digging around. So...
I would appreciate that, because I wouldn't be confident enough to dig around myself, so I would appreciate that, yes.
I think what would be a good idea is for me just to firstly have a little look at what the mattress is made of, the kind of structure of the mattress, and just to speak to the company and just say, you've come to me for some advice, and I'm just interested to know why have they still got a 2-year-old demonstrator in the store? Is that really giving a fair representation of the mattress that a customer is likely to make? And can they confirm that the structure of the mattress, in terms of the way it's manufactured, has not changed or been adapted in the last year or so?
Well, that's the only thought that came into my head at the time for it to be so different.
Sure.
And I suppose, being naively, I didn't expect it to take a month plus for a mattress to bed in. So
yeah. Okay. Well, look, I tell you what we'll do, Hannah. can I please pass Prue back? Can we get a bit of
Absolutely.
detail? And I'll just do a little bit of research this afternoon.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, Prue, in case you hadn't guessed, I love a mattress problem.
Oh, I've heard you about it before.
Oh, I
Jonathan,
do.
no
I do.
problem.
I love a my team always say, "Oh, we've got a mattress problem," because they know I love a mattress problem. Right, look.
Bless you.
I'll pass you back to Hannah. We'll get some detail, and
Thank you
I'll
very
do
much
some
indeed.
digging around for you. Okay,
Thank you,
hang
Jonathan. Thank
hang
you
on
very
there. So Darren makes furniture for a living and was renting a factory that he shared with another business. Both businesses were in the same line of work. And Darren was saying that actually he'd known the other guy for about 20 years. 20 years, which pre-coronavirus, Darren said had been very good.
Just worked fine up until this £10,000 COVID grant from the government was offered to all small businesses. So on the website for the government, it said that you don't need to contact us. We will contact you. And then underneath that, it said 1 grant per premises. So after about 6 weeks of me not hearing anything from the local council, I got in touch with them, and it turns out that they'd paid the cheque to my friend, who hadn't told me and refused to share half of it with me, even though we paid half of the rent, the building insurance, the night security, and the rates. And he just blatantly said, no, I'm not giving it to you. You've got to get in touch with the council and get your own. So I've been in touch with the council, and the council said, no, we've done all we need to do. We've paid out the 10,000 to that premises, and they're not willing to help me anymore.
Some friend.
So I've upgraded into an ex-friend now.
So what has the former friend had to say to me? I've been off to have a word with him. I've also spoken to the council, and Darren's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Darren.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you, Darren. Although I feel as if there's a bit of a battle ahead regarding this, to be honest. I first of all went off to have a word with your friend, or your former friend, and indeed he answered the phone to me, and we had a perfectly reasonable chat, although he was very adamant that he has done nothing wrong. He said, look, the grant was addressed to my company. The cheque was made payable to my company. My belief is that both my business and Darren's business were both eligible, and Darren should therefore have received a separate cheque, because the cheque that I banked was a cheque made payable to my business. It did not have Darren's business name on it. He said, I didn't claim anything. This just arrived. It just arrived addressed to me and my business, and not to Darren's business. I said to him, yes, but the problem is the grant, there's only 1 grant per premises, and therefore if Darren's business was not named on the address or on the cheque, you've cashed the money that really should have been divided between both of you. He said, well, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. The cheque was made payable to my business. It was not made payable to Darren's business. And the cheque was sent to me. It was not sent to Darren. So I haven't done anything wrong. And I'm not prepared to share the £10,000 because I believe that Darren should be entitled to his own grant. I don't need to give him some of my grant. Does it surprise you that that was the stance he took? And he was absolutely unbudging on it. He doesn't think he's done anything wrong at all.
That doesn't surprise me at all, but he must have read on the website that there's only 1 grant per premises, which you'd just share it, wouldn't you, if you've known someone for 20 years?
You would have thought so, but he says, no, it's my grant, my money. Yeah. The money was not made payable to Darren, and therefore it's not Darren's money. His money should have been... He should take this up with the council, because this is the council's problem, it's not my problem. That was his kind of stance.
Yeah.
So I said, OK, well, let me go and have a word with the council, and I have done just that. The council concerned is Epping Forest District Council, and they came back with this response. They say... Earlier in the year, the District Council was tasked with distributing millions of pounds worth of small business grants to support thousands of local businesses across Epping Forest District during the COVID crisis. This was a government-funded scheme to support small and medium-sized businesses that may have suffered losses due to the coronavirus outbreak. It was imperative to work quickly, and Epping Forest District was proud to be one of the fastest councils to respond in support of our local businesses. Around £29 million was sent out by Epping Forest District Council to 2,500 businesses alone within weeks of the government announcement back in April. The grants were administered on the basis of the property address and details of the registered ratepayer we held on our records as of the 11th of March 2020. Distribution of so much money with such little notice could never be anything other than an imperfect exercise, but we were acutely aware of the risks of delay to maintaining viable businesses through the pandemic. Working from our records, we issued a cheque for £10,000 to the businesses registered at the address. While the name on the cheque referred to only one of the businesses, the supporting paperwork made it clear that it was intended for the support of both businesses at that address. In such an imperfect situation, we can understand why this detail may have been overlooked by the cheque recipient. The council has made every effort to explain the situation to both parties concerned, and it is clearly incumbent on them to share the grant equally as set out in our supporting paperwork. This is clearly a matter for the two parties to resolve, and not something that the council has any jurisdiction over. And there ends their statement.
Yeah.
So we've gone all round the houses and we're back at square one, where your former business colleague, albeit running a separate business from the same address, he doesn't want to give you half of the £10,000. Epping Forest District Council say that he should do because half of the money was due to you. But the problem is, on the cheque they sent out, they didn't put your name on that cheque. They only put his name on the cheque.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, I feel this is just a terrible situation because you are completely innocent. You're stuck in the middle. And I just feel terribly sorry for you because I think it's really unfair. And I hate unfairness like this. Absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and have a word with one of our lawyer friends who sometimes assists us on the programme.
Oh, brilliant.
And I'm going to see, because I really feel as if either the guy that used to run the business from the same address as you or Epping Forest District Council, one of them needs to pick up the pieces from this mistake.
Yeah.
I think it's very unfair. You have done absolutely nothing wrong, and I think it's very unfair that you're left in this position. And I really feel as if one of them, one of the parties involved, needs to take full responsibility. But I want to know whether, if you were to go to court, who actually would be the best person to sue? Yeah. Would it be the council, or would it be your former business colleague who ran his business from the same address as you? I mean, I would suggest, my natural feeling, but I'm going to check this out, is that if this were to go to court, you would sue the guy that you used to run your business from the same address as,
right? And
he would then counter-sue Epping Forest District Council.
Right. Why would he wouldn't have to sue Epping Forest District Council because he's already got all the money, so...
Well, if he doesn't want to share the money, then he would sue Epping Forest District Council because he would say that he's now having to hand over £5,000 that he feels was money that was paid and made payable only to him.
Yeah.
But that's my kind of gut feeling. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and have a word, and I'm going to see if we can get a lawyer interested in this, because I just feel extremely sorry for you. I think this is terrible, Darren, that you're stuck in this position. And I think I think from a human perspective and from a mate's perspective, I think the way you're your former friend has behaved is just absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, so do I.
I mean, I could never do that. I would never be able to. If I was your friend, I'd probably be a bit unhappy that I thought I'd got £10,000 and actually I've only got 5. But I wouldn't rather keep your 5 and see you done over than split it in half. I think that's just an outrageous kind of attitude.
Yeah, because I know if the cheque had come in made out £10,000 to me, I would have straight away said, look, this has come in, this has got to be for both of us, but yeah, he works differently to me.
Well, clearly, people behave in different ways, but I find it hard to get my head around how some people are. Listen, Darren, leave it with me. I'm going to go and make a phone call or two this afternoon. We'll talk either later on this week or beginning of next week as soon as I have some developments, okay?
All right, brilliant, Jonathan. Thanks ever so much.
Okay, Darren, all the very... Now, Jason booked a caravan holiday in a resort in the UK for August of this year. It cost £599 for their stay. They were staying in the caravan from Monday to Friday. But Jason was telling me when he arrived with his family, well, to put it mildly, they were less than impressed.
They said our caravan was all ready to go. As you get to the caravan, there's a big green sign on the door saying it had a COVID clean, it was safe to enter, and it's had its enhanced clean. Well, when we opened the door, just first thing that I saw was like the fridge was filthy, it was all sticky inside, the kitchen sink was all grubby and dirty, all the cutlery was dirty and food on it, the floor it had crisps, popcorn, sand and stones in the corners.
Oh my God, they hadn't cleaned it.
No, and the worst of it was the toilet. The toilet had dry urine all on the seat and the toilet itself. And believe it or not, the seat lid actually had poo on it.
There was poo on the toilet seat?
Correct.
Well, as you can imagine, Jason was pretty horrified. Apparently the company did offer the family a free meal at their restaurant, but that was just as they were packing up to leave on the Thursday because they'd had enough. Well, Jason came to me because he felt the whole situation was absolutely unacceptable and he hadn't had a reasonable explanation from the company as to how he found himself in this position in the first place. Jason's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jason.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Oh, Jason, when I looked at the photos, I was horrified. And I've shared those photos. I've retweeted the photos again today for anybody who's new to this story. If you want to have a look, I've retweeted the photos of the loo in the caravan. Pretty grubby, to be honest, Jason. It certainly did not look as if this caravan had been properly cleaned.
No.
I went off to have a word with the company concerned, and they've come back with a response. The holiday park is Naze Marine Holiday Park at Walton-on-the-Naze. They said, "We take pride in our accommodation standards and have implemented sector-leading COVID-19 safe cleaning protocols. On this isolated occasion, we're disappointed that the standard of Jason's accommodation did not meet our own high standards, and we're in discussion with him about how we remedy this. We're working closely with our park team to ensure our high standards are always achieved." So have they been in touch?
Yes, on the day that I spoke to you, that within hours I received an email wanting to get in contact to discuss the situation. I discussed it then, and it still at the time, it didn't feel they were, taking it seriously. But I did get a call yesterday from their head office, and actually got a proper heartfelt, it felt to us anyway, explanation and apologies, which we haven't had all the way through. And
did they explain? Because what I'm interested in, and I'm just refreshing myself by looking at the photos. If anybody wants to have a look at the photos of the loo in this caravan, if you go to the official JVS on Twitter, you can have a little look. What's clear to me, and you've only got to see this from looking around the hinge, there's no way this toilet, and indeed the rest of the caravan, had been cleaned, it looks like, for some time, because this looks like old dirt on the caravan. So did they explain why it hadn't been cleaned before you went in there?
They didn't explain that, but they just said that they're retraining cleaning staff and bringing them up to speed on what is acceptable. Because I don't always know if they're outside cleaning firms or their own staff. You see, so it's.
Well, look, as someone who many years ago did a short spell of working in a hotel, cleaning hotel bathrooms, I am well aware that it is a job that is not particularly lovely to do, and I would imagine there's a fairly high turnover of staff. Yeah. And as we all know, Jason, some people are good at cleaning and other people are absolutely useless. And it only takes a useless cleaner to be sent into the caravan who can't be bothered to do it. And I guess that's why you would have this problem. But you would hope that they would have identified that and that that particular person will not be cleaning caravans again for them.
Yeah, well, hopefully so, yeah.
So what have they said to you in terms of going forward? What have they offered you?
Well, going forward, it's like I said, it's the first time that someone has sounded as if they've taken it seriously and have been apologetic. We've not had that the whole way through, so that was our main issue to begin with. But now they've come back with offering a 50% refund off our break.
Right.
Which, discussing with my wife, we're happy to accept, and knowing that they've generally felt sorry for our experience.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, that is great. And if you're happy with that response, I mean, I hope that lessons have been learned. What I can say, when I spoke to the man at the company to run through this, he was genuinely surprised to hear of this, because he did say that they have been doing a lot of work, particularly at the moment. You can imagine at the moment, people are being very fussy in terms of the cleanliness of all kinds of hospitality venues. If you go somewhere to stay and it's not spotlessly clean, people are going to complain at the moment, because, of course, on everyone's mind is this dreaded virus, and people don't want to go anywhere where they might catch it. I mean, to be honest, the photos of this caravan, I think coronavirus is probably the least you could have caught in there. It looks absolutely filthy. I mean, the bacteria that must have been on many of the surfaces must have been immense. So, look, if they've agreed to give you half the money back, if they've apologised, if they've given an explanation and you're happy, do we call that a result?
Yes, I do. We do. Thank you, Jonathan.
Have you received the money yet?
No, we've got. They sent the email and it's going through the banking system, the back system. Right. So it should be 3 to 5 days.
What would you like me to do? Shall I give them half the horn now and withhold the other half until you've got the money, or do you want us to assume it's all going to go ahead and give them the full horn now? How do you want to play this, Jason?
I would give them the full horn now. I don't think anything would turn now that everything's been sorted.
Okay, good. Right, well, I will thank them very much indeed. So this horn goes out to the Naze Marine Holiday Park. Thank you very much indeed for sorting it. Jason, good luck with your next holiday, and any other problems, you know where we are.
Right, well, thank you very much for yourself and your team, and thank you for the show. It's fantastic.
Absolutely. Samantha bought what she describes as the handbag of her dreams at a designer sale. It cost her a lot of money, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot.
£895 on the bag, and
one handbag.
Yeah, my partner did look at me with an open mouth, and full price the bag would have been 1250. I've only taken out 3 times, and the last time I went to take it out, two weeks ago for a special dinner, I've opened it. I've got it in its special box, in its special bag, under the bed. I've opened it up, and the gold hardware has some tarnishing on it, like sort of really like small black dots. That's obviously very much upset me. I've called the third-party salespeople because I've lost the receipt, Jonathan.
Well, it's hugely frustrating. I've been speaking to the guy that Samantha purchased the handbag from. He had a look at it. He gave it back. He's made an offer to to Samantha that Samantha's not satisfied with, and I'm not surprised considering how much money she spent on the handbag. But what's the latest? Let's have a quick catch up before I finish the consumer part of my programme for today. Samantha, hello.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello. Now, I wanted to just quickly touch base to say that, as we know, the guy at the company has made you an offer of how much?
20%.
20% of the total cost of this handbag, which was nearly £900. You're not satisfied with that, and I understand why, because you say you've only used the handbag a small number of times, and it should have lasted longer than that. The reason I wanted to talk to you today is I'm really hoping, by us having a conversation, I'm really hoping somebody can point me in the direction of a way of communicating with this designer company. Because I have tried to make contact with this designer company through their press contact and also on Twitter, and they are just not responding at all. I can't get anything back from them, Samantha.
Oh.
The company concerned is Yves Saint Laurent. It's an Yves Saint Laurent bag, is it not?
Yes.
And despite numerous attempts to make contact with them, they're just not responding. So what I'm going to do, Samantha, we'll leave it there for today, but I wanted to say, I'm going to put this out there, and I know my listeners, if anyone knows a way of me being able to communicate with them, one of my listeners will. So if anybody listening to the programme knows of someone who works at Yves Saint Laurent or has a good contact for Yves Saint Laurent as a company based in the UK, if you have a UK head office detail, can you please email me? Good morning, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
On the 21st of August, we went and purchased a second-hand riser recliner chair from someone who had advertised it as new, not 7 months old, and it was on the Facebook selling site on Facebook. The couple was selling the chair because the grandfather for whom it had been ordered had died in hospital, so he'd never actually got to use it. It looked immaculate. We liked it, brought it home.
How much did you pay?
We paid £300 for it, and it had been reduced in a sale to £500. So they were gaining, but they were a nice couple, so we didn't mind. And we looked then at the paperwork they'd given us, and the date of purchase was the 20th of January.
This
year? It was only 7 months old.
Mm-hmm.
The seat, after about 6 weeks, it started to sag, and the partner said that it was like sitting on metal. So it got round to about 10 weeks. I rang the company from that had originally sold.
I don't want the name of that company, please.
No, that's quite all right. I rang the company and explained what had happened and how we'd acquired the chair. The person I spoke to seemed rather surprised that it had given way so quickly, but referred us to an upholstery company. And for that first part of the call, it was charged at £48, which we paid. Then we received an email from the upholstery company, who in turn said that there would be a further £51 to pay for an hour's work, subject to them being able to do anything to it in that time. If not, then there would be a further cost. So this goes on, and we have a talk about it, and I feel that because the chair isn't a year old, it hadn't been used for 7 months, it just seems an awful lot to expect that we put up with it from here on when it's not even, had a 6 months use.
Okay, first up, and I'm afraid I'm going to say one or two things that you might not want to hear. No, but there's no point in me, pussyfooting around this and telling you've got loads of rights when you haven't. If you bought the chair second-hand from a social media site, it's the same as buying anything second-hand through an advert in the paper or whatever it may be. It's buyer beware, and you don't have any rights, regardless of how old the chair is. You don't have any legal right against either the person who sold you the chair or indeed the company that originally had sold the chair to the other people.
Fine, understand that.
Okay, so anything really that you're looking for would be as a gesture of goodwill rather than what you're entitled to. So, I mean, let's just work through this. I mean, I agree with you. If the chair indeed is only 7 months old and was hardly used by the previous owner of that chair, then it seems very surprising that it's all falling apart so much. So I think it would certainly be worth going back to the manufacturer of the chair, who I presume, did they offer a 1-year guarantee on it?
There is a 1-year guarantee, but only to the person who purchased it.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a guarantee that you're entitled to, but as I just explained,
okay.
You don't have any rights here legally. You've bought a second-hand chair. It's a case of buyer beware. If the chair turns out to be a load of rubbish, then unfortunately it's tough, really. However, I think I would still be inclined to be making a case to the manufacturer that it's a great shame that the chair that they've made, why has the chair that they made only lasted this amount of time? If they're a company that prides itself in the quality of the products that it produces, are they happy with the fact that this chair that they made and was only purchased at the beginning of this year already is sinking? I think that's the way I would be phrasing it. I certainly don't think we're in a position to be stamping our feet or kind of demanding stuff, but I think it's certainly worth asking some pertinent questions to the company that made it. Why has it started to sag? I mean, when this upholsterer came out and had a look at it, what did he say had caused it?
Retract on that. We cancelled the upholsterer coming and had our £48 returned. We're saying that because we feel it is a manufacturing fault, that it ought to be dealt with by them, but at the same time, if we'd had this upholsterer having paid £48, we were then being asked for a further 51 for him actually to come in and have a look at it.
Yeah.
And then after that, there would be further cost. Well,
yeah, so you don't want to chuck more good money away after bad, is what you're saying?
No. Yeah. I mean, we bought, partner bought a very thick, substantial cushion to put in it, but even putting that on, it shapes almost like a banana by the time he gets out of it because the centre goes down so far, whereas the sides are up. So it really is very low in the middle. You know, padded out and properly upholstered would be fine, but it just isn't that. There's literally very little upholstery underneath the middle of the seat.
A couple of questions, and I've got to be honest, one of these questions is going to sound a bit rude. I don't mean it rudely, but it's quite important. Your partner who sits on the chair, your partner, is he big or not?
Not a huge man. He weighs about 12 and perhaps 12 and a half stone at the most.
Fine. Well, apologies for me having to ask that question, but you understand the point. You know, if he was 25 stone sitting on it,
no way.
He's obviously putting a lot of weight on the chair, and it would be, possible that his sheer weight had squashed the chair. But if he's a perfectly normal weight, then of course there's no reason why that would have had the impact. Do we know anything about the previous occupant, how big he or she was?
He didn't even get to try it because he never came out of hospital. For him, he was in hospital at the time. Yeah. And unfortunately, he died in hospital.
I see.
We're clearing the house. It's only a young couple clearing Grandad's things. And they advertised it. We thought it looked good. Tried it and had a little demonstration of it. That worked fine. Then when we got it back, it sort of progressively became uncomfortable.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and I'm very grateful to you for coming to the programme, because it is an opportunity for me just to kind of get this message out there. When you buy something second-hand through a social media site, unfortunately the law is not on your side, and it is a case of buyer beware. Once you've taken responsibility, it's kind of down to you. That said, and I'm not making you any promises at all, Nova, so I need to manage your expectations. I don't want you to think I'm going to be able to wave my magic wand and sort this all out for you automatically.
Okay.
But what I do want to do is try and help you. So what we will try to do, Hannah, can we get some detail?
Absolutely.
And can we get in contact with the manufacturer of the chair and just explain, we understand that Nova doesn't have any legal rights here. We understand that.
Yeah.
But from a reputational perspective, why would one of their chairs, that presumably they are manufacturing to a good standard, why would it be collapsing after only a couple of months of sitting in it?
Absolutely, I'll get onto them now.
Okay. Right, Nova, no promises, but we'll do our very best to help you, okay?
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it.
Okay, you hang on there, please. I'm past just in case. Darren was telling me he makes furniture for a living, and he was renting a factory that he shared with another business. They're both in the same line of work. They've known each other for about 20 years. 20 years which, pre-coronavirus, Darren says, have been very good.
It's flowed fine up until this £10,000 COVID grant from the government was offered to all small businesses. So on the website for the government, it said that you don't need to contact us, we will contact you. And then underneath that, it said 1 grant per premises. So after about 6 weeks of me not hearing anything from the local council, I got in touch with them, and it turns out that they'd paid the cheque to my friend, who hadn't told me and refused to share half of it with me, even though we paid half of the rent, the building insurance, the night security, and the rates. And he just blatantly said, no, I'm not giving it to you. You've got to get in touch with the council and get your own. So I've been in touch with the council, and the council said, no, we've done all we need to do. We've paid out the 10,000 to that premises, and they're not willing to help me anymore.
Some friend.
So I've upgraded into an ex-friend now.
Yes, well, what has this former friend had to say to me? I went off to have a word with him. He was absolutely adamant that he's done nothing wrong. He said, look, the cheque arrived. It was addressed to me. It was not addressed to Darren. The cheque was made payable to me. It was not made payable to Darren. Therefore, I have cashed a cheque that was made payable to me from the council, and I don't see why I should have to give Darren half of that money. It's my money. It wasn't Darren's money, and if Darren feels that the council should have sent him his own money, he needs to complain to the council. Well, I went to speak to the council. The council came back with a pretty long response, but in effect, they said that they were trying to manage £29 million worth of money that they were sent by the government to help 2,500 businesses in the area. And they were handing that money out in quite a rapid way, and they recognised that as a result of trying to do all of this under so much pressure to help businesses, they did indeed send the cheque without putting Darren's name on it. However, they say in the body of the letter that accompanied the cheque, it made it clear that this was for both businesses that were based at that address, and therefore the council say that it's down to Darren's friend to give Darren half of the money. Well, we know that Darren's friend is not prepared to do that, so what can he do? Darren's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Darren.
Hello, hello, Jonathan. Good morning.
It just seems to me so unfair, and I can't believe your friend is dealing with this in this kind of way. It's not the way that I could ever treat a friend, but there we go. Different people have different attitudes. So, who can you take legal action against if push comes to shove? Would it be the council, which in this case is Epping Forest District Council, or would it be your former friend? Well, I knew the man to be able to help us with this is Nick Freeman, the lawyer known as Mr. Loophole. He's on the other line now. Morning to you, Nick.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Jonathan. Good morning.
Good morning to you. So who needs friends like this, eh?
Well, it's not a great friend, but we spoke about this yesterday, and I've thought very carefully about it, and I have some sympathy with Epping Council because obviously they were trying to dispense the money as quickly as possible and as expeditiously as possible. But they do owe a duty of care to Darren, and unfortunately, from their perspective, they have been negligent in what they have done. There are two businesses trading at this one premise, and they have a duty to ensure that the cheque for £5,000 to each proprietor is sent out. And insofar as they haven't done that, they owe Darren £5,000. So it falls short. They owe him a duty of care. They've basically said, look, we've been negligent because we were under pressure. And that's why I have some sympathy with them. It's a mistake that is understandable, but nevertheless it is a mistake which they are legally liable for in a court of law. Now, I don't know when Darren's friend, when he received the cheque, whether he knew at the time he cashed it, whether in fact he was doing something dishonest. Did he have an intention at that stage not to share the spoils, as it were? Or was it something that he realised subsequently? And the reason I say that is because he may be guilty of theft. If he knew when he received those monies from the council that they were in fact designed for two people, and he decided to appropriate them dishonestly for himself, that is theft. It's a dishonest appropriation with a permanent intention to deprive. And so what I suggest Darren does is he contacts the council by phone and initially and say, look, I know he's already done this, and say, look, I've now taken some legal advice and you do owe me a duty of care, and it's for you to ensure that I have my £5,000 check. The fact that you made a mistake, it's not my problem. I'm afraid it's your problem and you need to resolve it. And I think their legal department would actually, upon reflection, think, yes, actually, we've got it wrong. What they need to do is to give Darren a cheque for £5,000 in his name, and they need to recover the excess £5,000 to Darren's ex-friend. I would also, if I was Darren, I would contact the police and ask them to investigate it, because if my hunch is right and Darren's friend knew, his ex-friend knew at the time he cashed the cheque that it was designed for both and he was going to keep it, and that would seem to be enforced by the fact that he is steadfastly refusing to hand it back. He could be guilty of theft. I'm not saying he would be, but it certainly warrants a police investigation. And so that there are basically two courses of action, but the one that's going to produce the £5,000 is, I'm afraid, Darren, contacting the council and, if necessary, sending them a formal letter and giving them the opportunity to pay, and threatening them with proceedings in the small claims court if they don't hand over the money that was always intended for you. It's government money. It's for you. It's your money. You have a legal entitlement to it. Had the council done the job properly, if as a lawyer I rush my advice and I get it wrong, then I have to stand by it, and so does the council. They owe a duty of care to you, and I'm afraid they've departed from that duty of care. So that is the course that you need to adopt, Darren.
Thank you very much for that advice.
It's excellent advice. The one thing I wanted to just chuck in terms of when you were talking about the former friend potentially having been aware of the fact that the money should have gone to Darren. One thing that may well be important to bring up in that is that the cheque itself was made payable to the friend's business. It says, the payee is the friend's business, and then it has the and sign. Yeah, but
unfortunately, that would support the fact that he should know that it was intended for somebody else. But from a civil perspective, he's legally entitled to pay that into his account, because it's what used to be a shows in action. It's a thing in action. He's lawfully paid that into his account because it was made payable to him. The council has made a mistake. The council will recover the excess, so he should recover the £5,000 without too much difficulty. But why should Darren have to wait for that? He should be entitled to his £5,000 straight away, and that should come out of the council's coffers, I'm afraid. And they then would need to sue Darren's ex-friend. I mean, why should Darren have to sue his ex-friend because of the council's mistake? There's no legal basis for that. It's the council's mess. They've got it wrong, and it's probably the case. It could well be the case. Let's put it no higher than that Darren's ex-friend knew what he was doing was wrong. But that will be a criminal matter, and it will be a civil matter in relation to the council and his ex-friend, but not in relation to Darren and his ex-friend.
I see. So the first port of action really is for him to go back to Epping Forest District Council to explain that he's now sought some legal advice, and they are the ones responsible. So how would they like to resolve this issue? Would they like to just get a cheque for £5,000 sent out to him? Alternatively, will he be left with no alternative but to pursue them through the small claims court? Is that the first thing he should do?
That's absolutely what he should do. And then he sends a letter. He'll know very quickly what their course of action is. They'll obviously want to think about it, speak to their legal department. Hopefully that will come up trumps. If it doesn't, it's a letter before action, and then he starts proceedings in the small claims court. I would at the same time report the matter to the police. I mean, it's Darren's ex-friend. There's potential criminal proceedings there of either fraud or theft. They certainly warrant investigation, and there's no downside from Darren in pursuing both, if you like, as a pincer movement. I suppose what Darren wants, he might want justice. He might be very cheesed off with his ex-friend and wants his ex-friend sorting out through the legal process, but he also wants his £5,000 as a matter of urgency, I imagine. So, the first thing is to speak to the council straight away this afternoon. I've got legal advice. You owe me a duty of care. You're in breach of it. Can I have my money now, please? You need to sue Darren. It's not Darren's ex-friend. It's not for me to do that. And I'd give them a very short time to come up with an answer. And if they don't do that, you write to them. Then you start small claims proceedings.
Brilliant. Is that all clear, Darren?
That is clear. Thank you very much, Nick. Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah,
it's a pleasure, Darren. Good.
Fantastic. Thank you as always, Nick, very much for your help. And we will we'll keep you posted of how things go. Thank you very much indeed. There's Nick Freeman, the lawyer, otherwise known as Mr. Loophole. Darren, can you get onto the council ASAP, and can we catch up either tomorrow or Monday and just find out how things go?
Yeah, so I'll phone them now and see what they've got to say.
Well, I tell you what.
A few times I've phoned them, they just don't return my calls, don't return my emails.
Okay. Well, let's give them a chance. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm going to ask my team if we can just pencil you in for a chat tomorrow, and we'll have a conversation then. And if they haven't responded, then we can advise you in terms of how to get that letter sent to them. Okay.
All right. Thanks ever so much, Jonathan.
Thank you, Darren. Talk to you very soon.
Well, I'm a bit puzzled. January this year, I booked 2 tickets with an airline to take us on holiday. And everything was all okay until such times as late July time, I had breathing problems and whatnot, and had a large asthma attack. And I was advised by the doctor when he found out that I'd got this flight booked for this month, strongly advised me that due to my breathing problems, I would have to cancel that flight because it would have adverse effects on my health. Which I did do, and I contacted the airline and let them know.
Where were you due to jet off to?
Tenerife.
Tenerife. Oh, lovely. Well, it's a shame it didn't happen.
Yeah, I've been there for the last 15 years. I got devastated. But anyhow, what happened was they told us to fill these online forms in, which we did do, and they said they would we'd hear from them. And if any documentation, could I send it in? Well, £25 later in a doctor's letter on registered mail, I sent to their head office.
Now, sorry to interrupt you, but when you say them, and I don't want the name of the company, but are you talking about the airline or are you talking about your travel insurance company?
Talking about the airline.
Right.
What happened was we sent it recorded. They admitted that, yes, they had received it, and it had been signed for, and that it would be dealt with in the usual way, which was quite good. So the doctor's letter cost me the £25 it usually does, and a few days later we got an email back from this airline stating they've reviewed my situation and decided to decline my refund. And they advised me to go to my travel insurance, which I did. Mm-hmm. Now, they advised me that they would pay out, but make sure that airline repaid me and refunded me my airport duty tax, which they claim or take off of us for and pay for the government.
Yes.
So going on their website, I looked on there, and it says, yes, they will refund that airport tax, which is, I understand, £13 per person, but they're going to charge an administration charge of £17 to get it back. Well, I went back to my insurance and told them, and they said it's illegal. They can't do that. They can't charge you £17 administration fee to pay you back what you've paid. They should pay it direct to you. So that means I should really have £26 coming back for my wife and myself. But they just won't talk to me now, and it's a complete blank. And I thought, well, I've got nowhere to turn, only you, to see what do I do?
Okay, well, a couple of things. Firstly, well done you for taking out travel insurance. I had a horrible feeling that this story was going in the direction of you hadn't got round to taking out the travel insurance for your trip, because you were going to do what so many people unfortunately decide to do. And the reason I'm raising this now is just a bit of advice for everyone. When you book a trip, always do as Peter did. Make sure that you have a good quality travel insurance policy that runs and is active from the date of booking the holiday. Don't do what so many people think they'll do, and that's to book a holiday and then say to themselves, oh, it's all right, I'll organise the travel insurance the day before I go or the week before I go. The whole point of travel insurance is not only to cover you if you go on holiday and you end up falling ill or having an accident or something going wrong. It also is to cover you for unexpected things that may stop you going on the holiday in the first place. If you haven't taken the insurance policy out, and if you were in the position that Peter was in, the chances are you would have lost all your money. But Peter, well done. You had travel insurance, so you were able to claim back. And how much did you end up getting back from the travel insurance company for the lost holiday?
Well, I had a £50 excess on both of us, so we've lost £100 of the £480 which it would have cost us.
Right, yeah. But, I mean, it's better than you would have got, probably, if you hadn't had the travel insurance, so well done for taking out that policy. Regarding the tax of £27, it's an intriguing one. So the airline says that they are within their rights to charge an admin fee for giving you back the taxes for the flights that didn't actually go ahead because you cancelled them.
That's correct. I mean, I cancelled that. Those flights were cancelled on the date when I've had a letter from my doctor, which was on the 15th of August. So they had plenty of time because we were supposed to have flown out on the 26th of this month, Monday just gone.
Sure. OK, well, I think we need to go and have a little word with them and find out what they have to say for themselves and see if we can get you the money back. So you're expecting about 27 quid in total back?
26, £13 each. You see, my concern is this, like your listeners, if they haven't done what I've done and sort of try to follow this through, this airline, if they're going to charge that particular amount of money, they're keeping the £13 per person tax. Where's it going? I mean, they're making money hand over fist.
Well, there are all kinds of shenanigans that are going on from airlines at the moment, and it was very interesting. I was speaking to a travel company that I had booked to go to Spain, and I was getting my money back from this company. I've used this company for many, many years, and the lady there said, we have had a nightmare trying to get money back for holidays, package holidays, through the airlines. Some of the airlines are just not refunding anybody, any of the companies that have booked their flights as part of packages. They're not giving us any of the money back at all. And she said it's absolutely infuriating. We as tour operators have had to take the full financial hit, and the airlines have kept people's money. So although we understand that there are airlines that are really struggling and have found the coronavirus pandemic a nightmare, and I'm sure most of them have, there are also some airlines that it would appear, even though the passenger has not travelled on the flight because of the virus, they're still hanging on to the money as well. So
is it legal for them to actually keep the government's money that you've paid it?
Well, as I say, this particular company that I dealt with said that they are no longer prepared to even sell flights anymore from certain airlines, because they said that some of the airlines are not even prepared to follow the British government's advice and to actually do what the British government tells them they have to do. There's a lot of anger out there in the travel industry at the moment. That said, your £26 as a point of principle. Let's see what we can find out. Let's go and have a word with the airline. Hannah?
Yes.
Can we go and have a little chat with them and find out what they have to say about...
We can. We'll track this money down.
...the admin fee that they're trying to charge Peter. Peter, can you leave it with us? We'll go and make some inquiries and we'll talk to you very soon.
That's ever so kind of you, Jonathan. Thank you, and you stay safe.
Yeah, you too, and hopefully you'll get your trip to Tenerife at some point next year and I'll have my trip to Frigliana.
I'll tell you what, we might even meet at the airport, Jonathan.
Right. Well, there we go. Tony purchased a dishwasher a couple of years ago. It was very expensive. It cost him £799. Well, it's now just out of its warranty and, well, sod's law, isn't it? There seems to be a problem with the heater, which means the machine just runs cold. Well, luckily, Tony is a regular listener to my programme, so he knew his consumer rights.
We reported the fault to the retailer on the 20th of October. They did. I'm a regular listener to the show and hear this one a lot. They tried to put us straight onto the manufacturer because they told us it was out of warranty. It was no longer covered. We knew it was nonsense. I mean, there were two things. I appealed to them on the basis it was only about 4 weeks out of warranty. And I also went through the Consumer Rights Act, which I know from your show. They then told me that that didn't count because it was white goods, and that when we set up an account with themselves in 2016, we agreed to their terms and conditions, like you do, you tick the box. So we asked them to send us a copy of that. They sent that through, and the interesting thing is, it actually says on their email that it doesn't affect my statutory right.
Well, it seems like even with Tony's consumer knowledge, he was struggling to get anywhere. One thing Tony hadn't mentioned was that he'd purchased this dishwasher from a wholesaler rather from a regular run-of-the-mill retailer, which of course changes things slightly, but fear not, we've been off to have a word with them. Have we managed to sort things out? Tony's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tony.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, the fact that you purchased it from the company that you did purchase it from does potentially change things a little bit. However, we've had good experiences with this company in the past in terms of being able to resolve things, so I hope that's the case this time. Hannah, what have they had to say for themselves? What are they prepared to do?
Yes, so I got in touch with them straight away after we spoke to Tony this week, and I believe they have emailed me to say they've been in touch with Tony to resolve the issue. So Tony should have some information for us, I think.
What have they said, Tony?
Well, Jonathan, clearly you and your team worked your magic because after a manager refusing to talk to us for a week, in less than 24 hours, they called us and agreed to pay the full repair costs of the dishwasher.
Right. Okay. Well, that's marvellous. And have you had to organise your own person to come and repair it or not?
No. We already had the manufacturer booked. What they've asked us to do is to carry on. They've put this in writing in an email. Carry on with that booking. They've asked us to make the payment ourselves because they don't have the facility. And then when we send them the invoice, they will refund us without delay.
Right.
So, which is great news.
Well, that is fantastic. So have you got someone coming out yet?
We've got them booked for the 5th of November. Unfortunately, that's the quickest they can do because, like a lot of industries, they've had to slow down because of COVID and the restrictions it places upon them.
Yeah.
One thing you've mentioned, Jonathan, about them being a wholesaler, because it's great they're going to fix it, but we purchased a number of items from them roughly the same time, all white goods, and they said to me that they'll do it on this occasion, but technically for us to, what we have to do officially is show that the machine had an inherent fault within 6 months of purchasing it. So I was a little confused by.
Yeah, that is a common misconception, this business of you have to prove that the product had a fault that was present either at the time of purchase or within 6 months. The Consumer Rights Act does not specify that. The Consumer Rights Act simply states that the product must last for a reasonable amount of time and must be of reasonable quality. Now, you may well buy a sofa that at the time of purchase is fine, 6 months later is fine, but 7 months later starts to collapse. You know, the law doesn't state that just because it took 7 months for it to collapse rather than 6, that the retailer no longer has any liability to you. So, I wouldn't take too much notice of that. That's absolute nonsense. Right. And of course, if you have any other problems, please come back to us. But it sounds as if they want to try and get it resolved. Now, I'm going to give them this. Half of the horn. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got your dishwasher repaired. Just a few more days then of having to wash your own dishes. Honestly, isn't it a drag?
My wife's unbearable at the moment.
Well, your wife?
She doesn't like washing up.
Well, no, I don't. Are you not helping her?
I work strange hours, so I'm not there a lot.
Oh, I see. You're conveniently never there at washing up time. I see.
But also, the kitchen is her zone. I'm trying to do anything in the kitchen.
Oh, blimey.
I've upset her. Yeah.
Well, I dread the thought of my dishwasher not working. I love my dishwasher, and it's one of the favourite things in my kitchen. In fact, do you know what? I'm going to say something a bit outrageous now. I think I would rather the washing machine broke than the dishwasher. I love my dishwasher so much, and I hate doing washing up so much.
Me too. Dishwasher's the worst thing to break.
I really feel it is.
Yeah.
I really feel the cooker. I'd rather that went than the dishwasher. A whole load of things I'd rather they broke than the dishwasher. The dishwasher's too important. Listen, I'm absolutely delighted that they're going to get it sorted for you. Let us know, Tony, and we'll give them the rest of the horn.
I'll come back to you, and big thanks to you and the team.
You may remember on Tuesday we heard from Jerry, who ordered her grandson a teddy bear sleeping bag. When it didn't arrive, she tried to track it down, and the company claimed to have evidence of having delivered it. However, in fact, all Jerry had received in the post was a funny old scrap of material. We were inundated with calls on this. Lots of you appear to have had similar problems, some receiving material, others receiving cheap jewellery, when you'd ordered something altogether different and altogether more expensive. Well, consumer expert at Resolver and regular on Rip Off Britain, James Martin, joins us now. Hello to you, Martin. Thanks very much indeed for coming on.
Oh, thanks for having me, Jonathan.
This is a well-known scam, I gather.
It really is, but it's become a lot more seductive and widespread lately because the way that we shop has really fundamentally changed. Now, what's happening here, when you get this kind of scam, it tends to be when you buy through online adverts on social media pages, through Facebook or Instagram or all of those sites. But there are quite a few lurking around in dark corners of the internet anyway, and they look very legitimate. But often the companies are based abroad, particularly in America. If you're paying in dollars, that's always a bit of a warning. And they tend to offer goods that almost look too good to be true. But I've seen some, frankly, outrageous and occasionally hilarious examples of people who've really, really been scammed. But this is one of those really, really frustrating things where it can often be quite tricky to track down the business involved. But I do have a few tips for getting your money back.
Oh, please tell us.
So the important thing is, because these companies are often based outside of the UK, the Consumer Rights Act that you were just mentioning before doesn't necessarily apply to them. However, that doesn't mean you don't have any rights, because you're still buying within the UK, and it all comes down to how you paid. So if you paid on a plastic card, and I would encourage people to do that if they're planning their Christmas shopping now, so that's a debit card or a credit card. If you've been ripped off or scammed, you can contact your bank or card provider and ask them to charge back the money. That's the phrase you need to remember. It's something that's proved really useful at the moment with disputes with travel companies and all of the other horrible things that we've been discussing over lockdown. But you'll have to sign a form just confirming that there's been a bit of a con, and then your card provider will try to get the cash back for you. If they refuse to do so, you've also got the option of going to the free financial ombudsman service. So you've got a few more options there. But of course, the most important thing is not to get drawn in by these scams in the first place.
Well, that's the point. I mean, I'm always banging on about how the internet is a wonderful thing, but it also opens us all up to the whole world. And if you're sitting there in the comfort of your living room ordering something from a company that may have a very swanky-looking website, if they're based on some market stall in China, why on earth would you want to do business with them?
Well, absolutely, Jonathan. And I think one of some of the examples, certainly when we were chatting about this on Rip Off Britain last week, were, really quite bonkers. I mean, we had a guy who bought a chainsaw, and actually what he got sent was a chainsaw blade. Someone who'd ordered like a beer cooler that was shaped like a VW camper van, and it turned out to be a tiny die-cast model. And the question that kind of arises is, why are they actually bothering to send anything? Well, the simple answer to that is, if the company, no matter where it is in the world, takes money off you but doesn't send anything, that's an out-and-out criminal offence, no matter where you are. You've taken money and you've not provided goods. This, they seem to think, is some kind of legal caveat. It's not. It's still a con, but it can often be costly or difficult to track down these businesses. So it pays to be a little bit cynical. I'm not saying that shops in different countries aren't legitimate, but if you're handing over some dollars or different currency for goods that might seem a little bit too good to be true, then be cynical and always have a look at what your rights would be. Go onto their website and see what you'd have to do if you needed to return the goods as well. But the most important thing is to make sure that you pay by plastic card if you can do. Don't direct transfer money, whatever you do.
Brilliant advice, Martin. Thank you very much indeed. There's Martin James, who's a consumer expert at Resolver and a regular on... Alistair's on the line. Hello, Alistair.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Alistair.
To speak to you, young man.
Well, very nice to speak to you too, Alistair. Now, tell me all about the problem you're having without naming any company names, please.
Okay, Jonathan, I'm 76, retiring soon again. Decided I needed a new camera, which I used to have as a hobby. Bought one from a very reputable firm, paid £1,000 for it via a credit card.
Blimey. Now, hang on one second. What were you planning on photographing with this £1,000 camera?
I'd gone through training with the local camera group on and my specialist that I enjoy photographing is people, families, that sort of things, ecology. I used to be a beekeeper on a nature reserve, all those sorts of things there. This particular camera, top of the range, links to the internet via Wi-Fi and all sorts of other whiz-bang things it can do.
I was going to say, it's interesting because years ago, I say years ago, how long? Probably about six years ago or so, I bought a very nice camera myself. It wasn't £1,000. I think it was about 400 quid. And I really thought this was a marvellous thing to buy because I thought I'm going to take some lovely photos, and indeed it does take lovely photos. But what was interesting was it was around that time that they started putting excellent cameras in mobile phones. Yep. And I have to be honest, for the last couple of years, that camera has sat in its box, not used at all, because to be honest, I can take good photos on my mobile phone, so I never really need it. So does this camera takes much better quality photos than you could do with a smart mobile phone?
The truth, Jonathan, always is it isn't the camera that takes the photograph, it's the photographer. He's got to see the picture first. This one is particularly small, right, which at my age and physical disability is important because I don't want to carry around one of these great big heavy whiz-bang ones.
Right.
This one's so compact it's smaller than one of the little ones. In any case, it's a little one.
Okay, and it was £1,000, and you bought it when?
July time.
Of this year?
Of this year.
Okay, fine. What's the problem?
Right. I got in touch with the manual comes with 26 languages. It's only a very small thing. When I tried to connect it Wi-Fi and cable connection to my computer, wouldn't work, couldn't get it to work. My granddaughter, who's an expert in these matters, 25, she tried, couldn't get it to work. So I got in touch with customer service. On 3 separate occasions, talking to 3 separate people, I was told that the manufacturer gives you a 2-year warranty. This guarantee you agreed to in the terms and conditions. And it goes on to say you can agree to these terms and conditions at the point of sale. I got in touch with them and said, it doesn't work, I can't link into it. And the customer service says, you need to download a program that's installed on your camera. I went back to the manufacturer who says, no such program loaded onto the camera. So now I've got £1,000 worth of camera I can't use because it doesn't comply with what I wanted.
So just please correct me if I'm assuming anything that's incorrect. The Wi-Fi function then, is that so you can go out of a morning, take some photos, come home and just be in the same room as your computer and you can upload all the photos you've just taken onto your computer right, without having to plug it in or anything like that?
Absolutely right. Okay. And it's also got sat-nav facility on there so you know exactly where you took the photograph. All these sort of whiz-bang things are useful if you're really into detail of photography. Right. One of the weaknesses you spoke about earlier on with using a camera on your phone is that people don't keep copies of their photographs and print them, and in years to come, you won't be able to. So you actually need to print your photographs now if you want something to show your grandchildren.
Yes.
Because electronic, you won't be able to do it in years to come. But
right,
that's a separate issue.
Okay, so in terms of this Wi-Fi business, I mean, I think what we need to try and work out is whether actually the camera's broken, whether there's something wrong with it, or whether there's the chance that you just haven't done something you need to do to get the camera to communicate with the Wi-Fi.
Now, I understand exactly the point you make. Having thought about this, I've been in touch with the manufacturer who say you have to download a program from the internet.
Okay.
Now, clearly, I didn't realise I'd have to do that when I bought the camera. When we tried to do that, and again using advice from the manufacturer, we couldn't achieve the result. But one of the answers from the manufacturer was, well, perhaps you need to change the cable. And I'm thinking, well, you just supplied me £1,000 camera and accepting that the cable might be wrong. And now you're not going to give me my money back.
But what cable? The cable that came with the camera?
Yes, absolutely.
But surely the whole point of the Wi-Fi is you don't need a cable.
No, it's an option to do both, right? Because you may want to download it elsewhere to a different computer.
Yeah.
It's all of those things available, and downloading it with a cable is actually easier.
Right.
For me.
Okay. So I mean, look, let's just break this down. And I'm getting to an age, I'll be honest with you, Alistair, I'm getting to an age where, as technology is advancing so quickly, I'm quickly falling behind and I'm getting very frustrated, and I have to get children to sort things out for me now because, when something goes wrong on my computer at work, I find myself looking around the newsroom for someone under the age of 30 and saying, can you help me? Because you all know how this works.
Absolutely right.
Very frustrating. And sometimes, it just takes someone who knows what they're doing. They come and press a few buttons, and before you know it, they've made it all work, which is marvellous. Now, you say that your granddaughter had a look at it, and she's brilliant on computers.
Yes.
Have you had anyone else give you a second kind of...
No, I haven't, because it's a matter of using the only information you can get, the booklet that comes with it. As I said, it's a tiny little thing.
Yeah.
Fair enough, that's okay. But it's in 26 languages. So there's not much information in there.
Right.
It means that you've got to get hold of, and I didn't know this at the time, the manual, which is you can get online,
yes,
but it's expensive to buy. But even in that manual, it doesn't contain the name of the program which the manufacturer is now suggesting I must download.
Do you know what I think we're going to do? What I think is the best way of proceeding with this? Hannah?
Yes.
Now, poor Hannah often has to sort things out for me when it goes wrong because Hannah is under the age... You are under the age of 30, aren't you?
Absolutely, I am. How dare you even ask?
So Hannah has to sort these kinds of things out. I tell you what I'd like us to do. Can we please get in touch with the manufacturer?
Yes.
I presume they must have some kind of technical help, or they could point us in the direction of someone. It sounds to me as if what Alistair needs, before we can assume that the camera is actually broken and the Wi-Fi facility on it doesn't work, can they try and get one of their technical advisors to talk Alistair through it step by step, to run through and just to make sure that there isn't a case of user error here and that something could be sorted out to make it work without it?
I think that is the best thing to do, because if you get the setup right, then it's all good. But if you get the setup wrong, you can have complications for the whole time you're using it. So I think, and it is confusing, especially with these high-tech cameras.
Oh, well, it's frustrating, isn't it, Alistair? When you can't make something work and the technology is just advanced and you tear your hair out, don't you?
Yes, and I'm now in the really a cantankerous old bloke. I'm probably on my feet and all those sort of things. You know what it is.
I know.
You're a child still.
Well, I'm yes, but with every passing day, becoming just a little more like Victor Meldrew, Alistair.
I understand.
Listen, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Hannah. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay?
Thank you.
Another Hannah. Hannah bought a new composite front door in February of this year. It was for the exterior part of her front porch. But Hannah says she's had some pretty significant problems with this front door ever since it was installed.
They came on the 21st of February and fitted it, and it cost me £1,500. And they came back on the 24th, the fitter. He worked on the squeak, but it was still hard to close, and they just told me that the draft excluder would bed in. And I was rather worried in case it went out of line, because if the lock went out of line, I wouldn't get in or out. The problem has started now that the walls of each side under the windows is waving at me every time I close the door. The wall is loose. It's dislodged the wall.
What, the front door has dislodged the wall of your porch?
Yes. 2 little side stone walls. They're both loose.
Oh,
I had a builder look at them, and he said they weren't safe. But the manager came out and had a look at the door, at the wall, and said, "Oh, I could get someone to come and put some mastic down the side." I said, "No, I wouldn't have that. I'm just going to close it now."
So it makes quite a thud, and when you close the front door, you can actually see the porch wall moving.
Yes, it's moving.
Well, it's very concerning, isn't it? I mean, you don't have a new front door that ends up making your porch fall down. I went off to have a word with the company on Hannah's behalf to see if I could try and sort things out. Hannah's back on the JVS show now. Good afternoon to you, Hannah.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. So I contacted the company and I ran through the situation with a very nice sounding lady who asked if I could just send over everything in writing, which I did. Now, rather disappointingly, having sent over the outline of the complaint in writing, they have never come back to me. However, I'm not going to get on my high horse about that, because what they did do, and what is actually far more important, is after they'd received my communication, they got straight on the phone to you, and they made all the right noises in terms of coming out, having a look, and getting it sorted, most importantly. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, I don't need them necessarily to come back to me and to have a conversation with me. It might have been nice to let me know, but there we go. I won't be precious about it. As long as they sort your front door out, and more importantly, the wall on either side of it, that's the important bit. Now, when we last spoke, when the guy came out to have a look, he suggested he was going to get a brickie to come out and to put right the structural problems with the wall. What's happened since we last spoke, Hannah?
Well, when he was discussing the brickie coming out, I suggested panels at the side, and he said, "Oh, that was a good idea." And he has been twice with a +1. And he came this week and measured all up, and they're going to put 2 side panels in, taking the windows that's already there and making it all one, and they're going to put 2 aluminium supports each side of the door, and he has assured me that this will solve the problem. And we have sent an email and told them to go ahead, and as we're talking the talk, but will we do the walk?
Well, we need to wait and see, don't we? Now, the guy that's saying, putting these aluminium supports in, that will sort it all out, is that the front door man, or is that the brickie?
No, it's the director of the company, and he said he will oversee it as well.
Right.
He has been very attentive since your calls.
Good. Well, I mean, that's a good thing, really, because you don't really want to be installing new front doors for people that make their porches fall down, do you?
No.
Now, thankfully, it hadn't got to that point yet. But if by closing the front door, it had loosened the supports on either side of the front door, the brick supports, that's very
it was
worrying.
The stone wall that was in after the brick. The stone wall was put in with the porch, and it was solid. It was fine. It'd been there for quite a few years. And the only reason I changed the door was that the other old wooden Georgian door shrunk, and I could see daylight through it, so it wasn't safe. And decided on this door, and he advised me a composite door. And I thought everything would be well, but it hasn't been.
So when is he coming to put these aluminium supports in and to do the side of it?
As soon as he can. And he did say on the phone when I was speaking to him, it might be 2 or 3 weeks. And when I asked the other day, when he came on Tuesday, would it be soon? And I'd like it done before the bad weather. And he said, well, the other one said it's bad weather now. But he did seem to give me the impression he was going to handle it.
Okay,
as soon as possible.
What would you like me to do? At the moment, do you feel as if they are dealing with it and, I can back off for a week or two? Or do you want me to just get a call back into them and say,
Well,
I gather you're going to get it sorted.
He's dealing with it, and my daughter's sent the email and sent you a CC into it, and no, I think he's dealing with it.
Okay, fine. Well, I won't rock
But
the
if I
apple
don't hear
cart.
from him, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, well, I'd like you to get back to me either way, because I'm going to follow this story, and I want to follow it until it's all sorted out. But obviously, if you need me to go and give them a further nudge, I'll be more than happy to do so. But let's hope that they are now on top of it. They want to get it sorted. It sounds like they do. It sounds like they've
I spoke to him yesterday again.
Okay, so it sounds like they've got an idea for sorting the problem. Let's hope it works. I'm going to give them this. Ooh. Just a tiny little bit of horn.
That's just enough.
That's just enough, no more. They'll get the rest as soon as everything's sorted out. Can you please keep me in the loop, Hannah?
I certainly will, Jonathan. Thank
Lovely.
you very, very much.
Christopher and his fiancée had been planning their wedding for ages. It was due to take place on July the 24th. They'd planned for 100 people to all be together, enjoying their special day. But, you guessed it, because of coronavirus, well, the plans were changed dramatically. They cancelled the venue, and they managed to get their money back for that. They ended up getting married in a totally different place with just 6 people. But there's been a problem with the caterers, the original caterers, and the deposit they paid for £153.
We contacted them in April and said, what should we do? Should we cancel? Should we postpone? And they said, well, let us know a little bit nearer the time. So then on the 13th of May, because they weren't picking up their phones, I contacted them by email, saying, in light of the government restrictions, we'd like to cancel this. So it was over 2 months advance notice. And since then, it's just been backwards and forwards in emails. The last position on there was they said, right, okay, if you send over your bank details, we'll try and pay it back as quickly as we can. So I said to them, when you're saying you'll try and pay it back, can you please confirm whether it will be, what sort of schedule of payment? I appreciate businesses up and down the country are suffering. So I just said, look, there's an actual plan of payment schedule, then what would it be? And then they said, right, if you don't want it, don't worry about it.
Well, Chris was very frustrated about this. He felt that as the company had suggested they would pay him the money back for the deposit, for them to then change their mind, he just thought was a bit smelly. I've been speaking to the company to try and resolve things. Chris is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Jonathan, you're right.
Hello, yes, I'm good, thank you. Now, as you know, I had a conversation with the lady who actually, when I called her, she was just on her way out.
Yes.
And she said, and look, let's be honest about it. From a human perspective, you can understand what an absolute nightmare she's in. As a wedding catering company, well, to be honest, as any kind of catering company for large groups of people, at the moment, the virus has completely ruined their business. And she said, look, I'm actually just on my way out because I've had to get another job to keep head above water. But she said, I will have a look at the details, I'll have a look at the communication I've had with this customer, and I'll come back to you. And indeed she did. The following day, when I arrived at work, she'd come back with this response. She said, Jonathan, I've copied emails between ourselves and Christopher, and I've attached as a Word document for you to read. I've highlighted our replies in green to make it easier for you. As you can see, the last communication from us was requesting bank details so we could refund the said deposit, but it would have to be in instalments. Chris replied saying that he would continue with legal proceedings, to which we answered back explaining that if that was the route he wished to take, then so be it. We then received another email dated the 20th of August requesting a timescale for payments to be made, and then we would send bank details over. At least 3 threats of legal action and refusal to send bank details for us to refund. We are a small business that, as with many other hospitality businesses, have gone from a full diary at the beginning of March to an empty one by lockdown. Unfortunately, even for what seems like a small amount of money, £153, the funds are just not there to be paid in one lump sum. It's extremely humiliating and degrading having to admit this. Well, I mean, we can understand absolutely from a human perspective that this is a nightmare for them, and I feel extremely sorry for them, and I really hope that things improve and that probably it will now be in the new year, but I really hope that we can turn the corner on dealing with this virus, and hopefully by next summer, well, let's hope by next spring, weddings and events like that will be back up and running, and catering companies will be back in full force making money again. I think we all hope that. I'm sure you hope that as well, Chris.
Yeah, of course.
What I did after our last conversation, I did just kind of go through the emails, and although you had mentioned that you'd have to kind of pursue things through the legal route, you weren't being unreasonable in your communication with them. No. You were simply trying to ask them, if they wanted to pay in instalments, if they could give you an idea as to how much was going to be paid and at what kind of interval stage.
Yeah.
And it appeared they hadn't actually then responded to that. So it sounded as if things had ground to a bit of a halt. So what I did, I emailed the lady who runs this company and I said, we're going to organise for Chris to get the bank details over, and we look forward very much to hearing that you've begun making the instalment payments to Christopher. There didn't seem much point in kind of going on and on and on about it. It's very simple. You were going to give the bank details, then she needed to start making payments. And I gather things are looking up a bit. What's going on since we last spoke?
Well, they've made a payment of £13, but they haven't replied on the email. So they haven't said anything about schedule of payments or anything like that, which is sort of where I thought this was going to go. It's why sort of like my wife contacted your show and everything to look into on there. So it just seems to be in the same sort of scenario. So, okay,
when was the payment of £13 made?
It was last week. I don't have my bank details on me at the moment. I'm just at work. But, it was, I think it came through like early last week, to £13.
Right. Well, that still leaves £140 that they owe you.
Yeah, it's more the frustration really, Jonathan, is the fact that there's been no communication again. And this is where I thought this was going to go, where it will just be, in another year, we could be looking at that still only being the one payment, but the argument could then be, well, we've made a payment.
No. I don't think that's... I think, firstly, I don't think we should assume that will be the case.
Okay.
And I don't think that would be reasonable for them to do that. I mean, the simple fact is, and I think it's very disappointing they haven't responded to you just to outline what their proposal is. I mean, even if she was coming back to you saying, look, Christopher, I'm sorry to be a bit vague about it, but money really is very tight. I intend to pay you back all of the money we owe you, say, by the end of the year. But I'm afraid it will be probably in dribs and drabs, because I can't actually forecast how much money I'm going to have from month to month. So can you please bear with me, and I will do my very best to pay you back by the end of the year. At least if she was saying something along those lines, it gives you something to work with.
Even if it was over 12 months or something like that, at least understanding what they're proposing.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at... So if they're going to make payments in £13 lumps, that means that there's nearly another 11 lumps of £13 to pay you back before they've paid off the full £153 that they said they would pay.
Mm-hmm.
So are they going to do that over 11 months? Or are they going to do that over 11 weeks? How long are you expected to wait for the money?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. After the conversation today, I'll get back to them and I will just say to them that I'm delighted that they've managed to make you a first payment of £13. And you're very grateful to have received the £13 because we all understand how difficult it is for them in the current climate financially. However, it's not unreasonable to ask that they give some kind of steer as to how long you're going to have to wait until you have the full £153 paid back. Let me just apply a little bit of pressure and see if I can get a further response from them.
Okay,
Can you please keep me in the loop? And what I can say to you, Chris, is until you've got the £153 back, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
So if the company, and I'm not saying they have, but if they had for 1 minute wrongly assumed that by making a payment like this of of £13 off the 153 by making that payment that I'd say, oh, great, lovely, and say goodbye to you and never speak to you again. I'm afraid they've really underestimated my programme. So I'm not going anywhere until you've got all of the money back, OK?
OK, perfect.
All right, we'll talk very soon. Leave it with me. I'll send them that email this afternoon.
Thank you. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you very much indeed. 4 years ago. He was very happy with it. But at the beginning of this year, after some rather heavy winds, he noticed something a bit unusual. A bit of plastic beading was on his drive. And he looked up at the house and, well, he just couldn't see where on earth it had come from. Then more recently, some more of this beading appeared.
My son and his partner and grandchildren came on the 1st of September this year, and they parked in the drive. It was a really nice day. We went for a walk, and when we come back, in front of their car is 2 more lengths of bead and this rendering. And it had hit their car. His partner said, well, it's come off your chimney. I thought, well, we've been here 4 years. I've got NHBC, 10-year cover, so I contacted them, and they immediately said, oh, under Section 3 of the NHBC, we don't cover it for storms. You've got to go through your household policy.
Well, Christopher has contacted the developers and said that they didn't seem particularly keen to help him. They said that because he's been in the property for more than 2 years, it's no longer their responsibility. Well, we were going to go and have a little word with them, because surely any developer would want to build a property that is of a reasonable standard and will last for a reasonable amount of time and will be able to withstand reasonable weather in this country. Now, we all know that sometimes we have very extreme weather, but you don't expect parts of your chimney, your 4-year-old chimney, to start falling down after some high winds, do you? I mean, surely it should last for longer than that. Well, that's what we've been off to have a word with the developer about. Christopher's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Christopher.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Christopher. Right, what has the developer had to say for themselves, Hannah?
So I went to them and I explained exactly as you said, we should expect the chimney to last a reasonable amount of time. And this is the response they had. This company say they provide a 2-year warranty under Section 2 of the NHBC Build Mark policy, covering any building defects. And as the customer completed in June 2016, this warranty expired in June 2018. The property is covered from 3 to 10 years by the insurance cover provided by NHBC. They went on to say that we do build high quality homes, but any defects are covered under the 10-year warranty period for the first 2 years by themselves and the remainder through NHBC. So Mr. Hawkes should make a claim under the policy directly with them or claim through his home insurance, which I imagine is going to be quite disappointing and frustrating for Chris to hear.
Well, it will be disappointing, but it doesn't necessarily mean the battle is lost yet. So they are still insistent that this is not something they are prepared to take responsibility for. Now, just because they insist on that does not mean necessarily that you do not actually have the ability to go back to that developer and to take the issue up with them. It just may be that we need to get a little more evidence before we do so. When you spoke to the NHBC, Christopher, I mean, you mentioned something about Section 3, I think it was, where they didn't feel that this was something that they would cover under whatever guarantee they provide for the remainder of the period. Why was that?
They said they didn't cover storm damage, and under Section 3 we weren't covered. You'll have to contact your own private insurance, your own policy.
But forgive me, the first bit of beading that came off from the chimney, that came off in, I think it was February time, wasn't it? You did say that was after we'd had some heavy winds. But
that's correct.
Please correct me if I'm saying anything that's wrong.
No, that's correct.
In September, the bits of beading came down and it hadn't been particularly windy.
It was a lovely sunny day, calm, mild as anything.
So what I don't understand is if I can understand if, for example, we'd had a big storm and the NHBC said, well, I'm sorry, but that first bit of beading that came off in February, we're not prepared to deal with that. But why won't they deal with the 2 bits that then came off in September?
Well, Well, they said that the first piece might have the storm might have disturbed the second piece, but it just hung on, so it was still down to storm damage.
Well, forgive me, but I didn't have bits of my chimney falling off in February.
Well, you shouldn't really. It come unstuck, and it decided, oh well, I can't hang on any longer, and it decided to blow off. So whether it loosened another piece at the same time, or the weather had got in, made the weather get in and loosened it, and then it just decided the weight of it pulled the beading off, slid down the roof, and hit my son's car.
But the point is that a bit of my chimney didn't come off in February, and I hazard a guess a bit of most people listening to this programme's chimney didn't come off in February.
Well,
so,
no, none of the others have on the estate.
Okay, but so is there a chance then that whatever was done in terms of the building, the construction of that chimney on your house had not been done properly 4 years ago, which is why with a bit of wind it all started to come apart? That's the point that I'm making, and that's why I still feel it's unfair that you are in the position of being told you've got to cover the cost either through your insurance or yourself for repair of this, because either way it's going to cost you money, either through excess and then an increase in your policy going forward, or from money that you'll have to pay up front to get someone out to come and repair it. Can we go and have a word with the NHBC, Hannah?
Yes,
can we just ask them? This, we hear of this NHBC warranty or guarantee that comes with the property. Why are they not prepared to help Christopher out? Can we go and ask them for a response, please?
We can, yes.
They're saying it's not structural damage. It's nothing to do. It's not a fault of the building. It's down to the storm.
Well, no other chimneys were harmed along that street, and I guess they were all built at the same time by the same company.
So why did your chimney fall off if all of the other properties faced exactly the same storm? Is it possible, I come back to the central point, is it possible that your chimney had not been built properly in the first place? Therefore,
it's built on the ground.
Yes, no, I know that, but the point that I'm putting to the NHBC and the developer is your property, in my opinion, hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time before chunks of your chimney are falling off. The chimney should have been built properly. You shouldn't have bits of it coming off after 4 years, and I think it's unfair that the responsibility appears to be being put at your feet. Can we go and ask the NHBC to respond?
We absolutely can.
Fine. Okay, leave it with us, Christopher. More work to do. We'll talk to you very soon.
Hello there.
Hi, Terry. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
About 4 months ago, a wrecker or recovery vehicle turned up, dumped a car right outside our back gate. It's not blocking the gate, but it's completely blocking the footpath. And we have tried to get it shifted. We know who owns the car. We asked him quite politely several times, and he'd always got an excuse. So we then phoned the police, and they advised get in touch with the council, which we did. And this was on the 13th of the 10th I got in touch with them. And nothing seems to be happening. And everyone recommended that you could get action.
Well, yes, I hope that I can, because this is absolutely unacceptable. Now, you say you know who's dumped the car there. I mean, the fact they'd organised some kind of vehicle truck to put it on in order to bring it to the back of your place suggests that they obviously want to keep the car, or they certainly want to, know where it is. What is this, one of your neighbours?
Yeah, I didn't make it clear. The car is a write-off.
Right, so it's all smashed up, is it?
Yeah, and it's getting worse that bits keep falling off. It's taking up more and more space. He's got a sheet over it. And apart from anything else, it's just bloody unsightly.
Well,
Sorry.
yes, and no. I mean, that is the crucial bit with this case. Because I don't know what have the council said to you in terms of when you've complained to them? What have they said? Have they suggested that their powers to do anything are limited?
Yeah, the police said to me that the council could give them 7 days' notice and then remove it.
Yes.
Hasn't happened. In the meantime, I got in touch with the council, And they said basically the same thing, and I have got a council reference number, which your staff took yesterday.
Okay, well, I can certainly go and have a little word with them. When you've spoken to the neighbour about the car, what has he said about why it's there and how long it's going to be there for?
He said he was going on holiday, he'd sort it when he got back, and all sorts of excuses.
Right, okay, and it's been there now for 4 months?
Yeah.
And you said it's at the back of your property. I mean, is it actually on the public highway or is it on council-owned land or what?
It's on the footpath, which is obviously the council property.
Yeah.
We've got a brick-built shed at the back of our garden, and it's about 6 inches away from that, completely blocking the footpath, etc., etc.
Well, it's absolutely unacceptable. What about your neighbours? What have they said? I would imagine they're pretty hacked off about it as well.
It probably doesn't inconvenience them the same as it does us. Do you know what I mean? It's not on their back gate.
Well, I do understand, although surely you don't want it in the neighbourhood. I mean, it sounds like a blooming mess, and surely nobody would want it near their house.
No, exactly.
That's ridiculous. I mean, the good news is there are various different things the council could do if they were so inclined. And there is certainly a legal obligation on them to try and to solve this problem for you. The bit of legislation that you need, or they need to implement, it's called the Clean Neighbourhoods and Environment Act of 2005.
Hang on a minute. Do I need to write this down?
No, don't worry, because I'll do it for you.
Okay.
But I'm just explaining to you and to other people. Now, the Clean Neighbourhoods and Environment Act 2005, it's there to give local authorities the ability to make sure that they can deal with anything that's fly-tipped, so fly-tip waste, litter, anything that has been left somewhere in the public domain, in the public area, that is unsightly. And that can also include cars, not only cars that are, as you've just described, all smashed up and clearly not roadworthy, but it can even be used for cars that are legally entitled to be on the road. A lot of people find that unusual because sometimes councils will fob people off with the inaccurate information that if a car is taxed and MOT'd and insured and registered to someone, then it's legally entitled to stay on the road for however long. That's not the case. If I decided, Terry, to come and drive an old car to your house and to park it outside your house and then go away for 6 months and leave it on the road, even if I've got insurance on it, even if I've got it taxed, even if I've got it MOT'd, if it's causing you a nuisance, if it's starting to, as you would imagine it would do after that amount of time, start to look unsightly, look unused, then the council has the ability to come and tow that vehicle away and to charge me, the owner, for getting it back and for any recovery costs associated. But what it involves is a council being forthright with their powers and being quite strong with the owner. So what they should be doing, and they may or may not be aware of these powers, so I need to go and have a little chat with them. What they should be doing is saying to the person who owns this car, where you've left that car is completely unacceptable. You've left it on public land. You haven't left it on your own land. The car looks unsightly. It's causing a nuisance to your neighbours. Therefore, unless you remove it within the next 24 hours, we will take it away and we will crush it. That's what they should be doing. Now, that acts as quite an incentive because the fact your neighbour has had it put at the back of the property means he obviously thinks there's some kind of value in it. Terry?
Yeah, I understand this. By the way, the car is sawned.
Yeah, none of that makes any difference. You don't need to worry about it. The fact is the car is just dumped. The car is constituting at the moment fly-tipped, nuisance, litter, waste, call it what you will. It's under that legislation that the council can remove it. is the car, do you suspect the car has some value to it? Is that why the neighbour wants to keep it?
I don't honestly know. I do know that it was in speaking to the chap, this was before all this happened, it is some sort of limited edition. But the state it's in, it's only good for spares.
Right, okay, but he obviously feels that it is good for something, because otherwise he would have had it scrapped, wouldn't he?
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, you don't want to fall out with people, you don't want to get them into trouble, which was why we asked him politely about moving it, and he just doesn't want to know.
Tough. Well, then the council need to come and help you, and they need to get it sorted.
Yeah, this is what I've been trying to do, because it reached a stage. We don't get it. We don't want to get involved in having it shifted because that's down to us to pay. But
no, you shouldn't have to. The simple fact is, your local council is there to represent you, and it's there to look after you. And there is legislation that the council has at its fingertips to be able to make sure that you are looked after as a local resident. You shouldn't have to deal with this. You should report it to the council, and the council should organise under that particular bit of legislation to inform the owner that either they move that to their own land, or alternatively it will be taken away and crushed. End of story. Now, I'm more than happy if you would like to go and have a word with the council and to explain the situation and get them to put that in action. Would you like me to do that?
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Fine. Okay. Hannah.
Yes.
Abandoned cars are something that really wind me up. I think the way some people treat cars and think that they can just put their car wherever they want and everyone else just has to put up with it, simply unacceptable.
No, it's no good, is it? I can see you're getting a bit wound up there.
Yeah, well, we need to go and have a little word. And that legislation that the council need to use in order to solve this is the Clean Neighbourhoods and Environment Act of 2005.
Brilliant.
Okay?
I will go and speak with them.
Fine. Okay, can you leave it with us, Terry? I'm going to pass you back to Hannah. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a little word for you, okay?
Okay, thanks very much.
Motion purchased a mattress 3 years ago. The mattress had been mostly fine, but in recent months it started to go wrong.
Me and my missus were having back pains, and we tried to monitor the mattress, like if there's anything on it. So what we found was a dip in it, like there's a big patch of dip in it. So, and in that dip, I can actually feel the springs. It's a pocket spring mattress. Yeah, I can actually feel the springs in that dip, in that big dip.
Well, the mattress apparently has a 5-year warranty. And Motion went to have a word with the retailer initially, who apparently told him that because it was over a year old, there was nothing they were prepared to do. So he then went and spoke to the manufacturer. The manufacturer said, well, what we will do under the 5-year warranty is we will give you an amount of money towards a replacement mattress with us. But Motion said, I don't really want one of their mattresses before, because having had this experience already, I'd rather go for a different type of mattress. So I said to Motion, well, let me go back to the retailer, the company that you ultimately have the contract with. Let me explain that as far as you're concerned, you've spent this money on the mattress. It hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. And let's see if rather than getting a voucher or a credit from the manufacturer for one of their own mattresses, let's see if we can get that translated into some kind of financial resolution instead. And I think it's been very, very successful. Let's find out, because Motion's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Motion.
Hello there. Good morning, Wes.
Now, I did indeed have a little look at the photos of the mattress, and it certainly seems... Do you sleep on the... If you were looking at the bed, standing at the foot of it, do you sleep on the left-hand side?
Yeah, I mean... that side is not, my foot are not there, that side. I mean, it's mostly my back and my hip sides are on the
Yeah, but you sleep on that side of the bed and your wife sleeps on the other side, yeah?
Yeah, usually, yes.
Yeah. Usually? Why, did you swap sides?
Yeah, I can do it.
You don't. I used to work with a colleague who, she and her husband they used to not have their own side of the bed. It would be whoever went to bed first would choose which side of the bed they were going to sleep on. I think that's most bizarre. So you and your wife sometimes you'll swap sides of the bed, will you?
Well, because the window is on one side, so sometimes, it depends on the temperature of the room.
Hang on a second. I've got Hannah through the glass who's looking at me and saying that she does that. Do you do the same?
Yeah, sometimes. And sometimes,
That's weird.
You know, like when someone else's food arrives and their food always tastes better than yours because you take it off their plate. Like if somebody gets up first, I like to switch to the other side because it's just suddenly more comfortable because they've got out of it and I can get in.
Oh, that is very odd. That's very weird. For me, I sleep on a side of the bed, and it doesn't matter whether I'm in a hotel, in my own bed, anywhere in the world. I always have to sleep on my side of the bed because I just wouldn't feel comfortable sleeping on the other side of the bed. I've always slept. I sleep on the left-hand side of the bed, looking at the bed motion.
I always like to switch it up myself.
Yes, well, the reason why I'm asking about the side that you sleep in motion is because the left-hand side of the bed has sunk down more than the right-hand side. So I just wondered if it was your side where you felt, and you can certainly see that all the kind of filling on the top of the springs has just completely collapsed. So I would imagine it's very uncomfortable. Now, I went off to have a word with the retailer and explain the situation. They have been incredible in terms of the response that they've come back to me with. And they have gone over and above what they had to legally do. The company you bought the mattress from was Argos, and they've come back. Argos, of course, is part of the Sainsbury's group now. So a Sainsbury's spokesperson has said, we have apologised to Motion for his experience and offered to either refund or exchange the item. Now, that would suggest to me that they are prepared to give you a full refund. What have they said to you?
Well, actually, first they offered me a replacement. They emailed me, so they offered me a replacement. I said, I don't want to go for a replacement because I've been advised to feel the mattress first. So I replied them back and asked them what other options are there for me, and then they replied back to me and then saying either they can give me £176 pro rota or something. I mean, depending on the age of the mattress.
Yeah, 176.
Or if I can provide them a report, independent report, then they can offer me a full refund, and they will refund the cost of the report as well.
Okay. And that would be a report to state that the mattress is not of reasonable quality, and that's why it's all collapsed.
They said if it says it's a manufacturing fault, yes.
Yeah.
Then.
Well, I mean, it would look. The simple fact is, I know this mattress, in the grand scheme of things, was not the most expensive. I think it was about £400, wasn't it?
Yes.
Which for a king size mattress is not really that expensive. You can spend a lot more on a mattress to get a better quality mattress. But even so, it should certainly last longer than 3 years. You said that you weigh, what was it, 12 stone?
No, I'm about 65 kilos. I'm not sure how much.
65. Well, 65 kilos is nothing, because. Well, I mean, I was about to give out my current weight, but I don't think I will. But I weigh more than 65 kilos. So I would say you're about 10 stone then. I mean, there's no way that mattress should be sinking in the way that it's sinking if you only weigh 10 stone and you've been sleeping there for 3 years. I mean, it's just quite extreme. So what are you inclined to do then? Do you want to accept the £176 pro rata refund, cut your losses and move on? Or are you going to get a report carried out, but of course run the risk of that report not necessarily siding with you?
Yeah, that's correct. But I tried to look, but there's only one company I found which were doing this kind of a report, and that was quite expensive as well. I mean, only the most basic one, which is like a visual one, maybe through the phone camera or something, that was costing about £135. And the physical ones were around 300 or something. So
yes, but you see, this is, and you would need to have, I would suggest, a physical inspection of the bed. And of course, you do run the risk if they come and have a look at the mattress. And if, I mean, I'm obviously just looking at it from a photo, but if for some reason when they came out and had a look at the mattress, they felt that you'd damaged the mattress or the way you'd been using the mattress had put unreasonable pressure on that left-hand side of it, if the report didn't back you up, then it could end up potentially leaving you with the cost of the report and nothing to show for it. So it's a bit of a risk. I mean, what do you want to do? Because I think the options that Argos are giving you are fair and reasonable. So which option do you want to go for?
I think, probably I've used it for 3 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, then probably I'm looking for take the £176 and move on with it probably.
That's what I would do as well at this point. I would say, do you know what? I've had 3 years on the bed. Okay, the recent months haven't been very comfortable. However, I'm going to accept that I've had some use from the product. I'm going to take the £176 and I'm going to go to a proper bed shop where I can try the bed. I can make sure I'm happy with it. I can do some research on the bed. I can make sure that it's a good quality brand, that it's going to last me for a long time, and I'm going to buy a new bed instead. I think that's what I would be inclined to do.
Yeah, sure. I think that's the best solution to it at the moment. Yes.
Right. So, do you need to go back to Argos just to let them know, or have you already accepted that offer?
No, I haven't. So we actually, when you called me yesterday that you wanted me to come back on the show, so I thought I will discuss with you first and see if you would agree as well, or would you give me any advice?
Yes. Well, I that is my personal view. What I might do, I'm going to take. Do you mind if I share a photo of this bed, of the mattress?
No, sure, you can. But also, they said they would recover the mattress as well. I'm not sure what does it has to do with it, but I'm fine with it. I mean, they want to take away the mattress as well if they want me to.
Well, I think that's good because that will save you about £30. Because if you buy a new bed from another shop, most bed companies, in order to take away your old bed, they will charge you, 20, 30 quid, something like that, to remove it and to dispose of it properly. So if Argos are prepared to give you the £176 plus they're going to take it away for you, then I think, to be honest, that's a good thing because it means that, you won't then have to spend that money with the new company that you buy the mattress from, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Well, look, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to share this photo with my listeners. I'm going to let them have a little look at it and see what they would do if they were in your position. Would they accept the £176 or would they actually get the report carried out and try and push for the full refund? I'll let you know. If you can speak to Argos as well, and let's talk again on Monday or Tuesday and see what's going to happen, okay?
So I won't send them an email back, or shall I send them an email back saying I'm thinking about it?
I would just hold off until we've got some feedback from the listeners and then contact them later on this afternoon. I'll be in touch with you later.
All right, sure.
Thank you, Motion. I'm going to put that photo on my Twitter page, the official JVS, in just a second, so you can have a little look and let me know what you think. Ian, hello to you.
Hello.
I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names.
Okay. I bought a television last year on the 3rd of September, and on round about the beginning of June 3rd, I contacted them to say that the sound was dropping out, the sound bar connection was broken, and that the legs had fell off. Don't ask. They sent out a process of 6 engineers, all with various reasons as to why it had or hadn't worked. And the last engineer that came out said, this is not repairable. I will contact them.
Now, hang on one second, because I must ask you some questions, because this doesn't sound quite right. Legs don't just fall off a television.
No.
Has anyone been, barged into the television or done anything that might have damaged it?
No, the engineers took the legs off every single time they came out to fix it. And by the time they'd finished, even the last engineer said, well, the screws won't fit now.
Right, so hang on a minute. So this was to try and remedy the sound problem. Right, so it developed the sound problem. The engineers came out to try and repair the sound problem, and in the process they had to keep taking the legs off in order to access whatever they needed to access. And then by the end of it, the legs are now all loose and won't fit properly on the TV. I see.
They don't
Fine.
fit at all. I've had to buy a stand just to keep it upright.
Right. Okay. So what has the company had to say? I mean, have they managed to fix the sound problem?
No. They came and collected it for repair.
Yeah.
And returned it. They collected it at the beginning of September. They finally returned it in the middle of October, having said that they've replaced the screen. Didn't have a problem with the screen. Is that how you fix the sound? No, apparently not. So they returned it. It was set up, and the guy was gone down the road as the television collapsed yet again because the legs hadn't been fixed. The sound is still dropping out. So I contacted them, sent them an email the very next day, explaining once again that it hadn't been fixed, and according to my rights, they should really replace it. I have received nothing back from them. They sent out yet another engineer, who was the last engineer to say it wasn't fixable, and he sent them an email saying it wasn't repairable. The very next day, I get a phone call saying they wish to take the television in because they want to service it. That was when I contacted you.
So how many times have you had an engineer out to try and address the same recurring problem?
7.
Okay, fine. Well, you are very much within your rights at this stage, as far as I'm concerned, to reject the goods. On the basis that, you know, I'm saying all of this, trusting that you haven't done anything to damage the TV.
No, nothing at all.
So as long as you've bought that TV, stuck it on a table, used it in a normal way, then that TV has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time.
I also
and you've
paid
given them
for a thing that would entitle me to a replacement should there be a problem. I've been paying for that the whole time.
Right. Well, you didn't need to buy that because the law covers you for this anyway. The law states that product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. Now, after the first 30 days from date of purchase, you're not entitled, if something develops a fault, you're not entitled to reject the goods at that stage and get a refund. You are within the first 30 days from the date of purchase.
Okay.
If you bought the TV and 1 week later it stopped working, at that point you can go back to the retailer and say, "Have your TV back and give me my money back, please, because it's broken already."
Okay.
After 30 days, you have to give the retailer an opportunity to fix it if they want that opportunity. However, there is a limit to what would be deemed a reasonable opportunity for the retailer to repair the problem. Now, I generally consider, and I know that this surprises people, but I generally consider it reasonable to give the retailer 3 opportunities to fix the same recurring problem.
Yeah, that's what they told me.
Sometimes problems can be, they can be tricky, and trying to get to the bottom of them isn't necessarily straightforward. So just belt and braces, I think it's always advisable to allow the retailer 3 opportunities to fix the same recurring problem. If after the third opportunity it's still not working, at that point you've been reasonable as a customer, you've given them the opportunity to fix it, you've had enough now. You want them to take the TV away and to either give you a new one or a refund. And that would apply whether you've got your insurance policy or not. The law covers you for that. So I think we need to go and have a little word with this retailer and explain that that's what you are entitled to and that's what you want. What would you actually like? Would you like another TV or would you like your money back?
I'm not going to get my money back given who I've dealt with, but they are still trading and they are still issuing replacements because somebody told me that on a phone call that I made to them many times, that they were doing replacements and they've got replacements come in. So I just want a replacement.
You're talking in cryptic language that suggests
not to mention who it is.
No, I don't want to know who it is. But are you suggesting that there is a problem with the status of this company that you purchased it from?
Yes, they went into receivership, but they are still trading as another company. There's a CEO taking it over, and they're still running their service department.
Well, that might change things, and that's why it's relevant for us to discuss that, because that may change things. If the company you purchased the TV from has, in effect, gone and has, a different company, albeit with the same sounding name, has opened up, that may well change your entitlement.
When you phone them, they still give you the same company name.
Right, okay. Well, we need to go and have a little look into it. We need to see what's going on, and we need to get this sorted out. I mean, one way or the other, Eileen, this is not... It's not okay that you're in this position. How much did you spend on the TV?
About £400 originally, £500.
And, well, was it 4 or was it 500?
I'm trying to think. If I work it out, it was near £500. Yes, it would have been.
All right, nearly 500 quid.
Yeah.
And how big is it?
43 inches.
43 inches, fine. Okay. Right, leave this with us. Hannah?
Yes.
Can I pass Eileen back to you? Can we get
can.
some detail? Let's just have a little look into the status of the retailer before we do so we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
If the retailer is still very much up and running and trading, then obviously we need to go to them as we would do anyone else and take this up as a regular Consumer Rights Act issue.
Yep.
If the retailer is not still trading in its former guise and the guise that it was trading in when Eileen bought this television, then we may need to have a look at other avenues. How did you pay for the TV?
Weekly.
You paid what, in weekly instalments to the company?
Yes.
I see. Right. Okay. Leave this with us. We'll have a little word. Did you have it when you paid weekly? Was that via some kind of finance company?
Yes. They dealt with the finance company. Yes.
Okay. Fine. Well, that means your contract is jointly with the finance company and also with the retailer. Is the finance company still very much up and running?
Yes, they are.
Fine. Okay. Well, worst case scenario, then we just go to the finance company and we ask them to resolve the issue. Okay, Eileen, leave it with us. I'm going to pass you back to Hannah. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a little word with them. Okay. Hannah's husband, Gordon, ordered a new tablet for his birthday. This was back in April. Well, sadly, Gordon went into hospital a few days later and very tragically died of coronavirus not long after. This meant the tablet was left unopened in its packaging. Well, Pamela has ever since been trying to return the tablet and get a refund, but things hadn't gone according to plan.
I managed to get in touch with someone who collected it. It was acknowledged on the 5th of August. And I had an email then to say that the tablet would be inspected, made sure everything was okay, and a refund should be returned any time after 4 weeks. And now we're in October and nothing has happened. I've had dozens of phone calls to the people concerned and have not had any decent reply.
Well, I said to Pamela, because as you can probably imagine, poor Pamela, she's had enough else to contend with over the last few months. I said, Pamela, don't you worry any more about this. You leave this to us. Let us try and get it sorted out. Let us deal with all the stress and hassle of it. And Pamela has sat back and allowed us to get on with our work. Well, she's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Pamela.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, I know Hannah's been speaking to the company, and last time we spoke, Hannah, things were really looking up. The company accepted they were going to refund. They said there's no issue with that.
They did.
In fact, they also suggested they'd already refunded, but they were trying to work out what had gone on with the money because they'd put it back onto Pamela's late husband's credit card, and they weren't sure whether the money had actually gone to the card or not, or if it was sitting in some kind of holding account. Last time we spoke, they thought they'd managed to find it in a holding account and they were trying to get that back and were going to get it sorted. What's the latest? What's going on now?
Yes, so they were in touch directly with Pamela's bank and managed to, earlier on this week, ring-fence the money. They found the money, so that was really good news. And then it was just a case of then waiting to see whether the bank could transfer that directly to Pamela's new account or whether it was going to have to come back to them, in which case they would then issue Pamela with a cheque in her name for the money. They have sent me a statement this morning And that statement says, "We are truly sorry for the inconvenience caused to Mrs. Price. We have investigated the matter with the bank and found that Mrs. Price's refund payment had been paid, but into an account she had closed before the funds cleared. We have since issued Mrs. Price with a cheque so she doesn't have to wait any longer for the refund."
Right. Pamela, you're getting a cheque.
It's marvellous, Jonathan.
Now, I don't know how long that's likely to take. Very often companies will take a few days before the cheque will be with you. So I would hope that certainly by this time next week, you will have that money.
Well, I can tell you, Jonathan, that the lady concerned, who was marvellous, she told me that she had done the cheque on Tuesday, that it would be 2 weeks before I receive it at home, because they have to investigate things on the way or something.
Well, hang on a minute, because, I mean, it doesn't take 2 weeks for you to receive a cheque if they've actually written the cheque out. So did she say she'd actually processed it there and then?
Well, she did say that, and she said she'd ring me by 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon and hoped she could give me a good answer. And she said, "I've just written the cheque out to you. I want to check your address, but I'm warning you, it will probably take 2 weeks before you receive it." Right. And that's all I know.
OK, well, I tell you what we can do. Can we just drop our contact at this company a little email back, Hannah, just to say we've had the conversation, we're delighted that you're going to send out the cheque, as indeed is Pamela. There seemed to be something strange about it taking 2 weeks for Pamela to receive the cheque. That must surely be some kind of mistake. And we're obviously very confident that the company will prioritise getting this cheque to Pamela, and hopefully by this time next week she will have received it, cashed it, and have the money in her account. Can we just phrase it like that?
2 weeks is quite a long time to wait, isn't it?
Seems like a very long time.
What we can do.
OK, Pamela, we are nearly there. And in fact, look, because it's Friday, listen to this. Ooh. Just a tiny bit of encouragement for the company. No more. I'm being a bit tight with my horn today, but that's all they're getting. We will obviously look forward to giving them the full horn as soon as you've got your money. We'll get back onto them, Pamela. Speak to you very soon.
She did say she'd ring me in 2 weeks to make sure I've got it.
Well, that's fine, but I don't understand why it takes 2 weeks. I could understand if it was going to take from the minute they decide to make the payment to you. I could understand if it then has to go to the accounts department, and the accounts department then have to process the cheque, and I can understand if that was going to do. But if she's said to you that she's actually written out the cheque on Tuesday of this week,
surely it just needs posting.
Just stick it in an envelope. It doesn't really take 2 weeks, does it, to stick it in an envelope and put it in the post to you? So, unless they're planning on, sending this cheque via Taiwan, I can't quite work out why it's going to take 2 weeks to be with you, Pamela.
No, I must admit I couldn't work that out, but I've no idea what they go through.
Well, look, we'll get back onto them. We'll try and get that sorted out. OK. How are you? Just as an aside, Pamela, before I say goodbye to you, how are you doing? Because this year's been a bit of it's been a complete nightmare, hasn't it, really? How are you doing?
A complete nightmare, but I've got through it, Jonathan, and hopefully I'll continue getting through it. But it hasn't been easy in any way, but then it hasn't for anyone else, has it?
It certainly has not, no. But I mean, for you to lose Gordon during all of this, and then to have to try and cope with all, putting your life back together during it.
I've had to learn to do banking and everything.
Have you?
Yes, but anyway, fortunately, I am getting there with a lot of kind people helping me.
Well, I'm very pleased that people are rallying around, and if we can get this tablet business sorted for you, at least that will be one less thing you have to cope with as well.
It will be a great. Well, when I put the phone down from this lady on Tuesday, I felt, I've got a great big weight lifted off my mind.
Yeah. Wow.
So hopefully it's all going to work out. But I'm so grateful for what you all are doing.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure, Pamela, to help you. So, listen, we will get back onto them this afternoon, and one way or the other, we'll be in touch with you next week, OK? And fingers crossed that cheque will be with you very soon.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thanks
Okay.
a lot.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, Gary. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, last year we had an attempted break-in. Someone tried to, they tried to smash in through our front door.
Horrible. Were you in at the time?
Yeah, we were.
Oh my God!
It was quite frightening. They didn't get, but they called the police and they scarpered, but they left us with a mashed up door. The door was totally. We needed a new door. It couldn't be fixed. It was an old UPVC door.
Well, UPVC doors are extremely easy to break into.
Yeah.
So you're lucky they didn't get in.
Yeah, but they smashed up all the mechanism through the door because they tried to jimmy it all the way along. And it couldn't. It could be fixed sort of temporarily, but that's not. It's not secure.
Yeah.
So I did some research and came across this company. I won't give you any clues. Sorry.
No, thank you.
No, but they pride themselves on security and the solidness of their doors, and they even give a guarantee in terms of that as a manufacturer. So I looked at their. They've got a page on their website for trusted installers, and found a local person. They came around and gave a quote, and we also got a quote from somebody else as well, from another company, another local company. And although what we went for was, these manufacturers, their doors are quite expensive. They've got a good reputation, and coincidentally, my sister had her door done a couple of years ago, and it turned out to be the same trusted installer.
Okay.
And the work.
And what kind of front door was it? Was it going to be a solid timber door? Was it going to be a metal door? Was it going to be a composite door?
It's a composite door. It's a composite door, but the way they manufacture it, when they cutting all the shapes out and everything, they're solid. It's not like your usual UPVC door where it's just full of foam.
Well, I was going to say, you need to be very careful with composite front doors because they can look very, very secure and solid, but in fact, all there is in the middle between the two plastic layers that look like some kind of wood effect is a load of foam, which may well be marvellous in terms of keeping out the cold weather. But actually, I've seen some horrifying. I did quite a lot of research into front doors when I had my own front door replaced. And some of the foam-filled composite doors, you could kick your way through it within seconds because all there is in the middle is a bit of foam. So they're not really that secure. So you need to make sure there are certain other composite front doors that have either solid timber cores to them, or some of them have a metal mesh that goes through the middle as well. So even if you try and kick it through, you then just hit a metal innard from the door, so you can't punch a hole in it and put your hand through and start trying to unlock it.
And I believe this is the case with these doors.
So it's a metal mesh inside.
Metal mesh, and then plus it's got the hard plastic material they use, whatever's left when they're cutting the shapes out for the doors.
Okay.
They put it back into the middle as well.
Fine.
So it's quite,
okay.
solid.
Well, it sounds like you did your homework then, and you went for a door that should be very secure and should protect you.
Exactly.
Okay.
Installer came round. We chose the installer, and they fitted the door just before Christmas. And the way the manufacturer does their doors, that when they put it all together in the factory, and then with the handles on, then they take the handles and the ironmongery off, so things can't get damaged in the post. So all the holes are drilled, everything's prepared for the installer to install.
Ready just to slot into the hole, yeah.
Yeah, and before the fixing screws.
Okay.
Within about 3 weeks.
How much was it, out of interest?
Oh, sorry, 1950.
£1,950.
Yeah, and that was for the door, and we've got sort of like a porch-like side panel.
Yep. Okay.
Glass panel. So that was for the two.
Fine.
So yeah, it's not cheap.
No. But I mean, to be honest with you, a front door is really important in my mind for several reasons. It's firstly important how it looks, because it's the first thing that greets people, and they talk about curb appeal with properties, don't they? And it's really nice to have a nice front door that looks smart as you pull into the property. But it's also really important that when you shut that front door, you know that it's really going to protect you from intruders, and it's going to protect you from the elements, and it's going to last you for a decent amount of time. So I agree with you. I don't think it's something that you should scrimp on. I think you should buy the best quality front door you can afford, really.
That's what we thought. We had a quote for something like was it $950 or something like that? And I thought, no, that's not right. But yeah, you're right. It's got to look good, and it's got to keep it secure, and especially after the scare we had last year.
Quite. Well, that's very important. You need to know when you lock that front door that even if somebody tries to break in, they're not going to get through.
That's it.
Fine. So what's the problem?
Well, what happened about 3 weeks after, we into the new year, we had noticed initially that the handle was quite stiff. Anyway, but that side I thought, that's probably because I've looked at other people's and stuff, and they're sometimes it is quite stiff as they go. I don't know if it's to make sure that you're closing it or whatever. I don't know, but we noticed that the handle, the outside or both at that time, both the inside and the outside handles started to come away from the door. So I called him back, because there's no way you can. I didn't know. I could see how you can get them off to fix it, but I thought, so I'm not. It's brand new. I'm not going to start messing around and need them to come back and do it properly. So he came back a bit. He did come back, and he sort of struggled with putting it. He said, we had the wrong screws in and what have you, which I thought was strange, but I didn't question it. And he put it back together. And then 2 to 3 weeks later, same thing started happening again. But that, unfortunately, that was at the beginning of the lockdown. So he couldn't come round. So we were just, all the household just being careful of how we were opening and closing the door. And it's, as things got better in terms of lockdown, things started opening up again. I called him numerous times, messaged him, emailed him, can't get hold of him at all. Couldn't get hold of him.
Okay, so where are we now with this door?
Where we are now is that the handle is coming away from the door. I'm worried that it's going to fully come away, which it did last time, because I sent you the picture, sent you the picture, but it actually just totally came away from the door. Right. I couldn't get hold of him, contacted the manufacturer. They said that they would send him a message, and if he hasn't come back to me within 7 days, to get back to them.
I was going to say, if you came across this installer through their website and he is one of their trusted fitters, then you would like to think that they would take so much pride in the quality of their product, they would not want it to be badly installed or for you to have that kind of situation. So have you still got the problem with the handle now?
Yeah, and I did get back to them, and I explained exactly what you just said. Because as far as I'm concerned, they're liable as well. And they said it's nothing to do with them. It's all, if you can't get hold of him, then basically, I'm paraphrasing, but they said tough.
No, that's not true. If you found this man on their website and he was described as one of their fitters, and as a result of going through their company website, you ended up dealing with someone who hasn't fitted the front door properly and won't now come back and put it right, then that company should take some responsibility for this. This is unacceptable. You spent a lot of money on the front door. It should be locking properly. It should be secure. You shouldn't have handles coming off. This is just unacceptable.
Yeah.
Right, can you leave it with us? Hannah, can I pass Gary back to you? Can we get some detail? Go and have a word with this company this afternoon.
Absolutely, we can, yes.
Gary, hang on there, please. I'm going to pass you back to Hannah now. Waiting very, very patiently is Davina to speak to me now. Davina had a resin-bonded driveway fitted at the end of 2018. It took a few weeks to complete, and it cost Davina £6,000 for the driveway, and she then paid another £600 because the company were going to do some work to a wall as well for her. She paid in cash. To start with, everything looked absolutely spotless. But then after a little while, she noticed a problem.
I went out in February this year. It'd been down just over a year to sort of spring clean it, get up all the leaves, wash it down, get it ready for the summer. And I noticed quite a few hairline cracks in it. So I immediately emailed the company to say I'd got hairline cracks in it. They said they'd look into it. And then we went into COVID. I sent them a couple of emails during that period sort of to keep the fire burning. The man that came out to repair it said to me, you know, it's only got a 12-month guarantee. This is a gesture of goodwill. He was a young boy. He came out with a little oil can with sort of, I presume, resin in it to try and fill the cracks. They're basically a hairline, and some of them have got a little bit wider. Of course, the resin has overflowed the cracks, and because it's sealed on top of the drive, it might have sealed the cracks, but they're now twice as dark as the rest of the drive.
Well, Davina's not at all happy with the way this looks. What was a very smart-looking driveway now has all these cracks all over it. And, of course, Davina is also concerned that it's going to get worse. It's just not acceptable. The driveway should last for a reasonable amount of time. So I went to have a word with the company on Davina's behalf. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Davina.
Oh, good morning, JVS.
Hello, Davina. Sorry, you have been hanging on for ages. My apologies for that.
No problem.
Now, I went off to have a word with the company. As you know, things didn't go very well. When I spoke to the original man, I'll be honest with you, he didn't really know what he was talking about. He started banging on about how they only offer a 12-month guarantee, doesn't have to do anything after 12 months. When I suggested that that was nonsense and that actually the Consumer Rights Act applied, he then said, no, it's in our terms and conditions. She signed our terms and conditions, so that's all we have to do. I said, well, your terms and conditions can't override the law. He was very hostile. In the end, I said, look, I'm gonna send you an email, and I would like you to respond by email form, because he wasn't able to express himself in a calm and reasonable way over the phone, which for someone who told me he'd been in business for 30-odd years was a bit concerning. So I sent him an email. Anyway, he emailed me back this great long tirade of questions to me, you know, what do I know about drives, all this kind of stuff. It was most odd. So I responded to him and said, look, I'm sorry, but the way you're responding to this, you're going to leave me with no alternative but to have to identify your company, because it would be wrong for any other company that specialises in driveway installation to be wrongly confused. Well, next thing I know, the following day, I get a phone call from a much more reasonable man who said, yes, sorry about the situation you had with Mr. So-and-so yesterday. He's got COVID-19. And, I don't think he was feeling very well yesterday. He's actually gone home now with COVID-19. He said, but what can we try and do to get this resolved? He was far more reasonable and seemed open to the idea of resolving the matter with you. So, to cut a very long story short, we had a long conversation, but he agreed to come out this week with some of his chaps to look at the driveway, and they were due to go yesterday. Did they turn up, Davina?
Yes, it was actually on Wednesday, and yes, they did turn up.
And what happened?
Well, the first thing one of them said to me was that I swore at the young man, who apparently was the same hostile man that you initially talked to, and I sort of replied quite categorically that I just do not swear. But then they began to measure the drive. They took levels, they looked at the cracks, they photographed it. One of them was very amenable, the other one was sort of rather offhandish. And in the end, the rather offhandish one man said that he was going to send off the photographs that I'd sent them and his levels and his photographs to an independent quantity surveyor, which did quite surprise me because of what a quantity surveyor does. If he'd said a structural engineer or a civil engineer, it would have been much more feasible in my mind. But a quantity surveyor, to me, was not the right person. But they would get back to me either today or latest Monday. Up until now, I haven't heard anything. The
simple fact is that the man that I spoke to that where the conversation did not go well, he was not a young man. He told me he'd been in business for over 30 years. He was not a young man. So if you're
that was probably the father of the young man that came out to fix the drive.
Okay.
And I think he is probably the managing director or the owner of the company.
Yes, I suspect he is. That's what he said he was. He said he was in charge of the company. So
well, he was the rather offhanded one that came out here on Wednesday.
But he shouldn't have been at your property on Wednesday because apparently he's got COVID-19.
Yes, well, and they had no masks on. We had on medical masks. They had no masks on. Later during the conversation, the more menial man said, "Oh, we were working at a hospital yesterday and we got a COVID test and we got the answer back and we are COVID-free," because I was surprised when they came out without any masks on.
No, but hang on a second, because this is very crucial. This is very important. Yeah. Are you telling me the man that is the director of this company and who runs the company, are you telling me he came to your property on Wednesday of this week?
As far as I'm aware, yes. Going by what the other gentleman said, yes.
I don't want his name on air, but do you know his name?
Yes.
Right, hang on a second.
I know his Christian name.
Okay, that's fine. I have faded your microphone down, and I would like you to just say in my ear, only I will be able to hear this name, but I'd like you just to confirm the name of the man that came to your property on Wednesday. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, you're now back on air.
Okay.
That is the man that I was told a week ago had come down with COVID-19. Now, if he had come down with COVID-19 on the Thursday or Friday of last week, what on earth was he doing with other people at your property on Wednesday?
That's a question you need to ask him.
Well,
we actually
it's against the law. It's against the law because by law he must self-isolate for 14 days while he has COVID-19. I was told that he had had a COVID-19 diagnosis and had gone home with COVID-19.
Well, he came to my property on Wednesday.
Okay. Well, I will be speaking to that company about this. And if necessary, I will also be involving the relevant authorities because he should not have been at your property on Wednesday of this week. Did he seem to have COVID-19? Did he seem to be unwell or was he fine?
No, he was fine as far as I could see.
Okay. So when the company told me that he had COVID-19, and that was the reason why he had been so obstructive on the phone and why this other man was contacting me, do we suspect that was nonsense? Or do we suspect that he did had COVID-19 and just hasn't gone into self-isolation?
I would tend to think it was nonsense, but who knows?
Well, the company need to answer that question.
Yeah.
So they have now taken photos and they're sending that off to a surveyor of some kind who's going to give them a view.
Well, a quantity surveyor, which I think is quite relevant because of what a quantity surveyor does.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've just had a little look. It says here, a quantity surveyor is a construction industry professional with expert knowledge on construction costs and contracts.
Yes. He's a project manager and he's a coster and he's sourcing the relevant equipment for the job.
Well, look, I mean, let's see what he comes back with. Yeah. But did the company suggest that they were planning to resolve the matter, or did they suggest that they were planning to argue with you over it?
Well, really, nothing was really suggested by them. They just said that they were going to this independent quantity surveyor, and I would hear from them either today, latest Monday. Okay. And as yet, I haven't heard today.
Well, I will be going to speak to this company again this afternoon.
Okay, lovely.
Because this is absolutely... I've got a very bad feeling about this, Davina.
Yes.
I have a very bad feeling.
Yes.
Can you leave it with me? I will talk to you next week and I'll go and speak to them this afternoon. Oh, for you all to be a fly on the wall when that conversation takes place.
Lovely.
It's a shame you won't be able to listen in. I think it's going to be interesting. Davina, I'll talk to you next week.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Now, Jerry came to me. Jerry was saying she purchased an animal sleeping bag with teddy bears on it for her grandson. Weeks went by and she still hadn't received the parcel. Well, she got in touch with the retailer, but she had no response. Then this happened.
I received a small package through the letterbox, and it was just a piece of material. And I thought, well, that's a bit strange. Maybe it's a mistake or a free gift or something. Never thought no more of it. Still didn't receive the parcel, so I contacted the company I paid through, which they investigated. And they told me that the company I ordered the sleeping bag from had given them tracking information and the parcel had been delivered. I then went to my local post office. She said, yes, something has been delivered to your address. And I said, well, I haven't received it. And it was the same tracking number as the teddy bear sleeping bag. And he said to me, it's a scam that is going about now, but they can't do anything about it, where you order something, but you don't get what you ordered, and they send you a piece of rubbish material or something, but then they have the tracking number and everything, so it's classed as delivered.
Yes, well, after Jerry told her story, we had a lot of phone calls from many of you who'd had similar experiences. It would appear this is a very common situation that people are finding themselves in. I had phone calls from people saying, oh yeah, I ordered, X, Y or Z, and then what turned up was a horrible tacky bit of jewellery that was rubbish, and then the company insisted that that actually was what I'd ordered. We even had a story the other day of how somebody had ordered a chainsaw from a company, and what arrived through the post was just the chainsaw blade, but the company swore blind that they had indeed sent the whole chainsaw. Well, you need to be very aware of this, it would appear, at the moment. Jerry's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jerry.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Jerry. Right, Hannah has been looking into this. And I think, Hannah, you looked at the company that Jerry had purchased this sleeping bag
I did have a look
from,
at them, yes.
And am I right in saying it doesn't look like a good, well-known British company based in the United Kingdom selling sleeping bags on the internet?
No, it looks particularly odd, and they were very difficult to even find any sort of information in terms of contacting them. Lots and lots of red flags as soon as you type them into your search engine. So it was quite quick. I quite quickly decided that wasn't going to be an option.
Now, can I just ask, Jerry, I mean, obviously the internet is a big wide world, and sitting on your computer and going shopping on your computer at home, you need to keep your wits about you, because otherwise you could end up buying something from, some market stall in Timbuktu, where you really are going to struggle to get any kind of recompense if things go wrong. Did you do your homework, or do you admit that you just kind of stumbled across this sleeping bag and thought, oh, that would be nice, and ordered it without giving too much thought to it?
Yes, that's exactly what I did, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I've never had that problem before, but I did make that mistake this
Just
time.
out of interest, now I don't want the name of any social media, but did this advert pop up on social media at all?
Yes, it did.
Right. Please,
so easily done, isn't it?
Please, everyone listening to the programme, please don't do this. I know that there are certain social media sites where an advert will come up and something looks nice. Don't buy it, because so many of these adverts that are cropping up on social media, they are literally some random seller in China who has no interest whatsoever in providing you with a good quality product and good after-sales service. Please don't buy things in that way. If there's something that you decide you want to buy, and for obvious reasons at the moment you don't want to go shopping in a conventional shop, at least make sure you are buying things from good, reputable, well-known companies in the United Kingdom that are based here, that have an address here, that are registered in this country. Do your research, look up to see what other people are saying about them before you go ahead and purchase. And very importantly, always pay by credit card when you purchase things to protect yourself. And that way you can hopefully protect yourself against this kind of scenario. So, that's my kind of my soapbox moment over. I know that you did also go and speak to the payment company on Jerry's behalf.
Yes, so Jerry said that she had contacted this payment company and they had investigated it. And because the tracking information of her parcel matched the tracking information that they were given for the product she was purchasing, there was nothing more to be done with it. Well, I went back to them and explained that we thought that Jerry might have been the victim of some sort of scam, and that this company wasn't particularly legitimate and has sent her something that wasn't what she ordered. So they have been back in touch with me and they have agreed to take another look at this. They are going to investigate this for Jerry. They do have a guarantee for buyers and sellers through this payment service. So we should hopefully have a result from their investigations early next week.
Well, I would hope that that's going to be successful, because the simple fact is you did not receive what you paid for, Jerry. You received a random bit of fabric.
Yes, actually, I have had an email from the company that I brought through, and they have agreed to reimburse me.
Fantastic.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I was really pleased. I wasn't expecting it. I just wanted to let other people know and hopefully not make the same mistake.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted that you came to the programme, because we've had so many people, Jerry, who have contacted me to say, I've done the same, I've had the same thing happen.
Highlighted a real issue, hasn't it?
It really has, and I think the problem is, and we heard earlier this week that most of these scams, they are originating in other countries, and these companies that are selling stuff like this on the internet and are advertising through social media websites, they seem to be of the opinion that as long as they have sent you something, whether it was what you ordered or not, as long as they sent you something and they have a record for having actually dispatched something to the customer, that then means when the payment company comes after them, they simply show them that evidence and say, well, look, we sent that sleeping bag, here's the tracking number for that product. It's not our fault if it didn't arrive. We've done our bit to send that. They then try and keep the money rather than have to refund it to the payment company. But of course, that's proving not to be the case, because the payment company are quite legitimately saying to these people, they've wised up and they're saying, well, can you show us that it was actually the product that the customer ordered? Because there's a big difference between sending one little tiny strip of fabric and sending a whole sleeping bag.
There really is.
That's right.
It's not even close to what you ordered.
Not
Unless
really.
I've got a big letterbox.
Unless you've got an enormous letterbox, which I'm sure you do not. Well, Jerry, we live and learn, and I'm so grateful to you for coming to the programme, because hopefully this will be a big lesson for everyone else listening. Please, if you see adverts for a nice bit of jewellery on social media, or some kind of tablet that's going to rejuvenate your skin, or something for the garden that's going to help you do weeding or whatever, if you see it all advertised on social media, take no notice of it. It may well be that advert suddenly makes you think, oh, actually, I do need a new hoe for my garden. That's fine. If you need a new hoe for your garden, go and look at a good, reputable British DIY or gardening store that happens to have an online presence, and buy it through them with confidence, knowing that if there's any problem, you've bought it from a good, reputable company that you can go back to, and is, very importantly, based in our country. If you've bought some garden hoe from a market stall in China and you have a problem, then you may well find you're on your own. And, good luck trying to sue a market stall in China. That's all I can say. Listen, I'm delighted you've got your money back, Jerry. We will thank the payment company that you paid through very much indeed for doing that. We'll give them the horn. Any other problems, you know where we are.
Yes, thank you very much for all your help.
And you're going to have to... Did you tell your grandson you were going to buy him a teddy bear sleeping bag?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's lucky.
I'll have to try and purchase one from somewhere else.
Yeah. Just make sure it's a good British company that you can trace.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all the best, Jerry. Thank you, Hannah, for your work on that, and thank you to the payment company. Now, Prue purchased a new mattress last month. She went into a shop, as I always recommend, and she tried out lots of different mattresses before purchasing one that she liked. But when it turned up, she said it wasn't at all what she was expecting.
The minute I sat on it, it was totally different to the mattress in the showroom. It's very, very hard, and it feels like I'm sitting on something that's full of straw. I understand it's new, but it doesn't give. It's very uncomfortable, and it's totally different to the one that I sat on in the showroom. The gentleman was very honest and said that the mattress in the showroom was 2 years plus. The problem I had was that the gentleman didn't, maybe I'm a little bit naive, but the gentleman didn't explain to me that it would be a month to bed in. And also, I don't know, I just didn't think that, to make a decision on a mattress sample that was 2 years old would be quite fair to the person buying the mattress.
Well, Prue really felt that she'd got a bit of a dud. So I said to her, well, leave it to me. Let me go and have a little word with the company. Let me see what I can find out. And I did indeed have a long conversation with the man that runs this shop the other afternoon on Prue's behalf. And Prue's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Prue.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Prue. So, yeah, I had a chat with him. He seems like a very reasonable guy. I gather you've actually been a customer of his in the past.
Oh, not myself, but my sister has. And on the same day that I purchased mine, my other sister purchased a mattress from himself, yes.
That's right. He said that you and your sister both came in.
Yeah.
And you were both having a look, and you tried a number of the mattresses in the store, and you both actually settled for the same mattress. I think your sister went for one slightly different size to yours, is that right?
Yes, she went for a double, but it was a month apart, yeah.
So you both went for the same mattress. Now, he said that from the information you gave, he said, I think Prue's previous mattress was an open coil mattress.
That's correct, yes.
And he said that it was, I think you'd had it for about 10 years or something, open coil mattress. And
not as long as that, Jonathan, no.
Oh, okay. Well, he said that you were suffering with back pain, and it just wasn't supporting you. So he said when you came in, you were very keen to have a firm mattress because you wanted something that was going to give you lots of support for your back.
That's correct, but I also said to him that I wanted something to give because I like the feeling of being sort of not surrounded, because I was actually contemplating on buying a memory foam topper to go on top because I've got other issues. I don't like something that is very, very hard at all.
Now, he said that you settled on this mattress. He said, indeed, the store version of the mattress, he said, I have had it in the shop for about 2 years. So he said, inevitably, when people have been lying on the mattress, as I said to you the other day, Prue, when people have been lying on it, it will soften it a little bit.
No, I understand that, Jonathan, yes.
He said, the simple fact is, Prue's mattress that she's got, it is exactly the same as the one in the store, albeit a different size, because the one in the store is just a single.
That's correct, yes.
But he said, my expectation would be that it maybe is a bit of a shock for Prue, because if she's been used to sleeping on an open coil bed that is at the end of its life, to suddenly have a brand new, firm, orthopedic mattress... she will really feel a big difference.
Okay.
And he said that over a period of 6 to 8 weeks, I would fully expect that mattress to have softened, and that Prue will have got used to her, the mattress will have got used to Prue, and she will find it much more comfortable. Now, he said, if that obviously isn't the case, I mean, he said if in 6 to 8 weeks... the mattress is still absolutely rock hard and it hasn't softened at all. I mean, he said, I'd find that very hard to believe, but we obviously would look at it again. He said, I've been in business for many, many years. We didn't stay in business by treating our customers badly. We get a lot of repeat customers who come back to buy a bed 10 years later. And he said, that's because we treat them well. So if she was really finding the bed was not softening at all after 6 to 8 weeks, we would be happy to try and find some way of resolving the matter for her. Which I don't know about you, but that sounds very reasonable to me.
No, I find that very reasonable. But just to confirm, my mattress wasn't on its last legs. The reason I gave up my mattress was one of the coil springs had actually broken and was scratching my leg. So it wasn't at the end of its life. But I know that the man
Well,
I think is very reasonable, Jonathan. I wasn't saying that he wasn't. It's just that I was shocked that it was totally different to what I tried out in the showroom.
Well, he says just to reassure you, you've got exactly the same mattress. He said it's from a British manufacturer. They've been in business making mattresses for many, many years. He said that that mattress is exactly the same as the mattress in the shop. It's brand new.
All right, and they haven't changed the manufacturing process.
No, he said
I was thinking it might be.
No, he said it has not changed at all. They've been making that same mattress for a long time. And he said it's always been the same and it's a very popular mattress. He said he firmly believes, if I can use that word, that this will soften up a little bit in the coming weeks as you sleep on it. And he thinks that you will absolutely get a good night's sleep on it. It's a big difference to what you have been sleeping on.
Okay, all right.
And therefore, it's a bit of a shock to the system. And because it's firmer than the one in the store, you're kind of lying on it thinking, oh my God, what on earth have I bought? So he said he's very confident that you will find it comfortable. But he said that he's due to come out and have a look anyway because you were querying something to do with the sizing of the bed.
Yeah. Yes, that's right, because I couldn't get my fingers down the sides to tuck in the bed and there was no room.
Yeah, well, he said he's due to come out and have a look, which he said, you have to forgive me, I'm working on a bit of a skeleton staff at the moment, so I did say that I will come out within the next week or so. He said, I'm going to go out, I will just check it, just to make sure that as far as I'm concerned, it is the same mattress, but he said, I'm very, very confident it is.
Oh, it is. No, I can say that because it's got the same name on it as the one in the showroom, so I can actually confirm that for him.
Well, look, he said to me, if in 6 to 8 weeks it's still rock hard and you're not getting a good night's sleep, he'll be happy to have a look at it and to see if they can come up with some kind of alternative. So I would say to you, relax, try and get a good night's sleep on it, let that bed get to know you and you get to know the bed, and let's reconvene in a few weeks' time and see how things are, okay?
I will do. Thank you very, very much indeed, Jonathan. Thank you.
All the best, Prue. Talk to you soon. Let's have a look at some of the consumers we've already made a difference to across beds, hearts and bucks. Mike took up golf, but his enthusiasm for the game had outlived the rain cover on his £200 golf bag. Well, he couldn't get the company he bought it from to accept their responsibility until we got involved.
Got it. It's affixed to the bag and it's sat lovely in the wardrobe. I feel like I might even play golf in the rain just to utilise it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Fiona's sister had a new driveway installed, but when it was first laid down, she was very pleased with it. It wasn't until later that she realised it didn't meet planning regulations because it didn't have a necessary drain. Well, I spoke to the company. They agreed to go back and put it all right.
Very happy. They came back the next day and sorted it out. Thank you for you and your team. We really do appreciate it.
Arthur purchased a new corner sofa last year. It had 2 electric recliners, but they weren't quite right. Then they broke completely and stuck in the recline position. Well, after 10 months, despite being in contact with the company on numerous occasions, it still wasn't sorted. Until, that is, he called the JVS show.
It's all sorted. Everything's been swapped over. It's now operating as it should. And we currently have no more issues with the sofa itself. Thank you very much.
And Marie received 2 notifications on her phone to say she'd bought rather a lot of Chinese food from a takeaway. The bill came to over £150. Well, Marie hadn't ordered this food. It turns out it was ordered from a restaurant miles and miles away from where Marie lived. She was really struggling to get any kind of refund until we contacted the company.
Literally, I think within an hour of you speaking to them, they contacted me. And then I got confirmation yesterday morning that they have done this, and they actually have now actually done it. So I'm now debt-free. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The JVS show.